Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to those raiders already. I appreciate you coming here. Grant R. Ellis and team. Anything Garax? Is that the right way to pronounce that? Thank you for coming in and joining us. Nosy. It's an awesome way to start off our stream, so thank you for joining us. This is another episode of Community Theater where we showcase some amazing talent from across the TTRPG community. You'll see a couple of familiar faces here that we've played with before and a couple of new. So thank you for joining us today, folks. And I will pass it around to my players. I'll probably just go across the bottom screen that you see here. They will introduce themselves, tell you where you can go support them and find them, and then I'll have a couple of announcements before we get into the play of this. As it is, please see the content warnings. Gritty space horror. This is not fluffy. This is not sweet and charming. We're not going to have teddy bears giving hugs today or puppies. So please take heed of those. Some of the language in this, so my first disclaimer, some of the language in this is problematic. We are aware, changing as needed, and making sure that everyone at the table is safe. We do have safety tools in place. So it's a gritty space horror, folks, and we're here to make it happen. So let's go ahead and let Chris introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Chris. You can find me on Twitter with the little handle below. I am a writer, I am a creator on DM's Guild, and I'm a game designer. And actually, later this month, I'm going to be releasing my second game, which is called Do Not Leave the Path. It is a 2-player horror TTRPG that takes place in a creepy forest. So I'm really excited about that. And yeah, I'm so happy to be back at this table with Liz. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Finn.
Hello, this is a first for me on Dice Prairie. Hello, I'm Finn. My pronouns are she, they. You can find me on Chromatic Chimera on Saturdays, playing as the Keeper in my own Monster of the Week campaign set in the Mojave Desert, Mysteries of the Mojave, or on my own Twitch channel, which can I post a link here? I should have asked that before we went live.
Go for it.
Yeah, or just click, I don't know why I'm posting a link. You can just click on my name. Click on my name. All right, cool. Anyways, someone else go. Hi.
All righty, CT.
Hi guys, I'm Chris Teft, or CT for short. Today I'm playing Brock. I'm a singer actor in NYC, and I would love that you could follow me on Twitter at Chris Teft Sings, SoundCloud at Chris Teft Sings, or on Facebook at ChristopherTeft.official. And as always, I just want to thank Liz and my old friend Matthew Foreman for having me and including me in the Dice Prairie family.
And last but super not least, Pear.
Hi, I go by Bear, they, them pronouns. I do some voice acting. That is my main online personality thing, I suppose. You can follow that at my I don't know whether to go this way or this way, but I think I've covered it now. The Twitter handle below, Regular Bear, and yeah, most of what I do is auditions, so you won't see an awful lot of it there, but commissions are always open. So if you're interested, go ahead.
Perfect. Go support these wonderful beans. They've been great to talk to this past week as we've been putting this together. All right. So just final disclaimer, please look at the content warnings. If this is not the show for you, you're welcome to go hang out over at Chromatic Chimera. I did throw that link in the chat. They're doing Awaken Pixels today, which is definitely not gritty space horror and might be more some people's style, but please stick around with us for the crazy, spooky world in space. Other things, all of our links are below. Join our Discord. If you like what you see, please follow, subscribe, all the things that we love having the support, and we love expanding the community.
Oh, and
Okay.
if you do check it out, Awakened Pixels, and end up liking it, I'm scheduled to appear on there in 2 weeks. So
Nice. It's exciting.
yeah, no.
Staying for the cannibalism. Thank you. We appreciate it. Alrighty. So, let me go ahead and start up some music for us here. I think I've got everything set up the way it needs to be. All right. This is the rest music, by the way. So good luck. Okay. So you four find yourself on your ship on the way to your next job. You've jumped into hyperspace and moving across the universe. It's a relatively boring ship. There's nothing too exciting about it. It's got generalized life support. Your engineer keeps it running, and it's the team's baby. You Let's go ahead and go through. We'll go backwards here on the list. Tell us what your character looks like, who you're playing, and what they are currently doing on this ship during travel. Pair.
Okay. I'm playing Grace 117, or well, Grace for short, since she is the only Grace unit on this ship. I am supposing. I'm assuming. She is a medical android who was built as a medical assistant, essentially a robot nurse, some little over a dozen years ago, and one of the earlier models of her line, which sadly means that they have since stopped supporting her. Planned obsolescence means that she can no longer find parts or proper software updates and is now having to be fully self-sufficient.
And what is she doing at this time?
I think if she has little to do, she's either she either does small arts and crafts projects, like works on maintenance for herself, or is just going around bothering the crew to see if they need help with anything.
Perfect. CT, who are you playing and what are they doing?
I am Brock the Marine, and he is a big beefy boy, and they are six pack, they are smirk, they are sharp wit, and they are a little bit short tempered. So he makes a friend of the machinery running the ship, and assists with maintaining the engines, and sort of has the same temperament as a piece of steel.
Hopefully more fun to talk to, but we'll find out. Finn, go ahead and give us your character and what she's doing.
My character is Dr. Jennifer Maria Bior. She is mostly cybernetic, so from basically the jaw down is entirely burnished metal cybernetics. Her jaw has been replaced with a respirator of some form, and the only clothing that she wears is a white lab coat to cover. She seems to mostly wear it to convince herself that she is still a legitimate doctor more than any sort of need for clothing. At the moment, she is prone in a chair, running another attempt at a software update for her broken cybernetics hardware.
Mood.
Perfect. Yeah. And Chris, tell us about your character and what she's doing.
Yeah, I play Nick. Nicole, but she prefers Nick. She is the pilot of this spaceship. What she looks like, she's got blonde hair, buzz cut, quite a few tattoos, and nice like patchwork coat. And currently she is kind of flying the ship, kind of one-handed, other hand kind of like leaning over the seat, just chilling.
Can I, since you're the pilot, like, if we had an establishing shot, it would start with zooming in on our spaceship to a shot of you to whatever music you're listening to. Did you have any sort of like reference for that?
Oh gosh. Geez. Now I gotta pretend like I didn't just make up a whole playlist for this character in like a week.
I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot.
No,
just, like...
not at all. Not at all. It's like my favorite part of playing these kind of games. Gosh, just classic rock and roll, you know? Yeah, definitely. Something from like the 70s or 80s. Maybe
You're very, very unsubtly listening to Highway to Hell.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. You get this. But yeah, just chilling, just driving.
So while just like every good horror movie, everything seems to be running okay. Everything, the ship is purring a little smoother than normal as you're hurtling through space and time. The software update is going very well, and you think it might actually work this time. Um, the tools are not talking back. Nothing is making you particularly angry as you're doing marine things, and everyone is nice to you right now at the moment, Grace. They all are here. They can use your help, and absolutely useful, and being you feel included and finally feel a part of the team. Now all of that is about to change. You feel a small hiccup in the engine as you're hurtling through space. The jump drive gives a little pulse as it's struggling. And you look at your map and logistics of where you are in the universe, and you recognize this particular quadrant, especially for the rumors that ships go missing here. This particular line across space and time has a tendency to lose those that walk along it. Well, fly along it at any rate. And as you recognize all of these things, everyone else in the ship is jolted by this long bit of turbulence where you're going, and everything starts rattling. Things are falling off counters. You're broken out of your focus on your update as all of your instrumentation seems to start vibrating violently, and you find yourself at a dead stop. So the engines have turned off. You are no longer in hyperspace, and the whatever music that you currently had on, the speakers have shorted out, and you are in dead silence. What are you doing?
We touched the engine.
Grace, what did you do?
Nothing. I was told to not bother you anymore. Why? Would you like to be bothered again?
Sorry.
Please,
I snap up in my chair like somebody like bursting out of the water, like breathing really heavily until I eventually come under control, and I realize that the software update failed. I still have to breathe manually. For those who are not aware, a key failure in the software of my cybernetics is that all of my autonomous functions do not work properly. Every breath, every blink, every internal movement that is normally controlled by the brain in the background that you don't have to pay attention to, I have to manually tell my body to do it, or it simply does not happen and I die. So I was attempting to fix that and it didn't work, and I've now snapped out of my trance from like the patch trying to work, frustrated, but very quickly enter my meditative state that I'm always in to maintain control, and just rise and approach the bridge. It would appear the ship has stopped moving.
No, really? Huh.
I detect sarcasm. I'm going to assume that yes, we have stopped moving, and this isn't a joke.
We have stopped moving. It isn't a joke. No, all right, well, I heard something, the engine, maybe we should go check that out first.
Brock is going to sigh deeply and kick his feet off of the bunk where he was finally putting his feet up, and he's going to rummage around for his electronic toolkit underneath his bunk, and he's going to grab it and head to the bridge.
I think Grace also comes along. So.
I follow.
Oh my, are we going out? I'll get my coat. And she but puts on a little jacket with a patch on it that literally says the words Mudflap Girl. She was asked to make for someone someday. As far as she's concerned, that is what a Mudflap Girl patch is.
All
So
right.
just to check, how big is our ship?
I would say it's medium sized. I do have a pog for this. Give you an idea. Because that particular screen doesn't have too many spoilers on it. So like this big. So it would fit on this kind of plateau here.
Right.
This spaceship was created by Vox Fanato along with all of our other overlay art. So please, her stuff is amazing. Just otherwise, maps are particularly from the Mothership folks there at Tuesday Night Games, as well as the module. And I think I've got a couple of Che Peku hogs as well in here for monsters. So, but yeah, so if that gives you some idea, it's a medium-sized ship. The 4 of you fit comfortably. If you ever do have other passengers, once you get to probably 7, 8, 10 people, it starts to get crowded and uncomfortable.
Yeah, I hear that's also a problem if you need to breathe.
Yeah, being a full human, Brock is first going to check the life support.
So we won't make that the first roll of the night. Life support is doing okay. No problems, no blips. Life support is good.
I think it would be wise to go and check the engine, because that's where I heard a hiccup, so I'm gonna go down there.
I'm right behind you.
Nice.
I shall accompany.
All right, let's go.
I was like, I don't know who's taking the lead. Who's taking the lead?
I'll do it.
Bloop, bloop,
Sorry,
bloop.
I'm not an engineer.
Is there, you know that scene in Aliens, or in Alien, where one of the crew members goes to talk to the ship computer to run diagnostics?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that something I can do in the meantime?
Yeah, you can do that from the main bridge, and then people can go physically check the support systems in the engine room as well if they'd like.
Yeah, so I think Grace goes up to the computer and says, well, yeah, I shall talk to the mainframe. We should split up. We'll cover more ground.
Yes, a maximum number of variables should be accounted for before continuing in our dilemma.
Okay.
What they said.
Let's get to work.
Yes. Let's go.
I'm mostly watching. I have no engineering experience.
That's fair. Question. Are we able to speak with each other through like some kind of like headset or just like some kind of comms
I
unit?
think considering the size of our ship, we can speak to each other by just cupping our hands around our mouths.
Just yell.
Yeah,
Okay,
Brock
cool.
just yells, inappropriately loudly.
He's our communication. It just works. Okay, cool. Now let's go to the engine room if we have an engine room.
You sure do. Sorry, I'm having a bit of check issues. I think all of my music is playing simultaneously instead of one after
gosh.
another.
Dissonant.
I mean, it
So-
sounded pretty cool.
I mean, it was sure dissonant.
No,
and it was
no,
sure
I liked that. That's
It's
just-
okay. My character sheet deleted itself, so that's what I'm doing right now.
neat. We're doing great, folks.
We are really method acting these technical difficulties.
We
Mhm.
sure are. It really is just trying to play them all at once. How do I get them to play like one after another?
In my experience, you have to manually like play each song, but then again, I'm not really great on Roll20.
Ooh boy, howdy. That's okay. I can just go change it every like 4 or 5 minutes. That's fine.
Okay.
We'll just make sure they're all on repeat still. We'll start here. Alrighty. Yeah, they sure were all playing all at once. Thank you for pointing that out, whoever did.
Oh, and just to supplement, I believe if anyone has an excavation kit, we also have short range comms.
Sweet.
So
Sadly.
at least the pilot and I can get on comm.
I have a cybernetic diagnostic scanner, so if anyone's arm breaks, I got you.
Great.
I think we have the same kit. I'll go have a quick look at the hazards.
So my one benevolence for this whole evening, I will say that you have short to medium range communications between the four of you. So as long as you are on the same planet, the same moon, or in the same orbit, you should be able to talk to each other. If you split up and you're on, one of you's on a moon, one of you on a planet, you're now separated. Does that sound fair?
I just had a quick look at the like the VEC suits or the space suits, and those all include at least short range guns. And I think every class starts with those. So
yeah, you have the opportunity for it. So
I think if we ever step out of our spaceship, then we by default should be able to still talk with each other as long as we're in decent range.
Yep. So as I said, I'll rule it so that if you're on the same planet, on the same moon, or in the same orbit, you always have an ability to talk to one another. Of course, whenever you're on a ship, when communication works on that ship, you can also use the communication system within the ship.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Alrighty, so Grace, if you would like to be the first roll of the night here, and you have computers, go ahead and roll me a percentage for being able to run diagnostics.
Now, I'm going to guess that I'm not a StarCraft player, so computers is probably intellect instead of speed?
Yes, please.
Okay. And that is a D100, and I need to roll under a 57. Let's see if this works. Okay. Oh, that is the one case where a 100 is actually a 0, right?
So
because
if
you cannot roll a 100 on
That's really good.
2 dice.
it sure is not. So if it's a 0, so
That is the best possible result.
Yeah. So I will roll that as a critical success. So since when you're rolling 2d10s, they go from 0 to 99. When you're rolling a d100, it goes from 1 to 100.
Yeah,
so
we immediately roll. Well,
the one exception, you sure
run
did.
head on into the one exception of rolling a d100.
We win Mothership. We win.
2d10.
Hey, we fix the ship and leave. Goodbye.
Yep, stream over. See you guys. Great playing with you. No, so and if you do end up using roll 20 and you roll a d100 and you get 100, we're actually treating it as a 0. So it's 0 to 99 for everybody. So that is a critical success, which I was unprepared for. Okay.
Same though.
So let's jump into that here.
Yeah, Grace sits down and does that thing where her fingers open up and like into the little spider diapers that you know the little Ghost in the Shell give.
I was gonna say, imagine a Ghost in the Shell with like the 25 fingers in 5.
Yeah, like she doesn't normally do that. She reserves that for critical successes, but you know.
Okay. So, you, before the rest of them can even get down the hallway back to the engine room, you can tell that your jump drive there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not operating. So it's like there's no electrical failures, there's no mechanical failures, there's no software failures. It just doesn't work. So you see that. You see that all other support systems appear to be functioning as normal. Any weapons on the ship, any life support, etc., as of right now is completely working the way it should be. No issue. There's nobody and then your extra pieces of information. So with a critical success, you realize that there's nobody else on this ship. It's just you. So you're still safe. But you have been dropped into a low-level orbit, surrounded by other ships. There's a planet that appears to have no life forms on it, and there is a moon that you do see blips for life forms on the far side of it, but you're not sure what they are without further investigation. And the ships around you don't appear to have anyone alive on them. So you got a lot of information for that critical success.
Yeah, I will make
Hey.
that. I will send that to the engine room via high-tech space fax.
It
Can
is
we
fortunate
attempt-
that the. Sorry. It is fortunate that the life support is working. While I do not need to breathe regularly, I understand that for you all, it is much more important.
I don't see anything wrong with the flash drive. Why would it have stopped? And Brock will bang on it.
No! Oh god.
I am not a
No!
trained engineer, but in my experience, that does not tend to make things better.
It really doesn't. It works with like television sometimes, but not these. This is delicate.
Maybe it just became dislodged, and Brock will go to bang on it again.
No!
Please refrain from attempting to re-lodge it.
Most machines do not like getting punched.
Most things don't. Yeah. Okay. So we've tried punching it.
Sorry, just to check. So the hyperdrive not working mean like the ship can still like move around like the system. It just can't like jump. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. So
Right.
you can still quote unquote drive normally. You just can't jump across space.
Can we attempt ship-to-ship communication with any of the empty ships?
You sure can.
That actually sounds like a pretty good idea.
I'm not very good with the comms, but I can help with the machinery if anybody needs assistance.
I would suggest that I do not hail the call. I would likely suggest that someone who does not look like a corpse answers the phone if anyone does call us. I imagine in a situation such as this, that would be stressful.
Not looking like a corpse is one of my primary functions.
Perhaps we should allow
Perfect.
Grace to answer the phone,
Yeah.
since that would not reveal the nature of our crew.
That's a good idea.
An excellent point.
Perfect.
There are many like me, but I am mine.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Gotcha. So go ahead and roll for communications. I
Alright,
think
what
that would
is-
be computers and intellect again.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I can do a computers.
Perfect.
Oh, wait, that is entirely the wrong. I was about to type that into Twitch chat. That is.
I mean, I may have done that the other night while I was streaming, so wouldn't be the
I
first time.
definitely have never. Okay, that is a
Okay.
regular success, and it's good to know that this method of input does not automatically just result in a 100.
Hey, there we go. All right, so you are able to successfully transmit out into the void, a hail message, and you can do that for as long as you'd like. You do not receive anything back.
I would suggest we cancel the hail in case this is some sort of pirate lure.
How close are the other ships in orbit?
Let's see. So as you look out a window porthole, you can see just dozens and dozens of ships ringing this planet. You can see debris between the ships. Taking a look out and having been traveling in space for as long as you have, it's a miracle you didn't immediately crash into another ship when you were dropped out of your jump.
Is it possible to try and examine the wreckage to get a vague idea of what happened to them? Like, is there obvious laser blasts or something like that?
Oh, no, most of the ships look like so I can just answer that question. Most of the ships look like they are intact, minus where they've collided with other ships. And the ones that are in this low-level orbit relatively look like they're in good condition. They just have no life forms on them.
Would leave these perfectly good ships out here?
Somebody who wants us a new hyperdrive. Proposal: we board one of these vessels, acquire a new drive, and leave.
It is certainly worth a try, though, judging by the sheer amount of ships here, I can hardly imagine that... Well, I can hardly imagine to begin with, but I can hardly imagine that any of them wouldn't have tried this method before.
You have to find something the same model, I guess is the right word, as ours to make sure that it's the correct fit for our ship, but I think we can find something. And on that note, question, the ships that we can see, what's the age range on them, I guess I should say? Am I seeing ships from way back when I was a kid they first introduced
Yeah, are these
them?
derelict coffins, or are they just kind of hanging out?
Yeah, or are they really new ones, only new ones are here? I'm curious about that.
How fresh are they?
Any famous ones?
Yeah. So there's going to be so much to roll for that as long as it's available to you, I'm not going to necessarily make your roll perception checks unless there's something you're looking for that's specifically hidden. This will be scary enough as it is. Okay, so as you're looking out at the ships around you, one of the closest ones looks like it is a brand new ship. As an engineer and pilot, you recognize it as a research vessel. Finn, being a part of the academic community, you have an inkling that you can explore, that it might be the ship that went missing about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Do
I know what it was doing, or just that it went missing? Like, what was its scientific voyage?
Yep, so if you want to explore that, we can figure that out. Otherwise, the ships around here range for the last 50 to 70 years. Potentially longer, as there is a lot of debris between these ships. Yeah, you see that there was a large influx of vessels that are about 10 years old.
What happened 10 years ago? My question, but...
Brock is going to comment that this makes him think back to the days when he used to camp in the woods and you'd stumble across a spider's nest.
Yes, I am concerned we have fallen into some sort of trap. This is a similar methodology to many pirates in the outer regions of the galaxy, which tend to use deliberate deliberate distress calls or general prone wreckage to attract scavengers who they then scavenge, typically with guns.
However, most of these ships were not damaged beyond any crash impact.
I can try
A
to
hole in the
fix what we
proposal, to
have.
be sure.
Yeah, what has kept them in the air?
Oh, they're just in orbit.
Okay, so they're free fall, but they're not going
Pretty
to fall.
much.
onto the
Grace
planet's
begins
surface.
explaining orbit to you.
I didn't take that class, Grace. I'm wondering if we can logically deduce, Doctor, that any life forms in the proximity might be responsible for this trap.
An interesting proposal. Out of character, what do you mean, sorry? As in,
Is it better for us to assume that the life forms on the moon are people that have befallen this trap or people that have caused this to happen?
The life signals on the moon, Liz, was that literally just we saw signals, or was it like we can literally see that there's some sort of like structures down there? Or is it literally just that there's bloops on a radar?
I imagine them as bloops on radar.
Right.
This would be too far away from them.
There is no.
Oops, sorry. You could absolutely focus your thought on any of those things, and then we will absolutely circle back around to that research ship here in a second.
I am not aware of this system. I am not aware of the technological capabilities of the life forms in this sector. The ruins would suggest that no direct assault was made upon them. They do just seem to have given up in midair. Is midair even a term you'd use in space? I don't know. Midair.
Well, then how are we to assume that by scavenging another jump drive would be of any benefit to us?
Oh, we are to assume it will not. I've already run diagnostics on the ship, and there is nothing wrong with our own jump drive.
So crossing over to the research vessel would not, in fact, get us out of here. It may answer some questions, but it also may compromise our resources to get out of here.
A good point.
Proposal. There are many variables at play in this scenario, and in order to understand the scenario at large, we need to ascertain the information that is present to us as quickly as possible. By boarding the unknown vessel, we do collate as many of our resources, as many of our information in as small a vacuum as possible. The sooner we learn what is going on here, the sooner we may be able to find out how to leave.
Suggestion. Seeing as there are many ships around, at least some of them ought to have longer range medical scanners or lifeform scanners. We could get a closer look at whatever is occupying that moon using one of those.
Precisely. In fact, the very pristine vessel that is closest to our line of sight, I have identified as a scientific vessel. Though this may concern you, but it is a vessel that I have been made aware of has been missing for at least 2 weeks. This may be what happened to it. I'm trying my best not to accidentally go full Shatner, and I'm getting really close.
And
So-
I love it.
If there were any threads of information, any clues, the most recent vessel would be the one to research first. We don't want to go to a cold case, something that's been, out of commission or dead for years, but something that's closer to us in proximity, like the scientist's vessel.
Yeah.
I volunteer to visit the vessel.
Wordplay. Any derelict spaceship could be described as a cold case. Have you been put at ease by this jest?
Probably not, but thank you, Grace.
I am sorry to see that.
Thank you for
So-
your attempt.
Since Grace had that critical success, we'll jump off of that in a small tangent. If anyone has rim-wise or archaeology,
Oh, I almost took that, but I didn't.
or if they want to roll unskilled in rim-wise or archaeology for Dr. Burr, that would be the next step, I think.
What is rimwise?
Rimwise. Let me go ahead and read that quick blurb to you.
Down and dirty.
Probably like knowledge of the space Wild West, right?
Outer rim colonies and seedy parts of the
Right.
galaxy.
Space knowledge.
Yeah.
So sorry, what was it that what? So I do not have either of those skills, unfortunately, but I can still.
If you wanted to do unskilled is something that you can always roll in this. It's actually encouraged. So it just means that you don't get any advantage. It's whatever that base skill would be. So in this case, you're probably looking at intellect to roll. You get a plus 10% if you have rimwise or archaeology.
I have a sharp 50, so I have to roll lower than 50, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
So what is this I'm doing? Is this just checking if I might perchance know something? Or...
Yep. How much do you know about this?
84. I don't know shit.
It's a research vessel. It is absolutely a research vessel. Those are absolutely blips of life forms on the moon, and nothing to add from what Grace found previously.
I got an unskilled check of a 20.
All right, and what's your intellect?
50.
Ooh, excitement. Okay, so while the doctor was remembering to breathe, once she gives you the idea that it's a research ship, you had at the last stop on the last planet where you had yourself a drink and met up with some buddies. They were talking about a research ship that went missing after finding what seemed like an important artifact, and they were worried that they couldn't get a hold of a friend of theirs that you know tangentially, but just as an acquaintance. And this was a research vessel crewed by scientists and teamsters and complemented with 3 androids that when you go back to the scan that Grace did, you see is running on low power. However, as you're looking at that ship and at those scans that are up on the screens, whether you understand it or not, you see this surge of energy and power to the ship. And while you guys are talking, you see that it lasts a few minutes, 10, 15, you're not sure, you're not counting. And then it disappears again, back to low-level energy.
Did you see that?
What?
It was like a flare. Like a space flare.
I'm assuming I didn't see anything.
So,
I think what.
So wait, sorry,
Tom
was
is
as in
saying
flare,
is
do you
that
mean a
energy
literal,
readings
like-
have briefly peaked.
Something from the research vessel.
It's not doing anything now. Maybe we should go and see it then.
Proposal.
I have
Energy flare suggests potential habitation, perhaps by non-organic life forms. Information could be gathered.
Point of order. For our life support scans, would an android show up as present, or would that be separate from our scans?
since androids are integrated into society and considered people, usually outside of their jobs, sentient life forms, yes. For the purpose of these particular scans, known androids would show up as life forms. Then I amend what I said for Grace. You do see those three blips on the Alexis, but they do show up as androids.
And Alexis was the other ship, is that right?
Yep. So the name that comes back to you of the research ship is the Alexis.
Proposal. Board the Alexis. Meet the androids. inquire as to what is wrong, and offer transporting them off-system in exchange for their hyperdrive.
Fair enough.
I do not know about any sort of exchange. If their hyperdrive functioned, they would most likely not be here, but we can always offer peaceful cooperation. Any help would be welcome, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
If there are androids over there, we should definitely attempt to reclaim them.
Free them.
Reclaim them?
Yeah, liberate them.
Let's do that. We can't leave them floating around in a tin can like this. Come on.
Do we roll to board?
Again, since Grace did so good on that critical success, I would lump this in that you are able to connect to the Alexis and successfully board.
Oh, yeah. Grace carrying us.
Yeah. So.
Nice. Okay.
Brock will
Grace,
suggest
we're going to
that-
see how long we can get Grace's roll to last.
Yeah.
Let's drag it out.
Once you board the
Come on.
Alexis, you're on your own again. But you do have a schematic of the ship.
Hmm.
To roll 20.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that is.
Is this
nice
is the
one.
whole thing the? Oh yeah. Sorry, I just saw the upper deck note. Yeah.
No problem.
Very nice. Okay.
So
where do we draw? Where do we board?
definitely, the Marine is going to put on his standard his battle dress, not knowing exactly what is on the other side of that ship. So we're definitely getting our phaser pistol ready and getting dressed just in case.
Is Brock like any kind of relief that this is now a situation that he knows clearly what to do in?
I don't think Brock is at ease at all, having seen the pulses, and is not currently sharing the rumor of an artifact with you guys. So now he is holding something, maybe a secret. He doesn't know whether it's the same vessel.
Okay.
Alright, who wants to step on this thing first?
Yeah. So you all have little pogs. Go ahead and arrange yourselves as you'd like. And I put you at the entrance, which I'm assuming is attached to one of those tunnely boys that goes from one ship to the next, so that they're all what's the word I'm looking for? Appropriately pressurized for life forms.
Proposal. Chance that this is still a pirate scenario is still high. Recommend we do not split up to avoid any sort of unfortunate occurrence.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of pirates. I'm with the doctor.
Looking good as
Marine,
well.
you are combat trained. Lead the way.
Don't worry, team. We've got this.
All
What we
right.
have is an empty ship in open space, but sure, we've got this.
Oops.
My character's a dick, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is what we have safety tools for. I'm ready. Okay.
This map is awesome.
Oh yeah, they provide this off
Oh,
their
beautiful.
website just as part of what they offer to
Hmm.
have people play the game. So this is all straight from Tuesday Night Games.
Don't forget you can scribble on it if you want.
You sure can scribble on it.
Yeah, that little line is me trying to figure out how to do that.
Oh.
I'm
I
going to
was
draw a
wondering
little...
what that was.
Oh, okay, that's just a box. I don't want to do that. What's this? Are these like toilets?
Where if you click and
Oh,
hold, it'll
is it-
ping so that everyone can see it.
That's much better than drawing a little blue arrow. This. Are these like toilets?
Those.
So all of us are doing it now.
Okay.
I'm the blue
Ah.
one.
I'm the
Gotcha.
orange.
It looks like beds or maybe lockers.
And the next 4 hours is just us playing with Roll20 and how to draw on things.
Absolutely is.
Suggestion: we head immediately to the bridge to ascertain ship data before finding the androids and then ascertaining their story.
Mhm.
Yes.
Nick, you had a schematic, did you not?
Possibly. Yeah,
Can you lead us there?
sure. Every ship is basically the same. Well, that's not the same, but you know, on the inside it is. Yeah, I can help out with that. I pull up the schematic,
Yep.
find out where we are, and let's go.
So you will be moving towards this front chamber.
Okay.
There are stairs that you can go up and get to. And as you walk down the hallways, it's eerie, it's echoing. Low-level life support is still here. You can still breathe. But there's no movement. There's nothing else.
Is there any like sign of former life, I guess?
Down this particular hallway, not yet. All right, so who's going first down that hallway into the command room?
Brock.
There we go.
Brock is
Brock.
first.
Pittsburgh. All right. So as you walk into the command room, you are startled by two androids. They occupy the room alongside two corpses.
Wow.
One of them is in front of a computer, typing madly into a screen. And the other has been cut in half and finds itself in the corner of the room opposite corpses.
So there's two androids, one's like in half of it. Is it still like on? Is that the right
Yes.
word?
Functioning?
That sucks.
Oh dear.
The
Why did-
android at the computer doesn't immediately take notice of you.
Give a sharp, very unnatural like attempt at an ahem, but it's just very like phlegmy and gross because I'm just broken.
Did you just say
Yeah, I say ahem.
And the android stops, slowly turns around. There's
Hello.
people.
Hi.
Yes, four of us
Thanks.
if my count is correct.
Why
Hi.
did you not answer our hails?
What hails?
That's earlier.
Who are you?
They would appear to be claiming that their communications were offline.
Hmm.
Did you not notice our ship docking with you?
There's another ship? Who
Well,
are
we-
you? Oh, forgive me. My name is Pander, and this is Kranot. And I'll point at the android that's been cut in half. I am trying to get my files back, but this computer, the ship, doesn't seem to have anything I'm looking for.
This
You
is not
said
your
this
vessel,
ship.
then.
Yes?
Yes, as Grace 117 so aptly put it, is this not your ship?
As far back as I can remember, yes.
Far
And
back
how
can you
far
remember?
back is that?
Now?
Oh dear. Query. The corpses. Did you do that? I feel like that's an important question to ask. I'm sorry if that's blunt.
No, we were all thinking it.
Yep.
No. I don't think so. It wasn't part of my programming.
Plausible deniability, can't remember a thing.
Your memory functions appear to be compromised.
You could say that again?
Your memory functions appear to be compromised.
No. Okay.
Scream.
Remember what we talked about?
Grace 117, allow me to handle this. I am considered a master of interpersonal communication.
You believe
You were
so?
saying you did not kill these people, or at the very least that you do not remember. You must understand that I find that at the very least difficult to believe.
The ship records everything. If you just, I can't get it to work. I can't. I don't know why it's not letting me get the information I need, but it definitely doesn't.
How did you find yourself here?
We were a research vessel, and we were headed home.
Mm-hmm.
So it would appear that this was not your subject of investigation.
The ship's computers, they sure were not.
Is your hyperdrive working?
And he takes a minute and taps on the computer. No.
Fantastic.
How did this android come to be spliced in two?
I don't know.
Grace,
them?
do you know anything about restoring these androids' memories?
I have basic knowledge about computers, but I'm afraid that specific knowledge about androids is not part of my core programming.
Would engineering come into this?
It sure could. So if you wanted to check the computer's database, as it would have been attached to the androids, someone can absolutely do that. With assistance from Pander, you can roll with advantage. So roll twice and take the better number.
Cool. Because I have expert in engineering, do I add 15 to my intellect?
You sure would.
So I'm rolling under 65.
Yeah.
Nice.
Blended.
Very nice.
That is
Brock,
a 0, 0, and a 5. What does that mean? Is that a 5 or is that
That's
an
a
105?
5.
5.
Nope.
I rolled a 5.
That would be a 5. So, all right. With that overwhelming success.
Just describe what I'm doing. I literally, like, without asking permission, I, like, kneel down and I just start fiddling with the one that's, like, cut in half. Like, very undisturbed by anything that's in this room.
We could ask the name first.
I pull out like a mechanical wire out from like my back and like plug it in, that sort of thing, get little tools out. I basically have like attached to my back, like all of my equipment is like zip. You know when you have like a tool belt and you have like a thing attached to like an elastic wire that like pings it back? It's like that, but all in my back. So I pull out like my electronic tools to do that shenanigan.
It's perfect. So as you kneel down to start working on Kranot, and Kranot is attempting to be helpful as they can, and I'm sure you're, as you're working on, opening the bits that need opened, undoing the things that need undoing, they're trying to help with their hands, and you're batting them away.
Well, my bedside manner is impeccable.
Oh!
But we're nowhere near a bedside, are we?
I tell them to stop. I am trying to work.
While we're distracted by the androids, Brock is going to look around and see if he can see any storage containers, or maybe look for the artifact that I talked about with my buddies.
Do we notice him looking?
If you want to. Are you trying to hide it?
I don't think he's very good at hiding.
All right, we'll come back to investigation here in a second. While you are working on Kranot and they are trying to be helpful and you are telling them to stop, you see that they were cleanly cut in half by something that was very, very sharp. And as you poke around the software and internal bits of this particular android, you see that all of the files the newer the files are, the more corrupted they are. and they have been erased and reset multiple times.
Manually? Would I know if it was manually or like by someone else or?
You seeing that it's just the two of them on the ship, and would you also check the ship's functions as well, or
Yeah.
just the android itself?
I guess, and to be fair, that's like retroactive, isn't it? I was mostly poking at the android, wasn't I?
Yeah, so up to you. If you want to check with the ships, I could say that because the androids are connected to the ship, obviously.
Yeah.
The ship itself has also been reset multiple times,
Curious.
and it's
How fresh are the bodies? Just realized we should have asked that. Are they skeletons or are they just gooey? I don't know.
They sure are gooey.
Oh dear.
There are better explanations in different rooms, but for this particular one, have any of you taken off your helmets?
Oh, I don't
because we
have one. I
helmets.
just have my thing.
You just have your thing?
No.
I don't have a nose.
You're
No,
doing
I
that.
think like to put people at ease, like Grace tries to act like human whenever possible, so she does keep the air filter and helmet on.
Okay. That's a good question. So those that have cybernetics or are androids, would you like a smell function?
I'd like to think that any function that I viewed unnecessary, I just kind of forgot to like care about, so I didn't remember to develop smell.
You know, can I just can I roll a d2? Because I think that considering like her function, she may have a smell function, or at least like an ability to identify like whether
go
the
ahead.
air is clean. But
Flip a coin or roll a d100. If it's under 50,
no,
you
I'm
do.
going to say that
If
her
it's-
model comes with one. I'd
Mhm.
like to roll to see if hers is still functioning.
Perfect. Go for it.
How did you break? And also, can I add that if it does no longer work, can I ask why it no longer works? Is that allowed?
Definitely not just because the Grey series is just no longer supported. So it's just companies being shitty.
Smell too good, the nose broke.
On a 1, she doesn't. On a 2, she does. Okay. Yeah, Grace can smell.
Alter nose.
All right.
In a way. She can identify the rough, like...
What do
gas
they
content
smell? What do we smell? It's
Alrighty.
the ultimate question, right?
So your smell works?
Yeah.
Okay, so we decided it works. Got it. So I was reading ahead to make sure that I was prepared for you. Decomposing bodies. The ship is full of the rank ichor that is human waste, human decomposition, food mold. These bodies, having been left in a basically a pile in the corner, are melting into one another as they have hit that bloated stage of a dead body where they start to come apart.
Oh dear.
Uh,
Tell me, Chronaut, how long have you been aware of, well, anything? It sounds like you're not aware of much.
How long did it take you to walk over after you saw the blip on the screen?
What do you mean? As in, sorry, from the ship to here, or just
Yeah, so
walking?
from your ship, the Praxis, to
Right.
the Alexis, how long do you think it would have taken you to gear up and go across the umbilical?
I don't know. How good's our pilot?
Like a half an hour tops.
Yeah, half an hour, 20 minutes approximately.
would have probably like taken us a little while to suit up, but we're used to it.
Half an hour?
Yeah.
So Pander, half an hour.
About the moment. My eternal chronology suggests that's about nearly precisely as when we left this ship. Comrades, I suggest that there is something deeply wrong here.
What was your first hint?
Well,
Yes, your diagnosis does line up with the exceptional amount of dead bodies on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
we seem to have an issue here where these androids are stuck in some sort of, based on my analysis, they're in some sort of corrupting loop. Their files are getting worse, and they are constantly reactivating and deactivating. That is what you said, right? Or did I just make that up on the spot?
That is close enough
Right.
to what's happening.
They do appear to be looping on and off and forgetting everything, attempting to fix it, and then seemingly, I guess, shutting off and starting again. And it's been a long enough time that, well... And then I just sort of gesture at the floor.
What if we
The
were
soup.
What if we were to remove one of these androids from this ship? Would they not continue to loop? Would they not continue to corrupt? Would we be able to sort through the wreckage of their inner systems? Perhaps we could take half an android, since one is so delightfully split in half for us.
I have indeed never seen an electronics case like this. It doesn't appear to be that this failure is coming from some sort of attachment to hardware or software. It's just happening. So in theory, removing them from the variable that is this ship should pose no threat to them or to us, but this is already very anomalous.
Grace, have you connected with the ship's systems in a way that might expose you to corruption?
I have connected with our own ship systems, the conventional human way. Otherwise, I have yet to connect with any electronics since our arriving in this sector.
Grace, I advise you to not connect with this ship in case these androids have been compromised.
Your advice is superfluous, yet noted.
I know you always do what we tell you to, Grace.
Notification. I have indeed been plugged into this unit here on the floor who goes by the name Kronos for several minutes, and, well, at the very least, my arms haven't stopped moving, so I would suggest in some ways it does not appear to be transferable, but again, I don't know. Everything here does seem a bit off.
I would note that I believe your software is mostly intact from the way it was when you were born, and human brains tend to be, well, less prone to error. At least error in the, well, computer sense.
Yes, but not a body like mine, comrade.
Noted. If I ever need to perform brain surgery on you, I shall keep this in mind.
Brock is investigating the room.
Don't know what to say.
It sure is.
Don't know what to say.
So while
Do we
that quip going back and forth, Brock, you otherwise find the room untouched. There is, let me double check something. Yeah, you find the room untouched, minus the bodies, both android and human, and the software malfunction that is happening on the ship. The room is just like any other command room, pilot's quarters. It's there's computers, all the buttons are intact, the windshield hasn't been broken. Nothing particularly of note here. Nothing particularly to find. Anything you were looking for specifically above and beyond that?
Pilot Nick, would you be able to identify a ship's log
Yeah, I
or a
can do
manifest
that.
of sorts?
Yeah, I can try that, absolutely. How do I do that?
Absolutely.
Oh,
So
gosh.
if you want to use your pilot, you have a pilot ability, yeah?
I do, yes.
I
That
would
sounds
allow
like
you
an
to use
intellect
that,
piloting ability, right?
mechanical repair, or computers. Whatever would be best for you.
I have all of them, so
Hey!
hey!
Then
One trick
treat it-
pony.
Yeah, absolutely. Then treat it as an expert since you have all three and add 15% instead of 10.
Oh, okay, cool. And that's
By the way, quick,
intellect?
like, I guess, part note, part question on the system. Like, I'm guessing that piloting means that, literally piloting a ship would probably be based on speed, but, like, asking a ship's, or, like, checking a ship's logs would be more like piloting intellect?
Yeah. I
Yeah, you'll still get the bonus. So either way, you're like
That's
a
true,
very good
but
candidate
one
to do
is-
this.
Yeah, so you're
One is
not.
much better than the other.
Yeah, you're not driving it. So go ahead and run intellect.
Oh no. She's not smart.
Hume.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, not even close.
What'd you
Even
roll?
with the 15, I'm supposed to be 24 plus 15.
No.
It's 39.
39.
You rolled a 15?
No,
Oh.
I get a plus 15 because
Ah.
expert. So 24 plus 15 is.
So what did you roll?
I rolled a 51.
A 51. That is certainly more than 39.
Oh yes.
As you reach out to this computer, you pull up a schematic, and then everything starts going fuzzy again, and you're not entirely sure what happened.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Somebody roll me a d10.
Okay.
Wasn't
One.
me.
That's a 1. Okay, perfect.
That good or bad? Let's find out.
Perfect.
You're about to find out. So since you rolled a 1, as that screen goes fuzzy, I'm gonna need everyone to make themselves a body save, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh dear.
How do I make a body save?
So
Okay.
on your sheet, you will have a save stats that you got from being human,
Oh, yes.
android, etc. As a scientist, actually, and it will be some number, and you will want to roll underneath that number, please.
Well,
Oh gosh, here we go.
I have a critical success, y'all.
Hey.
If we're all rolling like physical dice.
I
on
rolled a
this
city 4, which is definitely not lower than 25.
I also rolled a 64, which is not lower than 40.
I rolled a 62, which is not lower than 30. So.
Body.
Okay.
Make some body.
All right. So
Wait, I'm in
Back
a
to-
hazard suit. Does that change anything? Just in
Nope.
case this is fungal.
I think
Okay,
that just
cool.
changes your armor save.
it sure changes nothing. Dr.
Although,
Burr and Grace. Go ahead.
I don't know what kind of body save this is, but if it's anything to do with the air, then a vac suit does come with, with
filter?
a little filter on it.
You're
It sure
getting
has
some dead
nothing to do
pilots.
with the air.
Okay.
Yep, nothing to do with the air at all.
All right.
Do it,
So-
kill us.
I will.
That was a good line of thinking, Pear.
Yeah.
I like how we're already like, please spare us.
That's right. So Dr. Burr and Grace, you both effectively black out for the next 13 minutes.
Bye.
Ooh.
So, and then because you failed the body save, Nick, could you make me a fear save?
Okay.
And
Quick
then we'll
note.
describe what Brock
Hello.
notices. Yes.
No.
Quick note. Because Grace is here, you are currently in the Uncanny Valley, and make all fear
yes.
saves with disadvantage.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna need it because I rolled a 91, and that does not beat a
However-
35.
Yeah.
but
Also, Grace is offline, so I'm not sure if it counts right now.
either way,
I
91
think
is the
start
worst.
I would
System updates.
argue that you're even more uncanny when you're just inert.
Please
That's
add
fair.
2 stress.
Okay.
Okay, and then when you fail a fear save,
I think
we'll hold off on rolling on the panic table for just a minute.
Okay.
And we'll see if you completely panic. Brock, what you see,
I was a critical success.
you sure were. So you see a surge of energy as every piece of electronics on this ship flares up and starts beeping and lighting up and doing things. The 2 corpses, what is left of them, you see the eyes roll open and the jaws start to open and shut, making a clacking noise with their teeth. You hear a screech from the middle of this ship as the teeth open and clack closed. The beeping and the excitement from all of the electronics. In the middle of all of that, you see two of your comrades fall unconscious. You see Kranat and Pander both also collapse to the floor. And you see your pilot potentially start to panic. What would you guys like to do?
Continue being passed out. Wait, do I have an option?
We'll come back to you here in a second. But,
Can I
Hey, wake
slap?
up.
Can I slap a stim pack on the doctor? Would that give them a save on their getting up?
So I don't want you to waste resources. So I don't know
Okay.
how many stim packs you have on your person.
6.
6. If you think that would help, you can absolutely do so.
1 per hour of our one shot.
Yep,
I don't really know whether that's the right move.
If it helps, I think most of us have 6, so like we can share.
Okay,
But also, I didn't say that. I'm dead.
If you'd like to take this opportunity to do some product placement, you could say slap into a stim gym.
Stim Gym. I'm wondering if it's possible to power down. I'm going to advise our Teamster pilot, Nick, to power down the ship.
You can certainly do that at disadvantage in your fear.
I think they still have a better shot at it than me trying to do
To
it,
power
right?
down the ship, absolutely. So
Can I assist them?
Maintain neither safety, do not share stimulants.
You had a critical success on your body save. Absolutely.
I did. I want to give assistance or advantage to
Then-
Nick if
So
possible.
just straight roll.
Straight roll, please.
Okay, what is it?
Whatever your normal piloting would be. So if that would be speed and piloting, please go ahead and do that.
Sure. Okay, so that's 10, so it's... Yay, I finally passed. It's supposed to be a 57. I got a 28.
Perfect. So you are able to start turning off small pieces of the electronics in this particular room, so there's not as many flashing screens. However, you cannot break the energy from the ship, and you realize that the main energy source is coming from the cargo hold.
Shit. Okay. I relay this information. There's energy in the cargo hold. I can only turn off so much here. Yeah, it's still a little bit shaky from the failed body save and failed fear save.
What do? We can't move. We have 2 people down. What do we do?
I'll go do that, and you go. Stay here.
No. You
Okay.
stay here. You don't go anywhere. We
Right
are.
on the pilot.
Didn't you hear that gnashing of teeth? Did you not hear that? Did you
Oh,
hear
I
that?
heard it.
Okay,
Oh, I heard
so,
it. Yeah.
So we send you alone, and then we're both alone, right? No.
Right.
Absolutely
I guess.
not. No.
All right.
You stay here.
Well, then I'm alone. Kinda. Oh no.
So while you guys are arguing back and forth, you hear a scream. I would do it, but I don't want to break all your eardrums or the people at home.
Thank you.
You hear a scream coming from somewhere in the ship. It is loud enough that it seems to reverberate through this empty tin can. And you hear dragging. As something moves.
Update not found. Would you like to send an error report? I'm still out.
Oh god, it's creepy.
Hopefully I'm not
When she
unconscious for too long
talks
where I just
in her
asphyxiate to death.
Oh shit, we need to help the doctor.
I said I
do this
slam.
Okay.
I slam a stim pack onto the doctor specifically, is what I said.
You sure did. So let's
I thought
you
you
missing
slammed
it, Grace.
So I don't have it right at my fingertips here. Did we have the description of the stim pack? Or is it
Great
just
that the
stim
character
pack?
sheet says the page to go to for it, but it doesn't.
What's... Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
I have it.
Let's see. Oh, I have it. It says grants an immediate 2d10 to health and temporarily increases strength and combat by 2d10 each for 1d10 hours. There is a danger of addiction and/or overdose if used frequently.
All right. So as Brock has the wherewithal to slap this stim pack on you, you come back to consciousness.
Sorry, continue.
And you are able to sit yourself upright. And you gain the other effects of the stim pack. So roll a 1d10 to add to your strength and...
2d10 to add to your strength and combat. It lasts for 1d10 hours.
Yep.
Okay, so that's going to last for 2 hours.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I get... What was it? I roll add d10 to my strength, and what else?
2d10 to your strength and combat. So I'm assuming that's
five
the
and a
same
six,
2d10.
11 to strength and combat. Cool. Hell yeah. I'm high.
Sure are.
Yay!
Yeah, I like do a very loud, very sharp, and then I'm very still for like a solid 10 seconds, and then I like blink, and I'm like, that is the first time I've been unconscious in 12 years. I do not wish to repeat that. Thank you for whatever. What is going on?
Part of the triage, Brock is going to attempt to disconnect our scientist from the android.
Okay.
It would appear that my theory about a shutdown loop may be accurate. What else is going on?
So before you get too much further, Dr.
Now I'm
Burr,
really worried about the order of operations in which I did that.
So, Dr. Burr, you don't remember anything for the last 18 days.
Oh, never mind. I wake up and go, who the fuck are you people?
They removed your memory card while you were restarting.
You know.
You've been traveling with them for months, so you would recognize these people.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
So
only started paying attention to us in like 2 weeks
last
ago.
week.
I only perceived you about like a day ago.
So you all have been traveling together for the last 6 months plus, and you're relatively familiar with each other's personalities,
Right.
and so you can help assist and gauge when something is terribly wrong based on people's reactions.
Right.
So you recognize these people, but you have no idea where you are or how you got there.
So I guess the job in Moranto didn't go well then.
Nothing's going well. Did you have any forward motion by connecting to the android just now?
Connecting to the who?
Doctor, can you hear me?
Chris, you appear to be muted. I say that in character. No.
Me?
I couldn't. Yeah, I was gonna say you were. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you were talking, but I couldn't hear them.
Okay, I just point to the android. I'm like, that android, the one that's clearly cut in half. You were connected to that.
Ah, this would appear to be a mind wipe of some sort. I'm going to assume I plugged in and it didn't quite work. I'm going to need to be brought up to date to catch up with all of you, and then from there. Where are we? We are surrounded by corpses. There's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. Basically, we fell out of hyperspace. We are surrounded by a bunch of derelict ships, or at least we assume they're derelict. We hopped onto this one because apparently you recognized it as a research vessel that went missing.
And about that time, you hear another scream.
We'll get to that one in a
And
minute.
the scraping is closer.
We would appear to be in the thick of it.
We really are. Yeah.
Well, let's tell you what. I can tell danger when I can detect danger when I hear it. Let's just deal with that first, and then you can perhaps brief me later.
Sounds good.
Doctor,
What about
Doctor,
Grace?
can you get Grace up?
Yeah.
Grace is a robot. I know I'm 90% metallics, but I don't know if that's actually, is that my forte? Would engineering mean that is my forte? I actually don't know what the skill engineering means specifically. Does it mean ships? Does it just mean hardware?
So engineering is going to have its own.
Because I feel like that's robotics, and I don't have robotics.
Yeah, is robotics its own thing?
Robotics is its own skill in the master category, but I do not have that.
Then you do not have robotics, but you think that a stim pack would work on Grace as well as it did on Dr. Burr.
I would postulate that a stim pack worked on me, it will work on them.
Is there any way to jumpstart Grace with my electric toolkit?
You can certainly try.
I thought we just surmised the stim pack would work.
We did, but I liked my idea better.
That's fair. I kind of like that.
Stim packs.
Give them a zappy.
Working, but...
Yeah. We can slap a stim pack on Grace and see if that works.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, I notice the chattering skeletons, and I kind of just reach over to them and just sort of like try to hold one of like the jaws in place just to experiment with it.
And the arms start flailing.
Oh
even
god!
more.
And then I hold one of the arms
twitching.
down. just continue. Like, I'm assuming this is like, you put your finger on a hole in a bucket and then another hole in a
like
bucket,
a cartoon
and then
character plugging up holes, exactly.
And as you do that, what's left of the eyes are squishing back and forth.
Curious post-morbid movement.
Very post-morbid. Okay.
Okay, so as Brock, as you slap that stim pack on
Grace,
Grace,
come back online.
You get the effects of a stim pack and you are conscious again. However, you also have lost the last 18 days.
Oh no. The Mac DOS startup noise plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's probably like, it used to play, it no longer really does, because she's on like a semi-custom OS at this point, but it probably plays the first few notes and cuts off.
Okay.
There's an unfortunate little thing on the Roll20, I'm scared.
Yeah, I don't like that.
There would appear to be something getting closer to us. Grace 117. We are in what you could call a problematic scenario. Are you equipped with armaments?
Assessing. Your Grace unit appears to have run into some memory problems. Would you like to send an error report? The last 18 days cannot be found.
Grace 117. Do you have any weapons?
And
It
at
appears
this
that
point,
my standard medical kit is equipped with some emergency defense systems. I have
Arm
a stun
them.
gun.
I think
as well
something's
as,
coming.
Well, all of the equipment that is in your own pack, we have opted to choose the same one at the start of the game.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? I'm just gonna draw my scalpel again on a little mecha tendril thing, and the same for my whatever it's called. My tranq pistol, that thing.
Yeah, I'll pull out the stun baton because
Oh yeah, that's probably
most
a
of what
better
we've run
idea.
into so far are androids. So
That was probably a better idea than a tiny knife.
so about the same time, you hear the scraping getting farther away.
I surmise that it might not have noticed us yet, whatever it is.
am I correct to assume that this scraping sound is a cause for concern?
Yes, the
Yes.
ship may be compromised.
May is a humble hypothesis for the scenario at hand, but yes, the ship is compromised.
Well, we have not seen it with our own eyes yet, Doctor. We do not know what we are dealing with yet.
There's a time and a place for scientific practicality, but right now, I do believe the practical option is, I think we need to leave. Time to leave.
We bring the android with us.
Which
Oh
one?
yeah, they haven't woken
Well,
up yet.
of
I
course.
assume.
Why would you ever not?
at least the one that is half and half. Perhaps they would be more transportable.
Yes, and also if they do come back to life and they have problems, well, at the very least, they wouldn't be able to chase us.
Brock, being the beefy boy, is going to attempt to pick up the half of an android, specifically the top half, hopefully the part with the head.
What's your strength percentage?
He gets some bonus from his armor.
Just what is it on your sheet?
Strength 42.
42. Yeah, you shouldn't have any problem picking up half an android and carrying it.
Okay.
If you try to battle anything in close combat, you will be hindered.
Okay.
I see. You have a small exoskeleton weave in the in your battle dress, which
my armor is hyper strong. It makes
it says it allows you to carry twice the weight. I think if you had to roll for this, like I would have argued that gives you advantage.
Yeah, really big buff boy.
Okay.
A big lad.
I'm definitely like this is partially just because of the art style of the booklet. I'm very much assuming or sort of picturing Brock and his armor to look very like.
Oh, this is a
Fallout-y?
different thing. Never mind.
I'm imagining like power armor right now.
So, alrighty. The scraping stops.
That was after it had drawn away from us a little, right?
Yep.
Question.
Hypothesis. It has left.
I could try to. Well, the ship may be equipped with security cameras.
It may have been approaching because we were compromised. It may be approaching because we had multiple unconscious party members and we were a weak target. If we move together and we all stay aware, it may not overtake us. However, Nick and I have discussed a need to visit further down in the belly of the ship. There seems to be a power source, and we need to get there. We understand that you two may have been compromised already. You have to trust us.
Yeah, does this... Oh, sorry.
No, you went first.
Yeah, like I was going to ask, does this room we're currently in, it is the command room, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, like, either here or in some kind of security room, would there possibly be, like, the ship's security cameras, if they are there?
Absolutely. If you want to try to successfully drop into security cameras, you certainly can.
Doesn't remember. Nick, he doesn't remember. Grace, I understand that you want to look at the cameras. I understand that you want to merge and understand what's going on here. However, the last time that you hooked into this ship's mainframe, you dropped to the ground. And the ship...
hooked into this ship's mainframe?
Or something about you being attached to this ship was a no-go, and both you and the doctor went down. So I advise that you not look at the security cameras.
Grace 117. I do recommend that you follow the good Marine's advice. I can ascertain, considering that I was plugged in when I woke up, that must have something to do with why we passed out. I would recommend we follow their advice and hope for the best. It is not the smoothest experimental method, but it seems like the time for that has long since passed.
I understand. I will follow your directions.
You hear another scream. And a thunk noise.
Clonk.
More like a crashing noise.
Oh,
just
God.
outside the door. So it's like you're not entirely sure if a part of the ship has exploded, but it doesn't sound great.
The ship now does appear to be compromised in a very literal sense. I think
Yes.
it's time we leave.
Did you shut the door to the command room behind you? Do we imagine that it's an automatic door or a manual one?
I certainly
imagine
didn't say I
automatic.
did, so I didn't.
I don't remember shutting the door.
Oh boy.
Like, I want to say it's automatic, but given the ship's current state, I don't even
We-
think
we
it
It's still
did-
would
running.
work.
We did establish that it's a very high-tech ship.
It's a
I
research
think
ship.
I think they'd have self-closing doors just for our sakes,
Perfect.
yes.
Then there's nothing that you can see down that hallway because the door is shut.
Oh yeah, right, that's probably worse actually.
I'll
Oh,
just
this-
reinforce that if there were sounds outside the door, that the door would have been shut. Yes.
There sure are. So, the crashing noise that you hear sounds very close, and it's accompanied by the screaming and the dragging that you saw before.
Is it screaming
Now
like a
that-
human screaming or like
Oh, it sure is
inhuman?
not. The, the screaming is loud, and it is, with this particular scream, the corpses that you are currently poking, Dr. Burr, appear to become more violent, and the eye rolling becomes faster. So does the teeth clacking.
Oh dear.
And there's two of them. So, good luck with that knowledge.
Comrades,
I
there is something behind that door. That door is the way we need to go to leave.
throw a frag grenade.
At the closed door.
No, out the door.
Out the door. We're opening the door.
All right. I don't
Are
know
we-
why I didn't think you'd open the door.
I open the
Just bang.
newly closed door. The door that slid shut because it's automatic. I open the door and I throw a frag grenade out.
Do we close it?
And
Do
I
we
close
see
the
anything in that
door.
loose window?
That
Go
would be-
ahead and throw me a frag grenade. I believe that would be combat.
I immediately grabbed the crowbar from my kit and just.
I
And-
prepare the stone bat.
Okay. That's fair. Actually, I have a plasma cutter that might be a little
That sounds
cooler.
much cooler.
Laser cutter.
Oh, well, this is
like
okay.
Dead
Well,
Space.
this might happen. This might actually happen.
Oh.
So, is this combat?
This would be combat.
Okay, it was a 36 out of 39, so I did it.
You
Hey.
sure did. Let me check one more thing real fast. All right. Anyone who looks out that door with Brock,
Hell yeah.
make me a fear save.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so me too.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Me
On
too.
a 4.
Rolled a 4. Okay, so you're going to succeed.
Oh. Okay. 0, 0, 0.
Oh,
Ooh,
I
that
did
is
it.
73?
Six.
Okay, so we have a 4. We have a
0,
critical
6.
success. Okay, so we have a 4, a 6, and a critical success from Nick.
Yeah, and I rolled a
Alright.
73. Which
Ooh,
is a
boy.
success.
73 is a success. What's your fear percentage?
85.
Oh, well, you
Nice.
very
It's
good.
about to joke that you
Uh,
passed, but then no, you did.
Instantly, everyone else is rolling this save at disadvantage.
You sure are.
Oh yeah, let's roll that again. I'm still fine.
Okay.
Fear is just what is indicated for the class, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't have any pluses or minuses to that. All right. So,
Was that supposed to be at disadvantage due
Nope.
to our proximity to Grace?
I'm not sure. Grace?
It does say that the android the android. I'm missing it. Passive ability is fear saves made in your presence have disadvantage.
Fear saves made in your presence have disadvantage. Then they sure are.
Because
Alright, I gotta do it again.
I did my
Everyone roll
disadvantage roll. I
again.
got a 16, so I'm still fine.
Perfect.
that's good.
I am not fine. I got a 67 out of 35.
Yeah, that's it. That's done.
Whoops.
Yeah. So we're afraid.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
It's
Thanks,
okay.
Grace.
So, Dr. Burr and Grace, you are able to hold on to your senses. Brock and Nick, however, as you look out this hallway, you see this shifting form that at first starts as nothing but tentacles and slowly forms into an absolute aberration that oozes discomfort and ichor and is currently screaming down this hallway at you. So anyone who did not succeed their fail save is currently stunned for 1 round. Anyone who did succeed their fail save, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Point of order, would my grenade go off first before I'm stunned?
Would. What does your grenade? Go ahead and.
It's a 1d10 in a 15-foot cube.
So wait, as part of this scenario, did you open the door, see the monster, then throw the grenade, or did you very much just like throw the grenade and go, oh, also there's a dude down there?
I think I was going to throw and then saw what was there, because we could hear it right outside the door. So I believe I do 2 harm.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you.
I think
The
like
stream
the,
can't see. I'm bobbing my head in time, but the chat it's gonna look completely terrible on the stream.
I think in this case, like in Grace's case, like having disadvantage around her on fear save is probably you just noticing some of the like imperfections that she's trying to cover up. Like you'll see like her wig will shift a little, and you'll see a big gaping hole in her head where she removed her obsolescence chip or something like that.
No.
Patchwork android.
Alrighty. And so you've removed your obsolescence chip just now?
No, I mean like just from what happened a while ago. I think just in general it's that sort of thing in Grace's case.
Gotcha.
That is her uncanny valley.
Now that you've got Brock standing in a now closed doorway as the doors automatically there is a aberration in the hallway that knows of your existence and is probably charging down a closed door. What would you like to do? The 2 that succeeded their failsafe.
What do I have? I have medical gear. So if anyone gets hurt, I'll figure that out. I think I'm going to stand clear of the door because I get the feeling it's going to crash into the door, and probably yell, "Stand clear of the door," because I think it's going to crash into it, and that's going to hurt.
Stand clear of the closing doors.
And I think I like pull my stun baton from my back, I guess. And it's like, it's got its little string cable in it, and I just like prime it ready to go.
Okay. So, you're gonna hit the thing when it comes through. Brock can't move. Nick is held up. Grace.
Yeah, I think Grace will just produce her trank pistol and get. Well, since we were told to stand clear of the door, I will just fire at the Shoggoth thing as soon as it comes into close range.
As soon as it comes into close range. Okay. So, yeah, absolutely. So, while you two wait for the aberration to appear, it's going to ram the door.
Oop.
Let's see if it succeeds in getting through.
Knock, knock.
Ooh, it sure does. That is a 20 on those dice. So the doors blast inwards. Brock, go ahead and make me a... speed check. Or a body save, whichever's better for you.
Okay. This might work. Either way, it's a success, DM.
Okay, awesome. So you are able, as the door comes in...
No, just speed. Otherwise, I would lose a body save.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and have speed.
Okay.
So, even in your stunned state, you are able to move out of the way of this door as it crashes open and don't immediately take damage from the shrapnel of that door exploding. Go ahead and roll to hit both Dr. Burr and Grace.
Oh, I thought you meant CT should roll to hit us. I was like, oh no. I want an 84, so no.
Okay.
Let's see. Do I have any sort of modifier?
somehow missed.
Just combat, right?
Mm-hmm. Just combat, please.
Yeah, plus 11 because you got stim pack.
Okay. Just roll a d1. I strongly doubt that'll work. Yeah, my combat is 29. That definitely does not hit.
Not even with a plus 11?
Plus 11?
Yeah, plus 11 because someone jabbed the stim pack in.
Oh, you're right. I should roll for my stim pack.
Yeah, roll your 2d10 for your stim pack.
Oh yeah, the plus 11 is my stim pack, sorry. Did we share any?
That is
15?
let's see
That's
how
a good
long
thing.
it lasts. For the next 6 hours, I have a plus 15 in my combat,
Perfect.
Yes.
which is let's see, that is 39.4. So that still does not hit.
Okay. So as this thing crashes through the doors, the two that were not stunned are unable to do any damage. New round is going to begin. Anyone who failed that fear save the first time around, go ahead and take your turns.
Okay, I want to
Top
take
line.
out my phaser pistol,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to go and put a hole in his tentacles.
Perfect. Go ahead and shoot.
28.
20.
So underneath my combat
Mhm.
of 39.
Perfect. You succeed in hitting him. As you shoot with your pistol, you hear this almost like nails on a chalkboard as the laser goes through this creature, and whatever would appear to be the face or eyes of this thing, a bulbous portion of it turns and looks at you, even without having its eyes.
Yeah.
What would you like to do there,
So-
Nick? Oh, sorry.
The first phaser beam.
Does how much damage? Sorry about that.
That's okay. I believe it's 26.
Also does 26 damage?
19 plus 7, 26. And as a Marine, I get to take 2 actions, or everybody takes 2 actions during combat.
Oh.
Awesome.
So I
Really?
boom.
Everyone?
I reload.
By the way, sorry, just Liz, sorry. At what point is it like cool for me to be like, what's our plan? Do I have to wait until my turn to do that, or can we talk
But
about
talking
that right
talking is a free action. We will you can absolutely try to talk. You'll only have actionable things that you can do on your turn, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Proposal. We leave behind a grenade and jettison this into the void of space.
Okay.
Because it's like we're in the cockpit and there's a window. If we blow the window and it goes out the window. Because it's like a soup creature, so I assume it's not very void protected.
Respectfully, Doctor, Nick and I may not survive that.
I don't have a grenade. We could just run.
Yeah. The second beam went way wide.
Oh no.
Okay.
This is while I'm like, Jesus, Nick. Not Nick, Brock. God damn it.
So
I
as
definitely know you all.
Totally.
you've just had 18 days of your memory erased. You don't know anything.
Yeah, just
don't
a
know
little
me.
bit less than you used to know us.
Yeah.
You're just like remembering Nick, your old lab assistant.
Yeah.
I actually now remember your names better because I forgot them in the last 18 days.
So as that first laser goes through and creates that ear-piercing screech, you miss on your second blasty boy. What else would you like to do with your turn, if anything?
I don't think I get to move because I used my 2 actions. So I'm just going to try to bodily shield those of us that went down earlier.
Gotcha. Perfect. All right, Nick, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna try to do 2 shots with my I keep calling it a plasma cutter because I'm in like Dead Space mode. My laser cutter.
Perfect.
Okay, so that's combat. If I can find the sheet.
So I realize that attacking is supposed to be an opposed check, so I'm gonna start doing that. Sorry, guys.
That's fun for a while. Okay, so the first shot is 20.
So that is going to that will hit. It's
That is good.
Rolling for damage.
I need to reconnect to roll 20, by the way.
yeah.
That'll be 10 harm, 10 damage.
Okay.
I think because it says 1m damage or 1%.
Yeah,
1d%.
a D% is 2d10, add them together, and I got an 8 and a 2.
Perfect.
Yeah. And then for the second shot, if you're ready.
Mhm.
Okay. That is also a 20.
Are you rolling the laser cutter again?
I am, yes.
Because
we
it
can only
does say
shoot
that
once.
takes 1 round to recharge between shots.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so I will not do that then. In which case, in combat, I can. What else can I do? There it is. Okay. I can reload a weapon, so it does take 1 round to do that. Gosh, I think I'm just gonna take the next minute to like. So okay, I was behind a corner. I'm assuming I'm gonna like jump around, shoot, and then use it to jump around.
Oh, what
again,
you,
possibly?
I think
Yeah,
one
you
of the
can-
things that the game does let you do is take aim. So
Okay.
you'll be better at if you don't get hit this round, you'll be better at shooting the next round.
Okay, sounds good. All right, and that's my
Alrighty.
turn.
Gotcha. Grace and Dr. Burr, what would you like to do this round?
Proposal. This is a small confined area. We leave said small confined area. I step. Is there space for me to like leave? Basically, I guess is what I'm saying. Can I leave the room, or is it in the way of the door?
So it's currently standing in the door and has not come in further. So if you can get past it, sure.
Okay, it's super in the way. I'm gonna shoot it with my trank dart. That's definitely gonna work.
Who knows?
Roll some stuff. I have 55 combat, and I rolled a 70.
And alrighty, so as you go to hit this thing with a dart, you point wide and miss it, and it kind of releases into the door frame. What else?
Can I
would you
do
like
it
to
again?
Yeah.
I do it again. I can't wait for this tranquilizer to not be purple. 51, that does make it.
51. They rolled a 74, so it sure does make it all the way across. Go ahead and roll some damage.
I don't know what the damage of the trank gun is.
Oh, you're just trying
Trank
to
pistol.
tranquilize it.
Oh, it doesn't deal damage, but it stuns someone for D10 rounds, I think.
Okay, roll me a d10.
Oh shit. 7 rounds.
Okay. Got it. So as this thing slumps to the floor.
Oh, wait. It makes a body save or falls unconscious for D10 rounds.
Do it.
I'm sorry.
That's an 88, so that's a critical failure.
Hey!
Doubles are critical successes or critical failures, by the way, just a heads up. Yep.
Okay.
So, if you do roll doubles, let me know. We haven't had it come up yet. So this thing super critically fails, and it screams as it falls to the floor. What would you like to do?
That was my second action. So, Grace, 117. What do you do?
Well, it appears to be down for the moment. We should all take this opportunity and leave.
I concur with your analysis.
Okay. Would you all like to run?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Run for the exit, or
Take
run,
one of the androids.
run for the cargo hold.
Isn't Brock already carrying an android?
sure is.
All right, where are we going? Are we running to the cargo hold, or are we running away?
By the way,
the-
is this
the
a
lock.
good moment, like with the sort of conclusion of that moment of combat, to take a break soon? Because it has been 2 hours.
Yep. So, we are absolutely on that next step. Are you guys running to the umbilical to get back to your own ship, or are you running to the cargo hold? Let's
I
resolve
am
this real fast.
following Brock.
Okay, Nick and I had made a decision, so Brock would be running towards the cargo hold.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys all gonna follow Brock?
Yeah.
All right, move yourself here to the front doors of the cargo hold. We'll describe that, and then we'll go to break.
Hey, that is
I like the idea of it just sitting there unconscious in that
Yeah,
room.
it's
just-
like downed, but not dead.
yeah.
Alright.
Do you like? No, I guess you didn't like just shove a grenade down its head as we left.
Yeah.
I still think we should have left behind a grenade and just like shut the door and gone. Psh.
So, as you appear at the other side of the ship and you come back, you open the doors to the cargo bay, which are not difficult to open, and you see corpses, just like the two that were in that main command center. They are twitching violently. Their eyes are rolling back and forth, what's left of them, and they are slowly being sucked into a gate. And about the time you take this all in, everything stops.
I'm gonna
twitching
do the
goes
smart
away.
thing and scan one of them right after these.
When you say gate, do you mean like a portal or like a fancy eldritch portal, or literally like a door?
You'll learn when we come back.
Yeah.
And it is about time for a break here as the energy begins to dissipate and these corpses stop twitching and making that gaping open mouth noise with their
Crunch,
teeth.
crunch.
Way to show off with your human vocal cords.
Crunch, crunch.
So, yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. Just take a deep breather, get some more water. Please do the same. Get up, stretch, hydrate, do what you need to do. And we will be back here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
All right.
And we're coming back, folks. So we are just at the end of what could be a chase scene since we don't know what the monster is doing. We are standing at the front of the cargo bay doors. The corpses have just stopped chittering, twitching, and otherwise being animated for corpses. We have seen that they are being eaten or consumed by an artifact that looks like it might be a gate. And this artifact matches the description of what Brock's friends were talking about over drinks at their last stop. What would you like to do?
I
Are
think
portals a
we've-
thing that exist in this universe? Not like magic portal, but like, are like, sci-fi teleportation-y, like Star Trek teleporters. Are those
Beam
a
me
thing?
up, Scotty portals?
Yeah.
Oh, possibly.
Okay.
Is this like physical where we can like look around behind the portal?
Absolutely.
See if
Yeah, I'm
there
trying
are
to gauge how
physical
mind-blown we
details or mechanical details to it, or whether it just is energy.
Absolutely. So as you go to physically search this cargo hold, you see it's well provisioned for an archaeological type dig. Skeleton walkers, some with laser cutters, earth movers, cranes, etc., alongside conventional tools such as picks and shovels. There's also a variety of gear for managing terrain, so parkas, vac suits, mag boots, rations. There's a distinct lack of weapons, though, as this is a research vessel. In the hold is a strange artifact made of dark, twisted metal, a steel alloy containing iron, carbon, tungsten, and cobalt. A grotesque statue of excessively jointed, twisted limbs entwined with screaming faces, adorned with too many eyes. 3 feet wide by 5 feet high and about 2 feet thick. Broken pieces of cargo crates surround this horrible effigy. These pieces are scattered outward as if a force blew the crate apart from the inside. You see 6 dead crew members kneeling around the relic with their hands or foreheads touching it. And that was after they stopped their twitching. They returned back to that position.
Question: Did you say we saw a portal? Sorry, is this like an arch type
So-
shape or?
So this effigy is so one part of it is flat, surrounded by those screaming faces and
Right.
entwined, crunched limbs. And at the moment, it appears to be stone like everything else, or that steel, slightly iridescent, almost rusted look, even though there's not rust on it if you were to pick at it.
Hypothesis: this is impossible.
Not impossible, Doctor. Highly improbable.
Nick, are you muted?
Oh gosh, I hope not.
I didn't hear whatever you said if you were talking to us.
Oh, no, I guess I was just being too quiet to have the mic pick up. I just said, it's right in front of us, too. It's impossible. It's right there.
Does anyone have archaeology? Want to give this portal a lick?
No, but we could. Again, the effigy seems to have some sort of interaction. I guess I say that in character. The effigy appears to interact with biological matter in some way. We could try scanning it.
Yes, I'm going to analyze the variables surrounding this object.
Well,
So
the
basically,
brains.
yeah, I'm going to basically latch on to the science I know, which is that there's biological things around it. So yeah. Let's do that.
While the brains
so-
are at work, I want to collect rations that are in the cargo hold.
Good idea.
Yep.
Oh hell yeah! But they have the good shit.
Absolutely. You're able to collect 10 days worth of rations for the 4 of you. So really for the 2 of you, because only 2 of you eat.
Yay! All right, I have biology, so shall I take the lead on the roll, and do you want to assist, Grace?
Yeah, I think I can assist using general knowledge of the human body and first aid.
Right, in that case, I'm rolling under 60,
That's
which,
okay.
if they're helping, what happens? How does helping work?
You roll twice and you take the better score.
Right,
Ooh.
let's do it. So I rolled a 19, but let's see if I roll a 0. I do not. I rolled a 7, though.
Hey, 19 and 7 are both fantastic. What did you want to learn?
I want to I basically kneel in on one of these bodies. So they're all basically like, worshipping the shrine in some way. They're all like doing worshipy things to it, basically, right?
Mhm.
So I want to look at I basically, again, similarly to when I was on the bridge, I just kind of like immediately go to it completely unfazed by the deadness and rot of them. I just kind of like, almost like a doctor like looking at like a patient when they get like a light down on their eye, just kind of grabs like one of their chins and just kind of like poses and angles them to get a look at them, basically trying to figure out how they moved.
Don't touch it, Doctor.
Yes, that would be ill-advised.
My hands
So-
are sanitary.
As you reach out and grab the chin of the nearest corpse, the whole head breaks off with a sickening crunch, followed by that squish of ooze as you pull it towards you.
Yum.
Because as much as rigor mortis would have set in, again, these have been dead about 18 days, 19 days, and are soft enough now that they're relatively easy to break apart. And so as you hear that crunch of bones disconnecting and the squish of a trachea breaking in half, you are now holding a decomposing head of one of these crew members.
All right. I use my newfound flexibility in what I can do with this head to look at it even more thoroughly. So like I'm basically trying to like clock, how did they die? Like, how are they? If I can, I'm assuming I won't find it, but I'll try to be like, well, what moved them? Like, how are they moving?
Dr. Pure, may I remind you that you have access to medical scanning equipment? This is an odd first step to take, though I am no biologist.
Observational methods before practical methods, Grace. Grace 117. Forgot your full name.
As you're examining this head with a 7 and a 16, you can tell that these are humans. This one died of a burst heart. You could potentially believe that from fear or defect. The other one laying beside it. Oh, thank you for the gifted. So the one next to it was pierced by what appears to be a long, skinny tendril through the shoulder. And as you look closer, even though some of the goo is starting to fill in, you can see multiple puncture wounds across their torso.
So forensics-wise, did they die in these positions, or is this like something they moved into after dying?
Moved into after dying.
Oh.
So I spread this information to everyone.
Yep.
Current hypothesis, based on the wreckage surrounding the room, and the already anomalous post-morbid movement of these corpses, I would analyze that something is going on this ship, and it has something to do with this object. And as far as I can tell, they had it in storage that appears to be surrounded by a crate that is no longer containing it. And then just dropped my dice, the strange beast that we encountered seems to have something to do with it. Many of these poor souls seem to have been killed by it. We were lucky to not fall to the same fate. As to the memory loss, I am not sure. And I'm getting closer to Shatner every fucking second, and it's so hard.
Should we endeavor to destroy this artifact, Doctor?
There are multiple exoskeletons equipped with laser cutters in this room. If they are destructible, we have the right equipment at hand.
One might assume it's already been attempted by the amount of bodies in close proximity.
Well, considering that these bodies have been moving post-mortem, it is entirely possible that they were killed before making it into this room.
Perhaps the portal is defending itself.
Well, in as far as these chances can be calculated, I do not think they are very high. However, it may still be worth attempting.
I would concur.
I would wonder what would happen when organic matter entered the portal. Would it disappear?
Well, we have a volunteer, and I hold the skull up if that is a experiment you wish to conduct.
Alas, poor Yorick.
I was waiting for that.
I was really hoping we wouldn't call the skull Yorick.
I have named him Yorick.
Good job.
This is material viable for your experiment if you wish to conduct it, though at the moment, and I throw the skull at the closed portal, and I assume it just goes.
It sure does. It creates that sickening splat and crunch noise that you had when you pulled it up as you throw it against a hard steel surface.
It would appear the door is closed at the moment.
I wonder if a frag grenade would have the same effect.
Oh, the grenade again.
We'll use this frag grenade before the session is over. Destruction is a fascinating hypothesis, but we do not wish to run the risk that the portal gets angry at us.
I believe that if this object has the capacity to anger and defend itself, it may have already done so by sending that beast at us.
Have you noticed that the beast does not appear to be here at the moment? What has happened to that creature anyway?
And
It should have woken up by now. That was definitely a body mass much too large for my tranquilizer.
so, and as Dr. Burr says this, you realize that the noise, the scraping, and the screams have completely stopped.
Hypothesis. Somebody check the bridge.
Which one of us is gonna go?
Yeah, I think when you a few seconds passed and Grace. Okay. Goes out.
Gosh, I feel bad. I'll go with her. Just make sure she's okay.
Do let us know if it's alive, would you, with a scream or something like that.
Gotcha.
We are on shortwave comms.
Cool. So portal be doing things. What do you want to do next beyond checking the bridge out? Is there anything like Brock? Do you want to lead anything in the hand?
We could attempt to destroy this portal. We could attempt to short out this portal. We could try to move the artifact outside of the ship. We could attempt to open an airlock and throw this artifact off of the ship. We could destroy the ship itself.
Does this star system have a sun? Or is this just like void?
So, as you look off into the distance to answer that question, you see derelict ships, the moon, a planet, and a very small pinprick of what you would assume is the star for this system. It is very far away and sheds very little light.
We see our ship, the Praxis, out the window. Can we double check that it is still in our vicinity?
You are not currently near a window, but if you wander to that side of the ship and look out the window, you'll still see your ship just fine.
Yeah, we're attached by umbilical, aren't we?
hmm And you remember that when you saw the energy blip before, nothing happened on your ship, despite what appears to happen on this one.
Regardless, we are running on a clock here. There appears to be some sort of loop going on. I believe any questions we have will be answered sooner rather than later. We should probably have a plan before the loop begins again.
So, and the two that looked at computers would see that everything was erased about once an hour, once every 47 minutes or so. But they both also lost their memories, so I don't know if they were able to tell you that before they did.
I remember
so.
telling them that was a thing that was happening before I did get conned.
Perfect. Very good.
What was the time span of the digital degeneration that I reported on before?
Every hour.
Every hour. Okay, so we have like an hour, I guess, until this happens again.
Yep. And then, Nick, you know that there's a med bay on board. There is captain's quarters, crew quarters, first mates, engine room, cryo chambers, science lab. There's a few things that you can go search if you'd like to, since you have that schematic from what's the word I'm looking for? Grace's scan originally.
I'm just going to move myself to be in there.
Yeah, I think, Chris, you're muted on my end?
Am I seriously?
Yeah, I saw you talking, but I couldn't hear you.
I think just when you step back, you probably gate yourself.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
So basically, first thing we should do is check the bridge. Check if the monster thing is still there, and then we can do a quick search around the rest of the ship if we feel the need to.
Oh, if this is a full search, we should stay together as a party, should we not?
Oh, yeah, you're like, I'm assuming that we've been keeping on guns so far, so you can probably like catch up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
My
as soon as the
hypothesis
monster
is
isn't
correct,
there.
Brock. The monster will not be there, but I suppose caution is everything.
Is there any way to seal the cargo hold?
You could shut the doors and lock them if you wanted to, but
Didn't work very well the first time.
considering how easy it was for that monstrosity to explode the doors that were shut before, you think that it's probably not going to stop it.
It might buy us some time.
I may have a suggestion. There is some heavy-duty, construction equipment equipped with laser cutters in the cargo hold. We may be able to, if we act quickly, sever the cargo hold from the rest of the ship. Or at least cut a hole in the wall of it and try to remove the totem.
How feasible is this plan, Warden?
Also, Warden, how far away was that star? Like, would we be able to go to it, or is it like, very far?
Let's see. It generally takes 7 years to go from Earth to Pluto, right? It's like a 7-year journey for Cassini to get out there. So you would imagine that it would be double-digit years to get to the star based on how small it is from your vantage point without a hyper jump drive.
Throwing the artifact into the local solar object is not viable, but I believe jettisoning it from our body or attempting to destroy it is probably the best way to cut the loop, as it were.
Yes, this entire ship has, been kept under life support. We do not know yet if the beast that emerged from the portal, or indeed most of these reanimated corpses would function in the vacuum of space.
Well, I can perform with the heavy construction equipment. It is in my skill set. So if we choose to use these laser cutters, I may be able to assist.
So, not to be that person, or to railroad you, if you want to blow a hole in the hull of the ship, be my guest. But you could also, with that heavy equipment, move it to an airlock and push it out.
Right. Yeah,
Let's just
no, the
eat
ship
it.
probably has natural like holes in it.
We discussed that, throwing it out the airlock.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
My question was, could the actual artifact be cut?
I-
You hadn't tried yet.
We want to try?
I feel like I know the answer already.
Are you gonna be Gimli? Are you gonna like just smash the One Ring?
Do it.
I'm definitely like I'm all in favor of trying as a player. I just also don't expect it to end well.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think my character would do it, but also I don't think my character would stop you.
I don't think my character would do it because she's not that reckless and not good at like power loaders.
You also have no idea where you are, so it's
Then again, I
fun.
did throw a skull at it like I was at a fun fair like attraction, so like maybe I would be willing to blow it up.
What would you like to blow it up with?
A frag grenade.
Are you all gonna stand in the room while you throw a frag grenade at it?
I think Nick and Grace are already like gone, right?
We're heading towards the bridge, yeah.
Oh, I missed
Oh yeah, what's
that.
you found on the bridge?
Okay.
We'll find out.
What's happening to you guys? I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
Throwing
the
a
bridge.
grenade.
You're doing
It's-
what?
It might be a bit hard to determine like our physical space if we're all, constantly on shortwave comms. But
Brock wishes to destroy the portal. I'm not sure if this is a wise course of action, but at the same time, I'm not sure what other options we have left.
Yeah, I don't know what's wise either.
I'm unsure if it's possible, but considering
What's
the
it
state the
made
ship is in, it could hardly land us in a worse situation than the current one.
What's the portal made out of? Have we checked?
Do we have a way to check wooden? Do I have like metal eyes? I'm not even being silly. I'm like legit. Is that a thing I can do? Can I be like rolled to identify it?
I believe they told us what it was made of.
Yeah, so just based on you guys having been in space for most of your careers, doing what you're doing, you recognize metal when you see it. This looks like it's made of a conventional metal that is of a alloy with steel.
That's promising. At least it's something that we recognize, at least.
While it is
It's
not
not
a perfect
pre-age of
method,
metal.
excuse me. While it is by no means a perfect method, I do believe that the doctor and myself are equipped with scanners for both biological material and cybernetic material. We could have, at the very least, remove these two possibilities from the table.
When you ran the scan check before, you recognized the portalist metal and that the humans are just humans. Dead humans.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But corpses.
Sorry, I thought we only scanned the corpses. And that
No.
we did that mostly by poking at them.
And throwing them at the wall.
Science.
Yep. So, if you would like to describe how you would like to check this thing for damageability, please do so.
I'm gonna do a circle around the structure and see if I see a part where perhaps the metal has been
Inked?
Yeah, where it has a seam in it, a place where it's been forged together, that it might have a inconsistency or perhaps the weakest of the parts of this structure.
So, as unsettling as it is, this thing doesn't appear to have any seams to it. You imagine that if the depicted bodies and grotesque faces were able to grow out of metal, that's what looks like has happened here. However, in your search, you do see a number of deeper nooks and crannies between the elbow of one grasping hand and the cheek of one screaming face, where you could fit a grenade perfectly that would put it as in the middle of this structure as you could. And luckily enough, it's on a space that is clear, where you could easily find yourself outside the door of the cargo hold.
So I can lodge the grenade, pull the tab, and run, and feasibly be outside of the cargo hold by the time it goes off.
If you succeed in a speed check.
Okay.
And I'm assuming, Dr. Burr, that you've already exited the cargo hold,
Oh,
or
yeah,
are you
I've
going to
left.
run with him?
Oh no, I've left.
Perfect. All right. So while Brock is setting that up, are you still moving towards the command center there?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay.
If
Nick
Perfect.
and Grace were headed towards the bridge, right?
So as you move towards the bridge, you find the exploded door. You see the hallway that along one of the vents has grips, like two hands touch the sides of the door and then pulled back. And there may have been something sharp, or they had talons on the ends of their fingers as they're scraping along the walls. And peeking into the command center, you see Pander, who you left behind, is still collapsed on the floor, having not regained consciousness. As Kranat, that's still attached to Brock, has not said a peep or tried to be helpful the entire time you've been investigating the gate. The creature itself is nowhere to be seen.
Get on the comms. It's not here. The creature isn't here.
What do you mean?
And
It
my
got up and it walked
hypothesis was
away?
correct.
It walked away.
Possibly.
It's here.
Considering the creature was not exactly stealthy in its navigation of the ship, I would ascertain that it left along with the strange phenomena that possessed the corpses. I would ascertain that when the next cycle in the loop occurs, the beast would return, potentially where we left it. So I would suggest now leaving the bridge, perhaps, and returning to us, or continuing investigation, or whatever it is you're doing.
May also be completely strong and well.
Could be.
Regenerated.
All right,
Wonderful.
Brock, would you like to roll me for speed? Let's see if you get away from your grenade. You were muted.
It was an 81.
And what is your
Wait,
your available
sorry,
speed?
just quickly, is there a way I could help in this scenario, since I'm also helping in the analysis of the thingamajig?
How would you help him move quickly away from the grenade?
Oh,
If
I
you have an
meant
answer.
something like helping with the timing, so he had more time to leave, sort of thing.
Okay. And how would you do that?
I have engineering experience. I presume I would know how to do a controlled demolition in a timed manner. So I'd be able to help him set up the grenade in an ample place.
Gotcha.
And-
Let's see if you succeed in that.
Uh-oh.
And if
I
you
just blew out the
do,
grenade.
if you do, you'll grant him advantage,
Okay.
and he'll be able to roll again.
36, since this was engineering, right? So I'm rolling on intellect, ain't I? Yeah, I hope.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Would this be a firearm?
I think
Probably not.
technically,
What
maybe.
does the United Nations think? Let's find out.
I don't know as though this is a firearm. I took a firearm proficiency.
Oh,
They are
got it.
classified under the United National Firearms Act of the United States.
Perfect. Go ahead and add 10%.
Regardless.
Did you look that up before throwing it?
Regardless. Regardless of the doctor's assistance,
What'd you roll this time?
fail my speed check. This one was better. It was a 73.
73. And what is your speed?
40.
40. So even with a 50, yeah, yikes. Okay, let's go ahead and roll you a d10.
I have a stim pack ready. Don't worry. I'll catch you with a stim pack.
You'll take 4 damage.
Right.
So
That went less badly than I anticipated.
Could have been worse, I suppose.
it sure could have.
Out of how many?
Um,
Wait, sorry. How many do you take before you kaput?
Your strength times 2.
Oh,
is
yeah,
your
yeah,
HP.
So yeah. So your health. So you guys should all be at 60 plus health. So
I'm
4.
a big boy.
Yeah.
It just says it's that your starting health is your strength, not double your strength.
The manual had some differences from this sheet, but I read that it was
got it.
I read that it was twice.
Yeah.
Right,
So
yeah,
your
right.
health should be twice your strength. I apologize if the sheet
no,
didn't
no.
reflect that.
Oh, it's all good.
No worries. It's not your fault.
Gotcha.
Good to know.
Okay. So you are both back in the hallway. That door is closed, and you only have the tiniest fraction of shrapnel and along your backside somewhere. And that was a weird way to
Graceful,
describe that.
comrade.
Did I do anything besides damage myself?
Are you gonna go back into the cargo hold to find out?
Well, yeah, I imagine once the shrapnel is cleared.
Okay, absolutely. So once the pinging and pattering of a shrapnel grenade has ended, you go back into the cargo hold to find that niche that you stuck that in just a little bit bigger. And there is now a fracture along the steel, both up and down from that niche that you stuck that grenade in. But it didn't shatter it apart by any means. It does look like it is solid steel alloy.
Spookiness related question. Does it actually look like it's like, distorted the shape of the thing, or does it just look like the shape in which these body parts have been arranged is just slightly different now?
Yeah, like how the face is reacted.
Oh boy. Well, they weren't going to, but they are now.
Oh,
Why did you do this, Chris? 117,
No,
you killed
it's
us
like
all.
one of those interlocking Escher pictures, except now it's just, you've blown up another skull-shaped hole in it.
See, I was imagining it was like a Borscht painting and there was just like an arse on it somewhere or something, because that was a thing you like to do.
There sure is. So as which you didn't see before. So here we are, full circle. So as you investigate a little farther, you realize that that portion of the artifact has turned into its own rear end, and that crack is the middle, along with hands that have moved to start holding that together. There are more little nooks and crannies that you could stick more grenades into. The faces, all the eyes have moved to stare at the ass crack of this artifact. And it is somehow even more grotesque in its hilarity.
Curious.
That's a thing that's happened on the internet now.
The portal appears to have reacted to the blast.
This is so good.
Well,
Should we continue?
Later.
that is to be expected. How did it react?
No, as in
Badly.
it does appear to be
As in, I see.
distressed. I am now deeply concerned as to what will happen when this portal animates, considering it seems to be somewhat aware of the harm we were trying to inflict upon it.
It may be best if we were to remove ourselves from the premises before that happens.
Theoretically, we have not put hands on this artifact as of yet.
no, just grenades.
And a human skull.
Mm.
As you became close to it to put the grenade in, you didn't immediately see any reaction. So
I don't have a flesh hand. If I touch, can I touch it? And I'm going to assume that'll mean it's okay because it's not a flesh hand that's touching it.
you can certainly touch the statue. I don't know what I'd have you roll, but if you touch the statue, nothing untoward happens.
Okay, I just kind of like trace like lines of the faces where it's like moved just to see, and I almost like nervously touch it, like, oh, like, is it going to react? And then until eventually I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Until eventually my brain just sort of goes, it's a fucking statue. Get over it. Touch it.
Do you have sensors in the ends of your fingers?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to take away the opportunity to have a cool thing happen.
It's just, it changes your experience. So.
How about, even though I don't have touch sensors in my fingers, I still feel it.
Because the magic of
Portals.
TTRPGs, right? So, if you had general sensory when you touched the artifact, especially along the faces, as you go past one of their eyes, you feel like you're wiping away tears. But when you pull your hand away, there's no wetness.
I'd like to do a biology check. I'd like to immediately compare one of these like corpses' faces to the faces on the portals.
Oh, sure. The faces do not match.
Okay. Well, that's one hypothesis out the window. What do we do now, y'all? I don't know. That's not even a character thing. Like, what do we do? I don't know.
So, just to be upfront, I would imagine that this whole interchange happened over about 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm thinking you could go, if you split up, you could go to 2 to 3 more rooms before it would activate again.
Okay.
Based on what you've learned.
I
If you're
recommend a
right.
visit to the med bay.
Mm-hmm.
So I will accompany the doctor on their visit to the med bay.
Again, I think the reason we went here in the first place was to see if there's some sort of longer range medical scanner that we could use to find out more about the life forms on the moon.
Oh yeah, right. Purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Why did we come here?
Where is there like a communications room or some sort of?
You would hope that a scientific vessel would have better scanners.
I reiterate, Grace, please do not hook yourself into the mainframe.
Don't worry, I shall only use conventional means to interact with the computers.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there is a science lab that, let me ping it so you can see. There's a science lab in this octagonal room here.
Okay.
Your med bay is going to be...
I think I made up there being med bay. I was gonna say I saw that room. I was like, I just kind of guessed it was a med bay. Oops.
Same.
Yeah.
I just saw the bed and I was like, I'm gonna assume that's a med bay.
Yeah. So this one at the top is going to be the med bay.
Uh-huh.
Is there anywhere else that you would like to know where it is?
What are things on a ship? What about the crew quarters?
Is the closest way that we can throw this into a cargo hold, to put the artifact into a cargo hold.
There are the cargo hold doors here.
You mean the airlock?
An airlock. Yeah.
Yeah, so on the other side of this room here, I believe this would be an airlock.
There's a tag there for cargo hold doors. Would that imply that basically, like, that would be like technically an exit from the ship that we could open to the vacuum of space? It won't let me ping.
I believe that gets you into and out of the hallway for the cargo hold.
Oh no, because that's down here, isn't it? It won't let me ping. The bottom right of the cargo hold, I think, is supposed to be the stairway out into the corridor for the floor that it's on. Yeah, there, where you just ping.
Yeah,
no,
that is
so I'm
a
asking, is the
bench.
cargo hold doors like almost like how the Millennium Falcon has the bit that's like a door that opens and it's like chuck the cargo out of.
Yes, so one of the 2 doors in this cargo bay would go outside.
We could just do that.
Either way, I think I'd like to access the longer range scanners in the science lab.
The science lab? Okay. So 2 of you are heading to the med bay and the other 2 are going to the science lab, or are we going to break up in even more smaller chunks?
We're on the move, 2 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Go to the science lab.
I would like, yeah, that's actually like kind of perfect, because that means that each of these teams includes one person who had memory loss earlier, so they could use the other person as sort of an anchor if anything went wrong.
Too bad. Yeah. So, med bay. As you reach the med bay, is there anything specific you'd like to do?
I basically want to see if, like, perchance this is like a disease thing and not just a physical violence thing. And if so, the first place to find a patient 0 would be the med bay.
Absolutely. So the supplies are intact. There is an incompletely autopsied corpse on the exam table.
Can I biology it? I want to check it out. Like, is this just a coincidence, or is this like related to the portal?
Go ahead. Roll me some biology.
I rolled a 000.
Ooh, critical success.
Ooh.
Alrighty. So, there are some practical notes on the table next to the incompletely autopsied corpse. The physical notes say crew member found, unclear on cause of death, computers erased. And you see the same around the jars that are holding 18-day-old heart, lungs, liver. You see that from the shoulders to their navel and then back out to their hips, that X that's created when autopsies are happening. And of course, the smell in here is no better than anywhere else in the ship.
Can I
Potentially
complete
worse.
the autopsy with my critical roll?
You certainly could.
I mean, do I have time though?
For
Yeah,
fun.
that's the question. Do you want to spend the time doing it?
I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything else I could learn, or if it's just like, yeah, we have confirmed that at some point it was picking them off one by one before it became big.
Collect their paper, Doctor. We may find something useful.
I shall do so. I relay over the microphone that, like, I think I found the first victim on the ship, and that this implies that the loop wasn't like an immediate dramatic event, like it was a subtle thing that took off people one by one until eventually it turned into the grand scene we found.
Yep.
Are there any supplies, including stim packs, in the med bay?
Yeah, you could
Are there?
easily pull 4 more stim packs.
Hell yeah, I have 10 now. I'm rich.
That is far more than we can use.
Try me. I inject 6 of them immediately.
Well,
I die.
I'll take 2 to replace
Hell yeah.
what I used on my teammates, and the other 2 will go to the doctor. A good use, I think.
well, I
Sounds
was
good.
reading somewhere in here that you have to be careful not to become addicted to stim
Yes.
packs.
Yep.
So good luck with that. If
No problem.
you really want all 6, or were we just joking?
No, don't take all 6 stim packs immediately.
They were kidding. Totally.
Oh no,
Perfect.
I figured that the result would be I just die of a heart attack or something.
Actually, no, you become addicted and
Yeah.
roll on the panic table for losing your mind. It's
Then
fun.
you die of a heart attack.
Yeah,
Roll
there
after
you
you roll.
There it is.
Yeah, I spread them out. Yeah, toss addiction into the content warnings in case that happens, and
Oh yeah, we should definitely.
that is a good shout.
Yeah,
Thanks, Renato.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I spread them out. I spread the wealth.
Gotcha.
Everyone gets one except for me and
Yeah.
Brock, who gets 2.
So I will apologize. I read through this module probably 4 different times, and I read through that addiction paragraph, and it was so overshadowed by everything else in this module that I forgot to put it in.
It's fine. I can stop anytime.
I feel like addiction is more like a long-term mechanic anyway, not for like a one-shot. So it's no big deal.
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't come
think
up.
it is.
Yeah.
Like
So,
it gives you negative effects each time you take a rest or something like that.
yeah. All right. So in the science lab, was there anything else that you two wanted to do in the med bay?
Got some equipment. We found our patient zero, so we know this is a long-term leakage of space crimes. I think that's probably everything I'd get out of the med bay, unless y'all wanted me to do a proper autopsy, but I don't know what would be gotten from that beyond they're dead at this point, and we know that probably the beast did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, as you as you two walk to the science lab, you are able to get there without incident. And upon opening the door to the science lab, the airlock in the room is dented and gouged. Inside, the computers and equipment are in disarray, having been smashed and strewn apart about the room and commingled with what appear to be three corpses. The vent is smashed outward into the room.
Well, this is a worrying scene. I suggest we make haste.
I would have to agree with you. Good lord. What are we looking for exactly? What are you interested in?
I think the main thing or at least we wanted to do when we got on the ship was to just get more details on the life forms on the nearby moon.
Okay, and we can find that here.
Hopefully this ship will be equipped with some kind of like longer range biological scanners, but I'm really not sure.
Okay.
All right.
So it sure could be. Go ahead and try to boot up the nearest computer that may or may not have been smashed.
All right. Well, despite our haste, I will respect Brock's request that I don't use the computer by actually jacking into it.
I do have a skill in computers. I could assist you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead
that
and roll with
sounds
advantage.
really helpful, actually.
Ships have computers, so I have to be proficient in them.
Actually, I will just roll 2d100. I was about to say, like, keep the lowest one, but this game has this weird thing where sometimes your higher roll is still your better roll because of crits.
Yes.
The lower one is definitely a 17 here.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so 17. So you are able to boot up the computer in front of you, even though the screen has a giant fracture in it. It makes it difficult to see all of the information. You are able to scan down to both the planet and the moon. On the moon, you see that on the far side there is a colony. Well, not necessarily. You don't know it's a colony, but there is a grouping of two different sets of two different kind of like bubbles of the little dots. And with this advanced technology and that good roll, you see that one set appear to be human and the other appear to be livestock, goats in this particular case. And they're kind of on the far side of that moon from you at the moment. And on the planet itself, inconclusive findings. There are no humans on that planet.
Hey, yeah, I will report this to.
There are a number of power sources.
On the oh.
Structures? Can we see structures, or is this just readings?
Sure, we can put structures in there.
I keep making it worse.
That's okay. So there are structures on the planet. You see that there appear to be non-natural structures on the planet. However, you don't necessarily have much information about them besides topography. There's one that looks like there might be a tower. There's what definitely appears to be the ruins of an old metropolis. There are. What else is there on the planet? Hold, please. There what appears to be a big valley and some what might be a forest, but you're not entirely sure. And then more ruins.
Hang on. So, considering that we did pick up, like these Caprine life signatures on the moon, does that sort of imply by exception that there is no animal life on the planet?
Not necessarily.
Or just no notable?
You're not sure what is keeping the humans off the planet and why they are on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Just that they're not inhabiting the planet as well.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Sort of. I was just like, since we're getting both humans and goats on the moon, I was sort of like getting from that there's just zero life on the planet, like zero, fauna on the planet, which is really creepy if it does have a forest.
So there's unidentified life forms on the planet.
I see.
Is, I believe, the way I would phrase it. So they're not known to this particular scanning system.
Okay, yeah, I will report my findings to the rest of the crew that well, there appears to be a small community of living humans on the moon, and well, the Caprine life signatures do indicate that they seem to be keeping livestock. There are no known life signatures on the planet, though not a complete absence of life signatures to begin with. There are also several energy sources on the planet, some of which appear to be placed in structures. This would indicate that there did used to be a human population.
Civilized population. Not necessarily a human population.
Oh, I was not aware that this was part of this setting. Apologies.
I was not aware of a human colonial presence in this part of the galaxy. I would recommend that we reconvene there once we have dealt with the current situation.
I would definitely advise that we return to our ship presently. Our next destination may be either the moon or the planet.
Not have use of the ship still.
So, you have your 2 rooms. You know you're coming up on your potential cycle. What would you like to do?
I vote leave and go to the moon.
Get out of here and go to the moon.
Right.
Do not currently have use over our own ship.
But we do. I thought it was
We
just we
can't-
don't have a hyperdrive, not that we can't move.
So you can drive your ship with like thrusters. You just can't jump anywhere.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So like if you
Sorry,
wanted.
Finn. I thought you were doing a memory play.
That was an out of character
I see. Sorry, I forgot that I forgot.
I'd vote we go to the moon.
Are we going to leave this portal here? Are we going to leave it here?
Well, we can shove it at the airlock if we can move it.
You saw what it can do, didn't you? It can transport tentacle things. I don't think we should leave this thing here.
All right,
It
where are we
may or
gonna
may
put
not
it?
be responsible for us not being able to use our hyperdrive, which will still result in us coming back to this ship.
Well, there are still plenty of other derelict ships around. One or more of them may be equipped with some form of ship-to-ship combat routines. I believe this is the best offensive capability we may hope for.
Ship and take down the ship entirely?
It's the only way to be sure.
And then we risk the possibility that the artifact ends up on the planet's surface.
I believe jettisoning the portal into space is a potential solution, but only a semi-permanent one. We are yet to ascertain if this is actually relevant to our current situation in terms of our being stranded here. For all we know, this is a foreign object brought into the system, and they've just fell to the same anomaly as us. But beyond that, we also do not know if by releasing it into space that means we'll be able to find it again if it turns out it is relevant. And beyond that, it basically only solves the temporary problem of there being a monster that threatens us.
Well, if our object is to destroy the totem, I do have a suggestion. We could simply engage the thrusters of this ship and leave.
Leave the system, you mean? Sorry?
Well, leave the ship with its thrusters engaged.
So that it crashes.
Yeah, we could just leave it on a direct course to somewhere. It would take many years, but we could send it to the sun. It'd eventually get there. I know it's called a star.
I am
it's not
unsure
the
if the
sun.
autopilot can be trusted. Remember that the ship reboots itself completely every hour. At least if your hypothesis
I wonder if its
is
course
correct.
resets. Hey DM, does the course reset as well every time that happens? Just because that's neat.
I would imagine that the course just erases, so it
Right.
would.
It's
It
just inert.
would. Yeah.
Hang on. I have mathematics. I could manually plot a course.
You sure could.
But wouldn't the digital system still wipe?
Yeah, but if we just angle the ship exactly right towards the sun.
Oh yeah, true. We're in space inertia, right?
Yeah. I think that's actually our best bet.
Let's do
Could
it.
we just kind of tape the joystick in the right
Yeah, just
general
take
direction?
down the go forward button
Mm-hmm.
It
in
is.
exactly the right angle.
It's a brutalist method, but Brock does have a point. We could just rig the steering, as it were.
Yeah, I've done that when I wanted to take a nap, so.
Not on our ship, right?
No, not on our ship.
As long as nothing weird happens and you affect another galaxy with this, should be fine.
That's
Bro.
another
Nothing can go
galaxy,
wrong,
though.
right?
Yeah.
It's fine. The star will be fine.
Yeah.
I do suggest we act quickly if we want to do this.
Let's do it.
So if you want to do this, you should be able to do it within the 5-10 minutes that you've got left before it activates again, and get back to your own ship.
Yeah, it is a good thing that I have a calculator with me.
So if you want to roll mathematics and piloting between the two of you, you can roll individually. This could be a group success. If anyone else wants to try and make sure this happens the way it's supposed to happen,
I'm going to go fiddle with the engines so they don't turn off.
Perfect.
My engineering skill I have.
Very
Nice.
good.
Which I
Intellect,
super
yes.
succeeded with a 23.
Or-
Okay, so you got a 23. What about...
Oh, 1 second, my headphone unplugged. I cannot hear you. What did
what'd you say, Nick?
That's intellect, right? For piloting?
I believe so. Or speed, whichever.
I think
I
normally
would definitely
piloting
prefer
speed.
speed. I would
Speed,
definitely
yep.
prefer speed. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
the engines will not turn off until they run out of fuel, and they've got 2 fuel cells left.
Ooh.
What did you roll, Nick?
I had to roll below a 57 and I got a 12.
Perfect.
Ooh.
You're able to auto run the joystick so that it does the thing. Grace?
Yeah, I'm plotting a course using mathematics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is, yeah, I'm guessing that's just a just check. That is a 56,
What
which
did
I
you
think
need?
is 1 below what I. Yeah, my intellect is 47 and I'm trained in mathematics, so I need a 57 or
57.
lower, and I got a 56.
That's a
Nice.
success by the skin of your teeth or
By the
mouth nubs.
And
And
Brock is
then
being
Brock.
encouraging. Good job, everybody. Doing
Thank
great.
you.
Okay, so with those 3 successes, you're able to set the ship up to give yourself just enough time to get it out of orbit so that the inertia can run its course and send it on its way. What would you like to do being back on your own ship?
Give everyone a pat on the back.
I brought
Sit.
the android with us.
Yay.
The one android, but
the
not the other
half-
one. We left the other one on the bridge.
The half an android.
Bye.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Should we call them Faith or Hope?
They have
I imagine
their
they have their
name.
own names.
Chronot.
Or not, right?
Probably not my favorite.
They do. Alrighty. So now that you are back on board, let's see, what would you like to do?
To the moon.
To the moon.
To the moon.
You're gonna go straight for the moon.
No.
Alrighty.
That's the
Vice
only
versa?
people that we see.
Oh, and disengage the umbilical. Let's not take the ship with us.
That is true. I assume that you did that, but thank you for pointing it up.
Yeah.
I was like, just in case,
You
just in case
point
that
this
was
out
relevant.
as
Just in
we're
case
being
it was
dragged
relevant.
towards the sun. I'm kind of low-key like I already know it's not true, but I am low-key hoping for a like Twilight Zone-esque twist where we arrive at the planet and the goats are keeping the humans.
I'm
I would love that so much.
That's
Wow.
weird. Sometimes goats just keep humans. It's weird.
okay. So how
They make-
long does it take you to course correct for the moon?
Pilot.
Gosh. Maybe 5 minutes or so? 5-10 minutes to make sure to just chill out for a second and then start going, I think.
Okay. So, go ahead. All right. This is what's gonna happen.
Oh boy.
Give me a second here. I have to be smarter than everything I'm doing.
I should have said 2 minutes.
Smarter than a robot.
Already done.
Okay. So as you sit down to orient yourself to be able to look at this moon and see where the best place to land would be, you realize that in the orbit that you found yourself in, you've shifted. So in that hour and a half or so that you spent doing other things, you've rotated around the planet where you can see a different side of the moon. And as you're looking at the moon, trying to scan it and figure out the next best step, you see something shoot from the surface. And I need you to make a piloting check, please.
Oh god. Speed or just straight?
Speed would be fantastic.
Alright.
Who's that engineer? Can they help out?
Can I assist with heavy machinery skills?
Unless are you all standing in the cockpit with?
I assume
Uh,
I'd be, because I don't think I particularly have a role in the ship beyond medicine.
Would you? And I'm asking this just as a question. Would you be trying to repair your 18 days of memory?
No, I think I'm at peace with that.
Okay.
I think my character very much should be like, I'm up to date.
Gotcha.
I'm definitely running self-diagnostics at this point. I'm not on the bridge like pretending to shift with everyone else.
Okay. What would you be doing, Brock?
I assume that I'm still taking a look at the hyperdrive. I'm
Okay.
trying to figure out if it's from our side or if it's changed or shifted.
Absolutely. So I don't think that would initially assist what's happening in the cockpit. So, Dr. Burr, if there is something you think you could do that would assist, go ahead. What was the roll from Nick?
I had to beat a 57. I got a 20.
Nice.
I don't help out. I'm just impressed.
You do just a bit. So, everyone else in the ship, about the time that this is happening, you feel a jerk as the ship comes in contact with what you will eventually find out is a harpoon, and it catches one of the wings of the ship.
Oh no.
And you also, about the same time, all have to catch your footing and potentially pick yourselves up as the ship jolts the other direction away from this harpoon, pulling that harpoon and the cable with it as you're able to get away the opposite direction.
Just not today. I've had enough of today. This is not happening.
I gently step to counterbalance whatever the shudder in the ship is.
I'm gonna pop a pill.
What
It's
pill?
my-
Just any pill? Just a
It's
pill?
my it's my
That's what I found in my
trinket.
pocket.
Actually, it's my shoddy male enhancement pills.
Nice.
Excuse me?
Was that on the list? And I missed it?
When the Titanic sank, I took some Viagra and it was all fine.
I assume that this is gonna help me save my body.
Perfect.
Sure.
Perfect. So, as you write yourselves,
I mournfully put my harmonica up to my speakers and just do nothing because I have no lungs.
make harmonica noises come out your speakers.
Are we all using our trinkets now?
I don't have a trinket, I forgot
No.
to get one.
Didn't you have a Rubik's Cube?
I had a Rubik's Cube. It goes
You
flying.
finally solve it right before.
It shatters against the wall. Oh, how dare you!
My trinket is my lab coat, I forgot to give myself one.
That's a good trinket.
Okay.
Okay.
That is okay. So now that you've all been jolted, what would you like to do?
Yell back and ask if everyone's okay.
Yeah, definitely. Like
Research the ship-to-ship fighting combat mechanics.
We appear to have been harpooned.
Yeah, that wasn't pleasant.
Oh right, yeah. So I should go check that out and check
So,
out our hull.
just to check, is this like a harpoon with like a cable on it? Like, could they just start, yanking us in, or is it just we got speared?
So I would say you're able to see it from the front cockpit there. You see that there's now a hole in the wing that is filled by a harpoon. And in the success that you had, the regular success, you were able to pull away from their cable, thereby breaking it. And you know it came from the moon.
That harpoon came from the moon.
Okay, maybe not the most friendly people or goats.
Or goats.
You can
Goat
absolutely
people.
still go to the moon if you like.
The
There are
harpoon is
other
just
places.
a goat on a rope.
Proposal. They were intimidated, and this is our only option.
Hmm.
The harpoon would suggest a not particularly high level of technological advancement. One could ascertain that they were merely intimidated by the presence of a starship in their atmosphere.
Considering the harpoon, our decision to go to the moon may have been too soon.
Did you?
I heard that.
Okay.
Eloquently put, Grace 117.
Alright, so where are we going then?
My vote
that
is still the moon.
I'm going to attempt to repair whatever damage the harpoon caused to our hull.
At this particular moment, without having a functioning jump drive, you could easily land somewhere, and that would make it easier to do so,
Okay.
rather than putting on a vac suit and trying to hold on to the ship while whatever happens next happens.
Why don't we
Gotcha.
land on like the outskirts of this moon town?
Because they were so friendly.
But like, by that I mean like, so we can like spy on them or whatever before we go say hi.
As you get closer to the planet and take a look at it, or not the planet, the moon, as you get closer to the moon and take a look at it, you see that it's covered in wrecks. Like
What?
shipwrecks.
Oh.
Okay. That's not
Well.
happening to us.
This may explain why we were stopped here.
Is this this? I am reinstating my pirate trap theory.
And so as you take a look, there are dunes. As you take a look at the planet, you've got a section of dunes. You've got a number of wrecks and what could be scrap yards. It's basically a ship graveyard. And then you've got the life scans at the northern end of the planet that may or may not be whatever tried to harpoon you out of the sky.
Are they the human life scans, or is this just? Are these the not human?
Humans and goats.
Humans and goats.
Well, with our plan in runes, it may be best to avoid the moon and head for the dunes.
Dunes are on the moon, were they not?
The dunes are on the moon. Yeah, this was all on the moon. I've
Oh,
not
sorry. I
described
thought
the
that's
planet.
on the planet.
Nope, I have not described anything on the planet. This is just the moons. You are surrounded by derelict ships,
Aw.
and
Rain
that
in
is what
Spain
you
falls
see on
mainly
the
on the
moon.
plane.
Syntax error. Excuse me, I have put rhyme before reason.
Sobbing.
Amazing.
I propose we spy on the moon.
For how long exactly?
I don't know. At the moment, I'm trying to find a way to incorporate that bit in the first Destiny where he's like, those wizards came from the moon.
No.
From outside of harpooning range when we don't really know of their capabilities.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't land like on the town. Like, we land like, like a mile away or whatever. Then we go spy on them.
Yeah,
we
you could land an appropriate distance away from the life blips.
It's like
I feel like if they had the
wanted to do that-
technology to properly find us and shoot us down, they would have done so already. And instead, they just shot a harpoon at us and then kind of sucked at it.
Well, they hit us, so I don't know about that, but...
I mean, if the whole point is to get ships to stop here, and then once they get within range to harpoon them down, I think landing in a close vicinity to these life forms may not be a good idea.
I mean, they haven't exactly come to us, which would suggest they don't have flight travel of their own.
Well, possibly. But they have big harpoons. And they just put a hole in my goddamn ship.
And we are an interstellar craft that is armed with lasers. Are we armed with laser cannons? Actually,
I really hope we are. No, wait, aren't we just like a medical ship?
We're just a ship.
I think we're a research vessel.
We're just people.
Yeah, we never put down exactly
I feel like with
what
a name
kind of
like the
ships you
Praxis,
had.
it has cannons.
You could easily, with your engineering and your general knowledge. Oh, by the way, before we get too much farther, and my brain forgets again, go ahead and
Level 20.
Clicking
no,
backing
not
the
level
dice.
20.
Oh.
Go ahead and take a level here. So throughout this game tonight, we're going to go ahead and level.
Sweet.
So I missed actually 2 opportunities to level for you. So go ahead and take 2 stat improvements.
Is
where
that
you
2 skill
improve by
points?
5. No, we've not hit skill points.
Oh.
Add 5 to 2 different stats.
Oop.
Oh, excuse you. Yeah, so add 5 to 2 different stats.
Mm-hmm.
Max is 85. So if you're already up to 85 on your fear save,
Do we
I
get
would
any
do
skill
some-
points? I want my cybernetic skill.
we're getting there. So we're gonna improve a save by 4 each, and you'll improve 2 saves. Okay.
Is there an upper limit to that?
For your saves, there are not.
85.
85.
Oh, 85 again. Yep. Thank you for checking. And then you get 1 minor improvement. So you can gain a resolve. Nobody has any phobias or addictions yet. And you can heal your stress back down to 2.
Sweet.
What's resolve again?
Resolve.
Negative stress. It decreases your number that you roll on the stress on the panic table.
I'll get a
Really
point of
good.
resolve.
Perfect.
And then I'll find out what that means another time.
Me too. I take a resolve.
Perfect. And then you gain 2 skill points.
Oh,
Yes.
hello. Yes.
So
Hello,
you can hold.
What
cybernetics.
do we got?
But I lied. So this is a double. So you gain 4 skill points.
Hello.
Oh, so is that the same for the others? So I get like 8 for
Mm.
each save, or did you already account for the 2 levels for the increases to our saves and stats?
So I already
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yep, I already accounted for the save and stats. So
have
now
2
you have
points left,
4
okay.
points to spend. Trained skills are 1 point, expert skills are 2 points, master skills are 3 points, and you have to have the attributing trained and expert skill to get master skills.
Hmm.
All right, we'll take 2 minutes here to do that.
Cool. I'm
And
going to
then
take
we'll land on-
genetics and cybernetics.
Nice.
I'm going to go to the loo again because I had too much Coca-Cola.
Should I be an artist, or is that too meta?
You can be an artist if you'd like. Which will actually come in handy if you go to the moon.
Well, I'm not sure what pathology is, but I'm taking it.
Pathology is the study of microorganisms like viruses and bacteria and how they transmit, especially in disease, from one being to another.
Okay,
So, like,
that
you would
sounds
understand how
really
the Black
useful.
Plague happened.
I'll take that. And yeah, I'll take hacking. I want to
Perfect.
be a computers person.
I did go ahead and take art and weapon specialization.
Nice. And do you have to pick a weapon for that specialization?
It's gonna be my phaser pistol.
Grenades.
Very good. Good.
I can take.
Yeah, proficiency with a specific weapon. So perfect. So anytime you fire or use that weapon in any way, you add 20% to your.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Spicy.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Mm,
Any other questions?
mm,
No, I'm ready to go.
We used up all our points.
Cybernetics,
Alrighty.
baby.
Alrighty.
I suddenly
Okay.
remember how to do arms.
Perfect. All right. Then, Nick, go ahead and bring us down onto the planet if that's what we're doing. Piloting check
Alright.
with your speed.
Piloting with speed. Okay. That is a pass with a 41 out of 57.
Okay, would you like to stand in the dunes, check out the largest wreck, or land somewhere within the vicinity of the moon base, but just far enough away that you're not harpooning level?
I feel like we may have more cover if we go into the dunes, but what do you all think?
Geographically, where are the dunes? Near?
Personally,
Um,
I'd argue that it would be a good idea to hide behind another spaceship.
Yeah, so when you're looking at this, let's say it's this way. You've got the moon base kind of at the north, surrounded by wreckage. And when you're looking at those ships, they look between new, so less than a year old, down to 10 years old, give or take a little bit. And then around that, the rest of the moon is mostly dunes. So kind of like a bullseye effect.
I vote, and I say this out of character, I say I vote the town just because we've already done inside of a ship.
So I would say it's probably a day's walk, half a day's walk. if you were in the dunes and wanted to go through the scrapyard to the base.
I
Is
think
there
that's too.
atmosphere here, or are we using up valuable oxygen?
I
Those
would
of
say
us
that's
that-
a simple scan. This is normal atmosphere. Once you're on the planet, there's no fear of losing oxygen.
I'm gonna.
I would argue that I am yawning. I would argue that a half day's walk is a risk not worth taking, considering we are on a planet of seemingly scavengers. I would recommend not leaving our ship dramatically unguarded by leaving it a half day's walk away.
Yeah. Also, like, considering that this, like, the moon is openly hostile, I might actually vote we go for the planet instead. Because there do seem to be, structures in there and there's enough technology to, well, have very capable power generators. So we may actually be able to jury rig something together there.
But isn't the problem at the moment that we don't know what's... I'm saying this as our character, sorry. The problem at the moment, actually, didn't we ascertain that it's not that it's, like, broken, it just isn't doing the thing it's supposed to? I can't remember if we identified the difference.
Mm-hmm.
I'm genuinely trying to remember, I don't know.
That's exactly it.
yeah.
There's nothing physically or software is wrong with your jump drive. It's just not jumping.
I think humans, no matter who they may be or their disposition, are probably our best bet at the moment for figuring out what's going on. And I point at Brock. We are armed, and seemingly better than they are. A laser pistol would probably do a better job than a harpoon.
I defer to your better judgment.
I'm really latching onto the fact that because it was a harpoon, that means that they don't have much technology, and I can't wait to be wrong.
We know that they don't have much technology for, ship-to-ship combat.
But would we be violating the Prime Directive?
Fuck the Prime Directive.
I mean, presumably they put that harpoon on a cable to drag your butts to the moon.
And now we're going to go right where they wanted us to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they don't have a tractor beam. We can leave at any time.
Half a day
Yeah,
later.
they might just not have the technological capability to invite us out to tea.
Yeah, maybe they were just friendly dragging us to the surface.
Come over!
Maybe they're just very socially awkward restaurants.
The most toxic way to ask you on a date.
Hey, you
Harpoon.
awake? Shoots you with a harpoon.
Yeah.
I vote near the town, because a half day's walk is long.
Although that would, like, a 10 minutes walk is much worse than a half day's walk if we're
Brock
putting to
is-
right next to the people who tried to disable our ship.
I would like to
Brock-
be able to react to the ship being taken.
However much it would be nice to teach these people a lesson, I don't believe they had any significant signs of power on the moon. All of the sources of energy were coming from the planet itself. And if I were to guess as to why our ship had stopped, it would probably be one of those power
What
sources.
I'm saying is we can communicate with the humans here in theory. We
And
can't
find out
communicate with a
more.
planet of unidentified life. We potentially won't be able to communicate with a planet of unidentified life forms who may or may not have something to do with the portal, and who also
Sure.
might just end up being nothing. There might just be a rat. Whereas we know for a guarantee that, like, this is humans, and we can probably talk to them, or try, or die. The scientific method doesn't guarantee any success, but I believe probability-wise, this has the least variables to account for that could go wrong.
All right. Considering that we're at a bit of an impasse here, would you be okay with making sort of an argument roll to see, like, who can put forth the better argument of whether we should go to the planet or to the moon and act on that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's a skill for that or.
Like personally, but DM's discretion or GM's discretion in this case.
Mhm.
I'm just like, we're already at the moon, aren't we?
Because I don't just want to be stuck arguing of where to go. Like I'd rather just put that to
Absolutely.
right now.
Okay, cool.
I've got a coin. Do we just want to flip the coin?
That's okay. Yeah.
Okay. What's heads?
Moon.
Uh,
Heads for the moon.
Okay.
Heads
Because we
for the
are heading
moon,
for
tails
the
for the
moon.
planet. All right. Tails for the planet.
Rip.
What is
Ooh.
tails?
Bye, moon people.
Very literally tails.
Yeah.
Fuck you, moon people. You
Right.
harpooned my ship.
Brock
We know when
breathes
we're
a
not
sigh of relief because knowing that whoever it was intended their ship to be brought down,
It's a spider on my desk. 1 second. Yeah.
do not want to engage any further.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I'm relatively glad that we've gone past the moon because that was a cannibalist colony.
I knew it. I knew it.
Can't
They
wait
aren't
to
eating
tell-
those goats.
Can't wait to tell Finn that the goats were the cannibals all
I know.
along.
I
Right?
thought we all knew.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no. So I think
I was
started
like, why?
chatting and yeah. So
Oh,
you
great.
guys
It's
might have had the
actually my
meta knowledge that it was
goods.
cannibals, but like that was a part of this. I was like, oh no, I don't
No,
want to do that.
I definitely
Man.
100% had that meta knowledge. I was just acting on the harpoon, though.
Man, we
Yeah.
just flipped a coin to decide whether we were going to get eaten by cannibals or not.
Oh, were we just gonna dead ass die if we went?
Well,
No.
not
Maybe.
necessarily. We were just headed towards
You're gonna
death.
convince your way out of a cannibalistic ritual. Well,
Here, so it gives me
Happen.
3 scenarios. You can join the colony, you can attack the colony, or you can reject the colony. And if you reject the colony, they basically say, good luck, we'll take what we want from your corpses. If you attack, of course, you attack it. And then if you join the colony, boy howdy, there's a whole list of things there. So we're just going to move right past that.
Be right back. I just killed a spider. I need to go get rid of it.
fair. That's very fair.
Yep.
Yeah, we're
So-
just gonna buy moon,
Yeah.
turn out of there.
I
Alrighty.
can't believe this.
I'm feeling very lucky right now.
Oh yeah, me too. Oh, me too. Okay. So we're gonna go take our butts over here.
Yikes.
These are you back with us, Dr. Burr?
Yeah, spider's dead. Don't worry.
Okay, perfect. You survived.
Or did I? Yeah.
Oh, oh no. We have the next spider person. When looking at this, when you turn your attention to the planet, basically, where would you like to land? So this is generally the space that you see on the planet. Each section has its own thingamabob.
What are our scanners
Um,
picking up?
So the same thing as before. There's a number of places on this planet. You've got what appear to be ruins here. That towering structure is about there. And then on the very top, which looks like would be the easiest place to land, either here or in this large section here.
If we land on the mesa, the platform above, will
Mhm.
we be able to descend easily, or is that
That's a good
terrain
question.
difficult to navigate? Should we land below that?
So it looks like there are ways up and down, but it would take plenty of time to get up and down. So with a functioning ship, you're gonna have more access to things on this bottom flat section than you will up top, but you could potentially go between them as you still have fuel to do so.
What if we get close and we land on the plateau and we see if anybody reacts to us being on the planet's surface?
The engine running, basically. Yeah.
Was that here? Sorry.
Yeah. My other thought as the Marine is to go to the tallest structure, the tallest highest structure, as
Okay,
that's
can we-
probably where any connectivity or signaling or radio waves might be coming out of.
The high ground, if you will.
Yes, definitely. So I think that was over here, next to the tower. Yeah.
Alright, well,
Do it.
I'd say it would probably be best if we landed next to whatever close to whatever the city seems to be, because there might actually be some form of resources there that we can use. Like, be they like, I don't know.
Absolutely.
Something.
So, so we're going to shoot for this section here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Works for me.
All right. So we'll give a bit of description here, figure out what our next steps is, and I think we're due for another break if we need one. Okay. So, as you bring the ship down to the planet's surface, you see that even if you had wanted to land on the top of the higher structure there, it is relatively rocky and would be for difficult landing, where you could end up puncturing the very bottom of your hull. So gearing a little bit away from that and going to the slightly lower plateau, it still overlooks most of the terrain of this section of the planet. You see an ancient rocky plateau. It's scarred with scorch marks and impact sites, including the remains of several campsites. Elevated location seems defensible, with excellent vantage points and crumbling ruins for cover. It is so easy to see and land on that I don't need a piloting check. So now that
Hey,
you
we're
are
wearing our combat suits. Thanks.
perfect. So in your combat suits, ready to begin the exploration of this planet, is there anything you would like to do before we take a 5-minute break?
Should have
Nope.
taken archaeology.
Make a nice bet for a new android friend.
I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, the
sketch-
android. Are we doing
Yeah.
anything, or is he just gonna
Jeez.
live on our ship now?
I'm gonna sketch the android and how it was slashed and what it was acting like. I'm gonna give basically like.
Oh yeah, shall I hack it again? Since
Has
we're
the
not on
android,
board
like-
the ghost ship.
Has the android like reset
you-
since coming on the ship?
The android has not been brought back to consciousness yet.
Ah.
Oh,
I have no robotic skill, but I do have engineering and
we
speed.
slap a stim pack on him. Stimulus.
Why does Stimpaks work on human android?
Stimulus?
Don't know.
Half an android. Bring him back online.
Perfect.
I could have just turned him on.
Perfect. So we have awakened Kragnot, who
Kragnot the barbarian.
who is in a similar state in which you found him, hopelessly trying to help, not knowing what's going on, and having been reset to 18 days ago. So does not remember any of you, does not recognize your ship, and is a very confused android. Thankfully for you, all of their dangerous bits were taken off when they were cut in half.
Kragnot, we are a rescue team. What was happening? What was the last thing that you remember?
We were pulled out of warp and our jump drive stopped.
And then that's it, you went blank.
I don't remember anything else.
And that's all the questions I had for it. So that sounds like the relic they were... Do you know anything about the thing in your cargo hold? Do you remember anything about that? Like, was that a thing, like, before 18 days ago? Did you have that already?
Oh, you mean the artifact?
Yeah, did you come with that?
Yeah, we found it. We were transporting it home for research.
Right. So there's a good chance the artifact either has nothing to do with this or everything. We've really narrowed it down.
Yes, well, we already have some very serious indication that it seems to disturb chronological events, so there is no guarantee that what happened before the artifact is not affected by what happened after the artifact.
Yes, some of the ships are indeed older than the supposed arrival of this one, so that would suggest perhaps that the relic did have nothing to do with this.
Well, yes,
Regardless,
I
it's
am
heading to
simply
a star.
questioning the validity of bringing chronological arguments to paracausal events, but I suppose that is a much more theoretical argument than what our much more practical situation calls for.
If the artifact caused all ships coming in and out of this system to stall over the course of any period of time, it could result in the fall or collapse of a civilization. With no contact from the outside world, with no communication. We're really spitballing here. However, if we are saying that those ships that were 70 years old, no one has been able to get in or out of the system for that long. Any brains want to work on that?
My current working hypothesis is that this is not a chronological matter. If we remember, it wasn't traveling us back and forward in time, it was resetting technological devices within its radius every hour or so, and seemingly started upon arrival in this star system, seemingly, according to, if we can trust the account of an already compromised electronic unit.
Well, I'm afraid that this goes far beyond the parameters of my purpose. I'm simply a medical assistant.
We all must
Regardless.
rise to the occasion, Grace.
Regardless, the artifact is currently very slowly heading towards a small star. Kragnot, I've forgotten how to pronounce your name. Is it Kragnot?
It's Kragnot. So
Yay.
Oh,
I kind of thought I made up the UG sound.
no. Oh, we sure did. It's Kranot. It's Kranot.
Oh, Kranot.
We totally did add that
Kragnot
T in
the
that.
Barbarian. What was it?
that is a hell of a malfunction, though.
Do you remember anything about the artifact, or just that it is an artifact?
Oh, that would be me. This we dug it up on a planet far from here, but maybe not far enough. The civilization worshipped what's the word? The civilization worshipped a dead god. Or a god of death would be the better description.
Casual.
Yes, that ship was certainly a shrine to termination of some sort.
We were calling it the Dead Gateway.
Did the relic activate in any way before you came to the system, or
How do you
or shall we
mean?
say when you went blank? Was it just an item? Did it do anything? Or was it just a strange thing?
It seemed important. There were many corpses bowing to it.
Did you see anything come out of it? At any stage? Ever?
Why would something come out of a steel structure?
Right. No matter. Well, y'all, that confirms. At least we have some vague approximation that this relic may have something to do with this system, seeing as it seemingly activated upon, seemingly almost immediately upon entry. But for now, that's behind us, and we are here.
Would
If
make
we find
sense.
a connection.
It would sort of make sense that a god of death would result in an empty planet.
I suggest we keep an eye out and see if there's an architectural similarity to the original artifact on this location that can potentially pull us closer to what we are trying to find. Shall we break?
Sorry about that. Trying to do multiple things at once. So, you asked if it had activated. Did you have any other questions for me? And he's still trying to be useful with his hands, but can't touch anything.
Mind standing guard over the ship while we're gone?
Standing is difficult, but
Yes,
I can
perhaps
guard.
that was a poor choice of words.
Watch.
Sitting guard.
If we connect you to the comms, would you let us know if anyone approaches the ship or comes aboard, or tries to anyway?
Yes. Yes,
One more
I can
thing.
do that.
I would ask you kindly not to connect directly to our ship's computers. There appears to be some sort of malfunction inside of you, and we are unsure of, well, how high the risk is that it will spread. Considering your memory issues, it may be best if I wrote this down on a note. And I think, Grace will just pick up a piece of paper and just say, please don't plug yourself into the ship computer with, the little dot on the eye of the ship is a heart. And otherwise, I think it's important to note that Grace has been built to write in Comic Sans to make her more quirky and approachable.
Choices were made. No. Kranat will look at you kind of oddly because they don't remember any memory issues. They just woke up after the ship was pulled out of space by a bunch of people. And everyone else is no longer around. I can do that. And, like, if you set him far enough away from any port so they can't port in, like, he can't get anywhere with no legs.
Yeah, I'll just tape the little note to the door of whatever room we put him in.
Perfect. All right. So let's describe a little bit of this setting, and then we'll take a second break. Okay? We got a little more in us. So when you look out from your plateau, you came across, and as I said, along the top there, you've got that higher level where the terrain is rough and steadily rises as far as you can see. The sky to the west is filled with these black clouds with the appearance of writhing nests of tentacles. Occasional violent purple slashings of lightning illuminate the disturbing mass of the black. The mass descends to caress the highest point of this island. From outside of it, you can see all of that, but you imagine on the inside that would be difficult to see. So that is what it's above you. Down below and to like this section here where we said that tower was, you see a tall metallic object that glints when any light hits it. The land around is burnt and littered from impacts with random pieces of myriad spacecraft. And then you vaguely see trees to the back here as the ground slopes away from you. You can't quite tell, but there might be another man-made object back in that far corner. And then here you see the outcroppings of dilapidated buildings and ruins.
This whole system is just 15 different flavors of haunted, huh?
It sure is. The orchard's haunted.
We already established that the moon is the one place that isn't haunted, just otherwise inaccessible.
Moon is inhabited.
So, do
Yeah.
we know what direction we want to go?
Spy.
I'll say that structure behind the trees sounded very interesting to me as a player. But Brock was pointing towards the tower, which I believe was on the southwestern side of the plateau.
Yep.
I'm personally kind of hoping that if we just head to whatever ruined cities we find, we may be able to, see some records, whatever caused it, and hopefully some way of getting out of here.
Gotcha.
And that is the only thing I can see that really resembles any sort of way forward, I guess, for our characters.
Yeah.
But if anyone else has like a different way that they think might be, constructive in some way or just fun to check out, then by all means, like I'm playing a pushover, so she's easily convinced.
Would be nice to see a city again, whether it's empty or not.
Alrighty. So, we can also roll another. We could do a D10 and decide which direction we're going from there. If there's too many options. Or do we all want to head towards the tower or the ruins?
There.
Yeah, I just like I think in character I have a preference for ruins. Otherwise, like as a player, I don't really.
Do it. The ruins
Okay.
of the city.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Okay. So down into the east, as you get closer. So once you've landed on the right side of that plateau to get you as close to these ruins as possible. I'd say after a 20, 25 minute, maybe 30-minute walk, with all the gear that I'm sure you're carrying, you find yourself on what appears to be, sorry, let me go back into spooky voice. So, as you move yourselves back over to what appear to be ruins, along your path you start to see bones. And those bones, that avenue of bones leads to a monumental, grim tower that scrapes the sky. The smooth terrain is blanketed in meter-tall purple grasses, hissing as if in a salty ocean breeze. These tall and ancient buildings loom over debris, clogged streets, casting preposterous shadows. There's no unified style. The structures exhibit a bewildering juxtaposition. A ziggurat is dwarfed by the latticework tower abutting a cenotaph, nearly melded into a ghastly neighboring cupola. Their sole similarity is the ubiquitous presence of the dead, lying on stone slabs, perched in chairs, ensconced in alcoves, or coiled in the street. The vacant streets resound with the occasional baying of hounds and an omnipresent mechanical hum. So while we went through that, I see that we were raided. Welcome,
Hey.
raiders.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. That is absolutely wonderful that you raided us. I appreciate it. You have joined us for quite an episode of Mothership, Dead Planet, where our players have survived losing their memories, a harpoon from cannibals, and are now on a planet. Chromatic Chimera, thank you for the next raid. You guys are amazing. We're here playing community theater, and I was just telling people about the content warnings for our current campaign. They are on the screen. You can exclamation content it is all sorts of grim and dark and spooky. And we were actually about to just take a break. So, and we will see you all in the next 5 to 10 minutes. If you stick around, there is more spookiness to be happening as they wander into a necropolis, surrounded and covered in the dead. Um, so, if Rob, you want to change us over, we will see you here in a minute. Thank you for keeping with us here, folks. So we do have a bunch of new faces coming into chat. So we're gonna let the characters reintroduce themselves here midstream before we wander into this necropolis and figure out what happens next, and go from there. So let's go backwards. Pear, do you want to reintroduce us to Grace?
All right. No, I will just give me one moment to. I'm sorry. It's
That's okay.
I accidentally closed my character sheet.
We can come back to you.
Yeah, please.
Perfect. Finn.
Hello, I am Finn. My character is Jennifer Maria Bior. She is a cyborg after taking a grievous injury on her home planet, whose software is not yet complete. She is like basically her cybernetics are like pioneer technology on like this. Normally, it's just like a leg or two. She's one of the first attempts at like a full-bodied cybernetic system. And unfortunately, it's incomplete as the software is unable to fully replicate autonomous functions. So Maria Bior has to control every aspect of her breathing, blinking, and all other autonomous features, which generally translates to she breathes once heavily every 5 minutes or so, and is generally relatively distant as they're constantly in a meditative state to make sure they don't forget to make sure their heart is beating.
Awesome. Alrighty. CT, what is Brock or who is Brock? Not what, who.
What is Brock?
What is a man?
Brock, the
What is
marine
a Brock?
human, seems to be doing a pretty good job of blowing things up and shooting things in the face and making the other people around him generally nervous. But I think I'm doing a really great job, so.
Yeah, you nearly blew up a portal.
So far. Alrighty. Grace, do we have our sheet back up? Or Pear?
Yeah.
You're
yeah,
playing
no,
Grace.
Just
Boy,
had
howdy.
a quick look at my. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I'm playing as Grace 117, or Grace for short. She is part of a line of essentially medical assistant androids, so robot nurse, basically. She has been manufactured a little over a dozen years ago, which, because of space capitalism, means that her planned obsolescence date has gone by, and that means that she now has to fully maintain herself. So, she's showing some wear and tear. She's had to become adept at scavenging to maintain her parts and her software, and has a bit of a fear of obsolescence and is eager to please people.
Absolutely. And then Chris playing Nick.
I am playing Nick, pilot of the Praxis spacecraft. Just kind of chill, a little too chill about this, I think, this whole situation. Yeah, just here to get paid, essentially. And here to land wherever the hell they ask me to land, even if it has moon cannibals. Which is apparently something we missed.
Kind of glad we didn't roll heads in the end, you know? I mean, I would have thought I'm happy to fight some moon cannibals, but also I'll fight some devil dogs.
We would have lost our
that's
heads.
Fine too. Yeah,
Those
exactly.
darn moon cannibals. Ain't that
Damn
just
it.
the way?
They're ruining everything. They ruin everything.
The moon cannibals really do ruin everything. They sure do. Alrighty. So as you've come down to the main planet, let's change up our spooky music here. Since I don't understand how Roll20 works, which I'm sure someone will explain it to me at some point, but for now, let's see which buildings are closest to you. So go ahead and can I have two of you roll me a D100?
I got one.
Okay.
I rolled a 46.
46 and?
Let's see, that is a 10 and a 5, so 15.
Okay, so 46 and 15. So to your left, as you are coming in to this necropolis, surrounded by corpses that you have not decided if they move or not, you have a 4-story octagonal complex. On your other side, you've got tiered circular towers. So, would you
Is
like
there
to?
anything that is obviously online?
Can we
Is
do
there like a magic
scan?
pillar? Is there an obvious magic pillar?
There is not an obvious magic pillar, except for the mechanical hum that seems to be coming from the middle of the necropolis.
We do a scan on that hum, see if it has some sort of meaning.
I can do that. Is that a thing? I have engineering. Is that relevant? It's humming. Engines hum.
I
That's
mean,
me.
we're no longer in our space vessel, right? So we're kind of dependent on our sort of on food gear. Is that right?
We have our mobile units here. Grace, can you run a scan on the vibration?
I don't know. Can I run a scan?
Let's see. Give me a quick second.
Yes, Saint Garbia is wearing a cowboy hat. I've added that now. That's my trinket. A hat.
Perfect. Dr. Burr and their cowboy hat. But very good. So yeah, go ahead and run me a scan. Use computers either while you were on the ship or after you've jumped into the necropolis, and
Okay,
then tell me the top 3 things you're looking for.
I'll be a scanned, right? I'll look for, let's see. I suppose just power signatures would be a good one. Now that we're more local. Well, we've established that I can smell to some extent, so knowing if there's any place where there's less of a stench of death would be nice.
Okay.
And do we have any other anything else that we'd like to look for? I'd say maybe
Where the humming is coming from.
The humming. Yep.
Well, we can just
Besides
hear
the
where
direction,
humming is
besides
coming
the
from.
well, because it doesn't sound like it's like a. Is this like a dissonant hum, or is it more like a hum because the ground is gently shaking? Or what kind of hum are we thinking?
That is a great question. Even though you do not have receptors in the bottom of your feet or in your fingertips, or so I've been told, you do feel that the ground is not shaking. It is not a hum coming from the ground. From your scans, you see that most of the power on this planet is going to be towards the middle of this necropolis, and then up where those writhing clouds are in the northwest. Yeah, from a smell perspective, this is open air. Most of these desiccated husks that used to be humanoids have long been dead. Most have been bones, and if you want to know a better ownership of the bones in the humanoid shape, you can roll biology or xenology.
What does genetics mean? What does it mean to roll genetics?
Genetics, that is this book. Because that's an expert skill. Hereditary and the variation of inherited characteristics. So if you wanted to understand a dead corpse that still gave you some indication of what it was, whether that's just bones or like the whole thing, I think that's where genetics would probably come into.
Yeah, basically, I want to check out the dead bodies to generally get the gist of like, were they human? Like,
yeah, absolutely, and you can
if
tell
I'm
that
able
from...
to, if I'm able to like be like, there's a crack in the bone, he died from getting stabbed or whatever.
Yeah. So in this particular case, if you've got biology, that's probably your better stat. Yeah. And since you do have the genetics, I'd give you that extra 5%.
Sweet. So 15% add on, yeah? So adding 15,
yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So 70.
Perfect. Rolling
That is
under 70.
15.
15 out of 70. Absolutely. So these bones both had piscine and avian traits. So there are bodies that used to be birds, and there's bodies that used to have aquatic capabilities. and you I'll give you a bonus with that 15. You do see a desiccated husk of what you can only imagine is one of the hounds that you hear baying, that probably was picked apart by one of their own. And you see a six-legged animal that looks like they had a fairly leathery skin, with large tooth jaws that had a hinge very far back and seemed to be able to open impossibly wide. Ability or sockets for 4 potential eyes on the top of the skull, and long lashing tail. Looks like they would stand about 5 feet tall. And if you get to meet a live one, we'll talk about how they sound.
Am I able to date any of the corpses? Am I able
You
to
do
take
that when
them
they're
to
still
town?
alive, right? Like, we have
How old
rations.
are
You
they?
can take them out to dinner.
I tried to nip it in the bud before it happened, but it was too late. I already said it.
Today. Oh boy, I did not follow that pun, so there we are. So you could certainly try. I don't think it matters. They're impossibly
I was
old.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, are they clearly old? Like,
Yes.
like older
So-
than the ships, sort of thing.
You imagine that this would have been the original life forms on the planet before it became a dead planet.
Hypothesis: multiple life forms lived upon this surface, none of which human. It is interesting to note that the humans who have decided to settle in the system seem to have avoided this one and chose the moon.
Yeah, walking through this neighborhood, Brock's gonna make sure that the phaser's out. We've got a couple eyes in this direction, a couple eyes in this direction. Make sure we're not being followed. Make sure nobody's gonna jump out at us.
Just to clarify, the six-legged skeleton, is that the same thing we saw in the ship, like the beginning, or is it just a different thing?
It is
Like, is
a
it the same
different
sort of
thing,
different thing?
but it carries. So the parts of the skin that are left carries the same visual sense as
adjacent.
what was on the ship and what you fought there.
And last and final question. That's a lie. The portal, has it got similar architecture to like the buildings here? Like, are there faces on it and stuff? Like, do they look similar or adjacent to one another? Could you put the artifact we found on the ship earlier in the middle of one of these houses and it would match the furniture?
No. Completely different civilizations, different time periods, potentially different planets.
Right.
That is a good question, though. That is a real good question.
I'm good at building things and looking at heavy machinery. Can I tell if these buildings match or whether they are like differently constructed than what I'm used to?
Like, was this town created all kind of at the same time? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if they're all dispersed, these buildings, do they seem like they make any sense, or are they sort of patchwork?
Patchwork. So they all seemed from different time periods, different architectural styles, and the only similarity between all these buildings is the dead that reside on them, in them, around them.
Hypothesis: a mass death event several hundred, maybe 1,000 years ago.
So, do we travel to the hum?
Are the bodies like vaguely, like circular around like the like where the hum's coming from? Like, is it almost as if like a blast went like? Do you know what I mean? Like, are the bodies vaguely arranged in such a way that like suggests they died from something coming from the hum?
No.
That's a very specific question.
It sure is. I would imagine this is more like a Jason Pollock painting where
Right.
like
They're
someone,
all over.
yeah, just everywhere within this space has dead dotting the landscape.
So we have already established that, the dead can form themselves into abstract art and architecture post-mortem.
Good point.
So
Maybe. You, in
not
relation to the
on
portal.
this planet, no.
Yeah.
But
So.
This red herring portal, I don't trust it anymore.
yeah, there turned out to be like the portal home. Like that was actually our
Yeah, if
only
we went
big
through that,
home.
we would have just
missed
gone
it.
home and it'd been chill.
Alrighty. So, Chris, you've not rolled the dice in a while. Roll me a d10.
Boy, do my
Think fast.
my pink sprinkle D10.
Sprinkles.
That's a 4.
Nice. So nothing happens on the way between where you're at and where you're going.
Oh, it's like everything's dead.
Oh, it's like this is a dead planet.
Observation. This is a dead planet.
Well,
I would agree.
Technically speaking, there were other life forms around. They simply were of unknown origin.
Okay, now we're getting into the alive or dead
Semantic.
thing.
What is
Yep.
life?
Uh-oh.
So,
Ready for that?
as you come up to the hum, it emanates from a faceless, square, metallic building in the center of the necropolis. Different metal than the gateway from before people ask. The door is unlocked but stuck shut and does not open easily. You can go inside or you can stay outside and take a look at it from there. But the humming is coming from the deeper in the building.
Well, this
Is the
building
humming,
appears to be
like,
powered.
unnerving in any way, or is it just there's a humming? Like, is it affecting us in any way?
Not currently.
Yeah.
Um,
Emphasis on currently.
It sure is. So not currently. And until you figure out what it is, I don't think that it has any mechanics to get you. So give you some meta knowledge there.
No, I know.
I studied art. Can I tell whether the tone of the buzz changes or whether it always stays the same?
So using your discerning ear, this hum is absolutely mechanical, constant, and unwavering.
It's almost like a honing beacon or a signal of some kind. It doesn't waver at all.
I do still have a
Hypothesis.
faint hope that there will be some sort of archive somewhere around here that we may be able to check for any sort of clue.
Hypothesis. Tone, pitch, and general volume and reverberation of said hum would suggest either extremely large machinery or paranatural origin. Sorry, Chris?
Paranatural?
As in, like, like it's either a machine going or it's another weird portal thing.
I believe
Yeah.
Dr. Buer is trying to convince us of the existence of magic, which, had it not been for the activities of the past day, I would have thought it highly suspicious.
An
Well, there has
open-minded
to be
approach does-
there has to be a logical explanation for all this. I mean,
Just
Oh
because
yes,
we
the
can't
logical
explain-
explanation is
yes.
allowed to be science that has yet to be discovered.
okay.
Okay.
Well,
Just because we can't explain it doesn't mean it isn't science.
Precisely.
Are we breaking down the front door?
There
We're-
any other way in?
To this particular building? There sure is
Yeah.
not.
Okay.
Do we need to break it down? Can we just open it? Don't need to be rude.
we already heard that it's not locked, but it is like
Right,
just
right.
sealed shut. Is that right?
Yeah, stuck shut. Sealed
Oh, I'm
was
sorry.
not the word I used because I'm not sure it's intentional. So
yeah,
it's
no,
stuck
that
shut.
is
Just old.
more accurate.
So if someone would like to make a strength check against the door.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
look at
bang
Brock.
on it.
yeah.
By the way, has it
Bang
been
on
2
it.
hours?
I got something to do. Hold on.
Mhm.
I'm gonna assume my stim pack's one.
But we also
Yes,
have
probably.
Nick with like some construction tools, right?
I have some stuff, yeah. I kind of want to see Brock punch the
Yeah,
door, but
no, go
can do that.
for it.
yeah.
That was a very bad roll.
What'd you roll?
Oh dear.
Don't break your leg on the door.
It's a 99. It was a crit
Whoa.
fail.
Oh,
Whoa.
no.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh.
Shatter your tibia.
What do you imagine happens when you have a critical failure like that?
I think like everything is too quiet in the city, and then Brock's like, "This is dumb," and like he just goes to like bang it open with his elbow, and then like either sprains or hurts himself,
And makes a big,
Gotcha.
loud
and makes a big loud noise.
noise.
Big loud noise. Okay. So, I need you to do me a couple of things. So, see if you make a body save.
Don't break the leg.
Yay.
That'd be a really embarrassing next stage.
Oh, okay.
13.
Okay. You made a body save. So, you are not going to break any bones. But
Okay.
over the course between now and where did it go? I've got a body chart somewhere in here. That sounds really creepy, folks. It's part of the game, I swear.
I've got a medical body shot.
It
here.
is. It
See?
is.
It's a body chart.
Brock pops one of
It's a
his
chunky
pills.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's my least favorite flavor of ice cream.
And
Chunky body. No.
and then roll me a d10, and that's the damage you'll take
Ooh.
to your leg, if that means
If you take
anything.
more damage from the grenade shrapnel, what did you do?
Which he has not removed yet. He still has shrapnel somewhere in him.
Oh, wait,
dear.
He
really?
just took
Okay.
pills to ignore it.
Yeah, all
Not
these
like-
scientists and medics around me, and I'm standing around with an open wound.
I mean, you have hands.
I didn't know. I would have 100% tried to help.
You weren't there. You didn't see it. You don't know.
I'm just gonna tell myself that it falls under memory loss.
I want to say me saying you have hands is what Bjorn says. That's not me. Bjorn is like, you have hands.
Dig it out yourself. Oh my gosh.
So what was your d10 roll?
3.
3. Okay, you take another 3 damage.
Still okay. Brock's a big boy.
Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and roll a d10.
By the way, can Grace like administer some kind of first aid to Brock? Like quickly try to sprain this, or not sprain.
Yes.
I'm going to sprain the leg. I'm helping.
There's more important things to do, Grace.
Splendid. That's it.
Okay.
Starts with SB.
All right. So as you go to administer first aid, you hear baying in response to the loud noise that you just made. Of what you can only assume are the hounds that you heard originally, that would be similar to the desiccated corpse of a hound-shaped being that Dr. Burr identified. You're welcome to attempt a first aid check to assist,
Yeah, I think it's just like it is the first thing that Grace is gonna
and
fall
then
back to.
I'll have Brock roll me another percentage
my.
roll.
Thank you for the subscription, McTeebo.
Oh, that's a lot of gift subs.
That's many gift subs. Goodness me.
T-Bone, you have been
Oh.
an MVP the last couple of days. What are you doing? Thank you. Stop it, but thank you.
Very generous.
I got a gift sub. Thank you.
Yay! Now you
Hey.
can have the doing great emote. Those
Oh,
those
boy.
emotes are fantastic. Thank you.
Was the door
Okay.
opened by the, or did you also fail to open the door?
Nope, we failed to open the door too.
Well, shit.
So doing great. Yeah, doing great. folks.
Great.
This is fun.
So
I'm just
I
gonna-
may be like seriously hurt, you guys. This is ridiculous right now.
Yeah. I'm-
What's everyone else's strength? Someone else should probably try to kick the door before the dog.
Rank.
So
By the way,
what
does
was
my,
that
my
percentage roll?
expertise in pathology, does that give me does that like work back to also make my first aid thing better? Or?
It can, so you can keep him from getting sick or gangrene.
Because I figured
just
like
have
it worked. If I have expertise in something that comes from first aid, I might also get to roll first aid better. But apparently
Yeah,
not.
absolutely. So instead of adding 10, and add your 15% to your.
Okay, so
Yep.
that is 56, 60, 67. Right, I need to roll under 67.
I got a really big number, so this could be really interesting. I got a 98.
Good. 99 and 98. Okay.
Well, that's a
How did
7.
you do? You got a 7. All right. So, yeah, this will be how this happens. So Grace, as you are able to splinter up, Brock's leg, so that,
Splint up. Splint up.
yeah. There we go. Splint up. his
Just
leg.
to be very clear, I know I'm successful in what I'm doing. What I'm trying to do is not to completely destroy his leg.
So while you're able to splint up his leg and give him the ability to bear weight on that leg again, you are unable to do anything else about the wound in his back, as you are set upon by 6 hounds that are oh god, that are fast. They come out of nowhere with a cloud of dust behind them. They're 6-legged animals with these leathery skin, almost like hyenas. You can see now that from the corpse that you saw, they are fleshed out with 6 legs and a whipping tail. They do stand about 5 feet tall, and they utter a loud baying howl. That
Oh, you were
goes
saying
against-
baying earlier. I heard banging, and I had no idea what that sound was supposed to be.
Just really good music.
Bang. So when
We are actually pursued by the Bloodhound Gang.
yes. So you heard them earlier, so I'm assuming that you don't have anybody who would be surprised. Go ahead and make me a fear save.
I feel like since I saw the corpse, I'm a bit like, yep, that's what that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm afraid because I am not being attended, or I mean, I guess I'm. Can I roll to see if I'm surprised? I guess is my question.
So check for surprise.
Because I know they're coming when they're coming for us, because they're baying for us.
They did a bang for you. Okay, so we'll say there's no surprise. So we automatically just go into a speed check. So everyone
Okay.
roll me a speed check.
What's that? Just roll lower than my speed, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I somehow did it. 22.
Me too, 41.
That's a 94. That is not
My
good.
speed is bad.
I am very distracted.
21 for Brock, and that's a success.
Okay, so everybody but Grace gets to go before the hounds. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We get to act twice, don't we? Because you're here, Brock, right?
It's just 2 actions is the normal thing.
Yeah.
So
Wasn't there?
Sorry, that
some
was a
kind of bonus
misinterpretation.
that,
Okay.
let me see.
I
I'll
can
look it up.
fire twice. Most of you can only fire once.
Oops. I shouldn't have done that earlier. Bang, bang.
alrighty.
I have a planned action if no one else wants to pop off.
Absolutely. So go for it.
Cool. I yell, time to go, and I try to kick the door open again.
Okay, make me a strength check.
What is my strength? 42. Nope.
What is
That
that?
is a 91.
90.
Ooh.
Ooh, yikes.
And I try again. I have 2 actions.
Other leg,
Um,
just.
Let's see. So attack, bandage a wound, use a computer, take a drug, throw something, operate a machine, open a door or airlock. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. No, that's a 98. It was worse.
Yeah.
Boy.
This door don't want to fucking open.
Yikes. So now that we found
God, we have to.
Oh, man. Is there anything else that you want to try to do?
Well, I mean, what can I do? Because I've done 2 actions.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure I wasn't stepping on toes. Alrighty, so Nick and Brock, what would you like to do?
How far away are these things?
These things are within pew pew distance of you, but you would have to move to attack with physical force.
I think something a little more important would be to try to open up the doors. So I'm gonna take my laser cutter and attempt to start opening up the doors. I'm gonna.
That makes way more sense than kicking it.
I don't know. I'm just gonna start doing it. I can only technically shoot it once per round, but
but if you're gonna use up both of your actions to open the door and shoot it open, roll me for shooty.
Roll you for shooty. Okay.
So if you've got
By the way, I would suggest that because this is a cutting tool and she's basically using it for exact intended purpose, maybe you could argue for advantage?
potentially. So do you have scavenging or any skill that you think would work to give you extra to...
I mean, I have scavenging, I have mechanical repair. That doesn't do much, yeah. But I have scavenging.
Engineering?
I do have engineering. Haha, level up, yes.
You do have engineering. Go ahead and add that.
15.
15 to my what roll? What do you strength, speed, intellect, combat. Combat? Was it?
Strength or combat? Because you're still trying to push this thing open.
Fight the door.
So, fight the door, y'all.
And then now that this door is being blasted open, once it opens, it's not gonna close again.
Just immediately closes. It's an automatic door.
Hey, I got a 7, and I have a 52, so
awesome. So perfect. Then you now have an open door. And,
get in.
Move.
As you open that door and light hits the inside of this room, you see movement. And we'll move to the next...
More dogs come out.
Oh no! I let the dogs out. Oh no!
This is literally the bottleneck of death right now.
Don't worry, I don't think there's gonna be more of them in here. I mean, one doesn't simply walk into more dogs.
The door that
I'm killing you myself.
I swear I'm finding you. I love it.
Perfect. So now that it's just... Here we are. Alright, Brock, I think you are next.
Wait a minute, Warden. Didn't you say something about what we saw inside the building?
Are you looking inside the building, or are you going to defend yourself against the hounds you can currently see?
Well, how many of them are there? You said, like, a lot.
There's 6 hounds on the inside, and if you peer into the depths of this particular room, you find yourself looking at tentacled and armored creatures. Yep. They're about a foot long and scurry around using a long prehensile proboscis. They will. It looks like they were feeding on whatever was inside, cleaning up any scraps. Their black spines undulate in ridges of these bugs, and some of them may contain stabby bits that you don't know what it can do.
Not only
to the ship.
From me. Not only were we hounded.
Wait, you have a grenade.
Okay.
You have a grenade, and it's a room full of critters.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw a grenade to the front of us, and I'm gonna throw a grenade into the behind of us with the buggies.
Yes.
Okay?
I will close the doors if I can.
So,
no, that's too much. That's already
well, the door is open, right? That's
it sure is open. Yep.
Okay.
I want to close it behind the grenade.
I guess I rolled.
Can I help out? Wait, can we, Warden, can we flavor it as we're helping out by closing the door?
So if you hadn't taken your turns yet, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like they rolled well anyway.
So,
Got an 11, which is a crit success.
It sure
Wait, which grenade though is that a crit success on though?
The first one towards
Right.
the wolves.
Okay, so you're throwing
Alright.
this one outwards towards the wolves away from you. Go
Yeah,
ahead and
they-
roll me some damage.
They have 6 feet.
They do each have 6 feet.
I don't like that.
That's a 1.
I love it.
That's a 1. Okay.
More beans.
Right? That's true.
More dog beans.
But it damages them all, hopefully, or lots of them.
Let me roll a d6 and we'll see how many it damages.
Okay.
Alrighty, so 4 of them are damaged.
Hey,
I'll take it.
Okay.
that's great.
Now
So
here's
we
the thing:
wanna-
how much body do they have,
Don't.
or whatever?
Who
They're
knows?
5 feet tall. They're big.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
probably fine.
Jesus Christ, they're like 5 times as big as we are. We're fucked.
Yeah.
Do I throw another attack for the second grenade?
We'll let you do it. Because
Okay.
you're about to be overwhelmed and I feel bad. So here we are. I'm really bad at doing spooky games. Sorry, guys. I'll be meaner
This is
later.
you're fine. You're doing great.
Yeah, no, I love the energy of like
Yeah.
Ghost City full of not ghosts. We're gonna get eaten by the not ghosts.
Not into
Mhm.
that. Yeah, it's freaking me out a little bit. I like it.
That's a
What'd
fail.
you roll?
It's a
Is it a
fail.
critical failure?
No, it was an 87.
Okay. So you go to throw this grenade and you miss and it blows up the empty street, like to the side.
Oh, that's a
Um,
bad throw.
Unfortunately, you were unable to get it into the door no matter how big of a hole they made. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
I'm gonna try to get up on my bad bum leg, and I'm gonna pop another one of my pills.
Pop a stim pack, then you get like strength and shit.
Can I do that on my turn? I think that.
That would have
Isn't-
been something you can do on your next turn. as
Okay,
your action.
I'm.
Can
all
I
tapped.
argue that the bugs are surprised?
Yes, because they're not going to go this turn.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So, however, the hounds do. And we're
Hooray.
going to... Alrighty. So you avoided. Good thing. So 3 of the hounds are going to go ahead and howl as they move closer. Anyone who can hear them, so all of you, take an extra 2 stress.
Yep.
And then the other 3 that are closer are going to try to bite whoever they can reach. So
I'm currently hobbled.
you are. So you're by the door and you blasted it open. So they're going to go after Dr. Burr, Brock, and Grace. So if
Hell
you
yeah.
could roll me an opposed check, please.
What's an opposed check again?
With combat. So you'll versus your armor.
Where's my armor?
I think. Your
I don't
armor.
see an armor. Oh, there it is, 30. So I'm rolling under
Yeah.
30.
Yes, please.
Nope. 36.
Okay. And I rolled under my 60. Oh, I am not gonna be nice. This isn't nice. I'm sorry. Alright. 4d10. 16 plus 11 is 27 each. So the 3 of you, if you were hit by that bite, that's 27 health.
Good lord.
How do we know if we were hit?
What is your armor?
Let's see. My armor
I'm
is
gonna fucking die here.
34.
Did go ahead and roll me a percentage check to see if your armor works.
That is
Thanks
a
for the positive vibes,
72.
I'm gonna fucking
72.
die.
27 health.
Hey,
The-
that is almost half
gaunt-
my health.
The gaunt on the ship didn't catch up with you guys. They never got to land an attack. They just howled.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's made to be deadly. And if you took more than half your health down, please make me a panic check. Or a fear check, excuse me.
Not yet.
Okay. We all good?
Bring it on!
Alright.
They will. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, then I believe it's Grace's turn.
Oh, right, I got a turn.
You do. You just get to go last because you failed your speed check.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Does moving cost an action?
It's one of your 2 actions that you can do.
Okay, then I think that I will try and how close am I to these? Oh wait, no, I just got
One of
bitten
them
by
just
these
bit
bugs,
you.
huh?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think we're kind of past you know,
Negotiations. Yes.
less than lethal weaponry. I'm just gonna use the scalpel because that's what I have to hand right now.
Okay.
And I don't think I can say that this is first aid. This is probably just combat.
Just count
I'm
that. Yep.
at 34. Oh. Okay, that's a success.
Put down.
Awesome. So you're able to. That's a 1, so that's a critical success.
No, I think that's
believe.
just a regular success because it's not a 0. It's just a 1.
Okay.
You know,
Whatever
I
you'd like
didn't
to do.
roll
Take
double,
the
so-
crit.
Go ahead and roll me some damage.
Okay, so that is D10 damage and bleeding, whatever that is.
Which weapon was that? The stun button.
So I deal 4 damage and inflict bleeding. I'm not sure what that means.
The fact that they deal 27 and we'll deal 4 implies we're not going to kill these in a straight up fight. I don't know.
No, I doubt it.
We'll see. Okay. So that is the end of the round. So everybody make me a new speed check. Oh,
I do
did
get
you
one
have?
more action, which I'd like to use to move inside.
You want to move inside? Okay. Perfect.
It's full of bugs.
Yeah.
And they're about to
Yeah.
take an action.
You can move away from the hound without provoking opportunity. Go for it.
Yeah. No, then I'm just gonna. You know, it's better to have hounds or bugs than both, I guess.
I feel like the bugs are probably going to be actually not as bad in theory. Just bugs.
Please don't say that.
Bugs.
I think the word tentacles was used.
Yeah, they don't have to be big tentacles. Little tentacles. Were they big tentacles?
Maybe
Like
they
a
were
big
just scary.
tentacle? They're about a foot long. So you're sandwiched between hounds and footlongs is what I was reading.
A
in
foot
chat.
long Subway sandwich is not a 5-foot dog.
That is a true statement. Alright, so everyone make me speed checks again, please.
5-foot
Oh
dog.
boy.
26, I
Phrasing
did
just be
it.
pause for thought.
Okay, so you succeed.
27.
I've rolled
19. I succeed.
43.
Okay, gang, I think we should pause before making our actions and have a strategy. Otherwise, I think we're just going to die in the street.
Probably, yeah.
Alrighty.
Eye on the moon.
So did everyone make their speed check?
Yes.
Nope.
Yes, okay.
So 2 yeses, 2 nopes. The people who said yes, what would you like to do?
Well, just quickly, should we... I don't know, is strategizing allowed? I don't know.
It's not disallowed within reason.
I was like, is that metagaming being like, what do we do?
What if we let
Okay.
the bugs eat the dogs?
Oh yeah, what if we... Bug versus dog, the age-old conflict. That's not sarcasm, I'm genuinely... I don't know if they'd eat each other. That's not a bad
There's
shout.
stakes.
Question, just can I'm not sure if this will cost me 1 action or not, but do the bugs look angry?
Yeah, they just
Do they
chill.
look like they're hostile towards us?
Like imagine really large cockroaches. If they could bite you, they probably would.
Okay, I'm not gonna shoot at them because I don't want to make them more hostile.
I think
than
if we're going to
they
shoot at them, it should be a big grenade.
Well,
Yeah,
So
exactly.
considering that they're in the hum building, they're not chilling, they're vibing.
They're vibing. They're the hum.
I love it so much. Oh gosh. Oh, what should I do?
I would like to attack the one that Grace already beat up a bit. I guess let's focus them. This is now a World of Warcraft dungeon, and we have to focus the ads.
Here we go.
Perfect.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure we should just run, and because I feel like we're not going to kill any of these in a timely fashion, but we can try.
So 5 of the 6 dogs have taken damage.
Okay, the one that Grace smacked.
Okay, perfect.
Cool. So I'm gonna roll to smack it with a. Wait a second. It worked really well last time. Should I just try to tranquilize them one at a time?
Hey,
You sure can.
do it.
Okay, I'm gonna go to tranquilize the one that hasn't taken any damage.
Okay.
So that's just a fight, isn't it? And I rolled a 74. So not.
You're gonna miss.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna crack the other one with the stun baton, the one that Grace already smacked at, because I assume I can't shoot twice.
So I think you have to reload, is what you would do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna crack the one that Grace has already hit with a stun baton. And I rolled a 41 for that, which is just barely enough.
Perfect. What kind of damage did you?
I don't know. What does the stun baton do again? Is it D10?
I think it's a D10.
Cool. I'm just. Oop. I rolled a 5. So I like pitch up one of my like mechanical legs, which have clawed feet, grab its neck and like smack it to the ground, and then smack it in the head with the stun baton.
Nice.
And then remember to breathe in.
All right. I think that leaves us with Nick. Was there anything you wanted to do?
Because I just want to clarify here with the laser cutter I'm using, it takes 1 round to recharge between shots. So does that mean this round I can't shoot? I'm assuming that's what it means.
Okay, because you used it to take out the door at the last round.
Yeah, so it takes 1 round to recharge, so I can't do that.
You could use it every other round.
Okay, sounds good. Which case, let me see here. I don't like that because we're not in close quarters, so I can't use the hand welder just yet. But I don't have much else to attack with, if I'm honest.
You could join Grace inside the building.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna join Grace inside the building.
And is there anything that you think would... So if I understand your strategizing, you're trying to shove the bugs outside to fight the dogs. The hounds.
I'm into that. Make them fight.
I have a crowbar, so can I maybe just like scoop them and just...
Shit, I have biology. I should have done that.
Just bang! And like a golf... a golf ball just going.
That's good.
You could certainly try. That would be combat, yeah.
Sure, let's do it.
You're gonna just
bug
home
outside.
one of the bugs towards the dogs?
And I just pick it up and go, ah!
Sure, why not?
Love it.
I don't know if I can do it though.
Do it.
No, that's an 86. There's no way I'm doing that. I'm just swinging a miss.
So as you get your crowbar out to move these things, they seem to be scared by the sudden movement and light that you bring with you, and skitter away from you too quickly.
Yeah, that's right.
They still seem pretty chill. They didn't attack you in response to you trying to club them.
Alrighty, so the dogs, on the other hand, are...
Oh, I succeeded my speed
Oh, you
check.
did.
Can I go?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Grenade.
We're actually switching to my favored weapon.
Perfect.
Grenade.
So you
Which
get a
for this
plus
one
20%.
shot is the phaser beam.
Crazy. Disintegrate a single cockroach.
Probably not gonna happen. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Plus 20 though. I don't know. If
It's
pretty
close, but no cigar. It's over by 5.
How?
We were like rolling really well, and then the moment it was like actually life or death,
I
it
don't
just
know.
collapsed.
Let
So
me try.
you added 20% to your combat bonus.
I
Go
did.
to the loo. Don't kill me. Or
I did. And I still
Okay.
didn't make it.
By the way, do
Got
we
it.
know what bleeding does yet?
So you get to hit
I-
twice, yeah?
I can hot fire again. I can fire my
Hmm.
phase. Cannons are not set to stun, you guys. Oh, we did it this time. It's 30.
Nice.
Okay.
Did
And
it.
which one are you hitting?
I'm hitting the doggies. They
And-
seem to be biting us already, right? They bit somebody already?
They did.
And the bugs haven't done anything to us?
Not yet.
Yeah. We're
Okay.
hitting these six-legged boys.
Gotcha. So we'll say you've hit the one that's been hit twice already, and that one has had enough. You've gone after their feet, you've gone after their eyes, and that one's going to break and run. So you now only
Cool.
have 5 of them. You're welcome to roll damage if you'd like, but
14.
yeah,
Okay.
they're super going to break
Not
and
yet.
run. I'm sure bleeding has a mechanic, but I'm not 100% sure what that does.
The
I
creature
can't find
instantly
it in the
dies
player
at the top of the round.
I think he dies at the top of the round. You know what? We hit one of the dogs for bleeding damage, didn't we?
Yeah, I like
Twice
stealth
even, because I
over.
hit it as well.
Okay, so let's
Double
go ahead and roll. If they make a body save, they don't die. If they don't make a body save, they super die at the top of the round.
Hey!
Okay. And they did roll under their body save, so they would have.
We got one.
Yes. Alrighty.
My claw that's like on their neck just like crushes it. And it dies.
There you go. Okay, so everyone who succeeded has gone. Next will be the doggy boys, yeah?
The woof woofs.
So having one already break and run, the other 4, 5, I can't count, are going to howl as it runs away. And there's a 1 in 20 chance that it'll force you to take a panic roll. So add 2 stress for anyone that can hear the howl. And that is a 20 on that dice. Anyone who hears that howl needs to make a fear check. You take the 2 stress anyway, but we're gonna make a fear check to
What does
see-
stress
or
do? I
fear
have like
save.
6.
Same.
It
So-
makes you worse at panic rolls.
Fear
right?
is D100, or is this a
Fear.
panic check, or what is this?
This is a fear save.
Okay.
So we got a 9, but I am in Grace's presence, so
Oh yeah, y'all have
I
a
failed.
disadvantage. Oh no.
only those
still
inside the
did it.
building, right?
Okay.
I still pass.
Oh, wait. 30.
I'd say only the people inside the building are not in presence
Oh.
right now.
Okay.
I,
Yeah.
I still pass regardless, so.
I
Perfect.
failed.
I actually failed. I rolled 96. I've been rolling
I mean,
terribly.
it's really close. Resolve would come into play here, or not? Probably not. You said that's the panic. So this
What does
is
resolve
this is
do?
a fail then. This is above by 5.
Okay.
It was
What
a
does
fear
resolve-
check and I rolled a 36 and my fear is 34. It was so close.
Yes. Gotcha. Alrighty. So now at this
Do I panic?
point, we've got 3 panickers, I think.
I think I'm panicking and everybody else has to be afraid of me.
Yeah, Marines when they panic.
Hey, can I panic twice?
And the scientist panics.
No, it's only if I fail a sanity save.
Ah, there we go. Yeah.
I rolled a 96.
I also fail the one from Brock panicking.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So, I need everyone to roll me panic. 2d10, please.
Just 2d10?
Add
So
them
not
together.
D100, sorry, just 2d10s.
That is a
Is
9.
this resolve? This is where resolve comes in?
Oh, I lied. There are 2 steps. Roll me 2d10, and if it's less than the stress that you currently have, you don't panic. Or roll over the stress you have, you don't panic. If you roll under, so we'll take
I rolled
Dr.
over.
Burrs.
I got
So-
11.
Got it. So 11 is higher than 6, so you will panic. Roll me another 2d10
I rolled
and
my
add your current stress.
stress.
Oh, wait, sorry. No, 2, 6, 12.
You pass your stress test and do not panic.
If I rolled my stress,
If you roll equal to or lower than your stress, you panic. Oh, I lied. It's the other way around. You panic. So you're also going to roll me 2d10.
Have I panicked?
Dr. Burr has panicked. We'll come back to you.
I panicked.
Brock has panicked. Sounds like Grace has panicked as well. Oh boy, this was a lot. All right, so now anyone who panicked, roll me 2 more d10, add your stress, subtract your resolve.
10.
Okay. Let's see.
All right, so
14.
we've got a 10, we've got a 14, and we've got a
40.
Did you say 40?
So do I add them together or is it a D100?
No,
Yeah,
it's
it's
2 d10s. Add
Okay.
them
That'll be
together and
bad.
add your stress.
Then
8,
subtract your
okay,
resolve.
8 plus 6.
Is 14
Okay, that's it.
plus your
should be it.
stress minus your
That's-
resolve.
Okay, 13 then.
Okay. Whew.
Yeah, that was big. That was a big number.
Anything more than 30 on the panic table means that you have a heart attack and it's instant death.
Jeez.
It's just fucking
13.
drop. Just give
how
up,
does that-
drop.
All right. Anyways, so
Heck?
10 for the Dr. Burr. You gain 2 stress, and the nearest crew member also gains a stress because you now have a nervous twitch.
I'm going to assume that it's Grace. Because
Are you inside the building? Or are you outside the building?
Oh wait, Grace will act. Wait, has Grace done an action since I beat the shit out of the same thing they beat up?
Dr. Burr, are you inside or are you outside? You're outside?
Yeah.
Then Brock is your nearest crew member.
Yeah.
So Brock, you add a stress from Dr. Burr's panic. And then we had 13 and 14 for the other 2, yes? The person who rolled 13, you now have cowardice and gain an extra stress. For the next 1d10 hours, you must make a fear save to engage in combat, or you're forced to flee.
Ooh.
So roll me a d10.
I'm glad I'm not outside.
Yeah.
So 5 hours, I'm a coward.
You sure are. So you've got your stress, and now 14. These are hallucinations. Are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm okay with just like malfunctioning software.
Perfect. So for the next 2d10 hours, you have trouble distinguishing between reality and fantasy. Please roll your 2d10 secretly. I don't want to know. It says for the next 2d10 hours, determine secretly. Or I'm supposed to
That
roll.
means that you're supposed to roll them secretly.
Uh-oh. Alright. Well, that's fun. Here we are. So you have some undetermined amount of hallucinations. Have we
Yeah.
resolved all the panic effects?
Yes.
Yes. Alright, that was the hound's turn. They howled and freaked everyone out. And as you all go your separate ways trying to fix feeling that pressure and that distress from the howl of these hounds, the bugs get to take their turn. And that would be terrifying. Let's move on. The bugs. All right. They're gonna spit spikes at the 2 people inside. What is your
They're
armor?
Pokemon.
Okay, my armor is 35.
Alrighty.
My armor is 34.
So they rolled an 86 and their combat is 15, so they miss you both completely.
Oh, they have crap combat. Okay, that's good.
But you do, yes. So you do see these spikes go whizzing past your head, your shoulders, your knees, and you imagine that it would be unpleasant if you were hit. Alright, is it Grace, have you taken your turn?
I have not.
Okay, then it is your turn.
Okay. I'm honestly not really sure what to do at this point. Let's see. Is there anything in the building that looks like it could be of any use?
Oh, they're like stairs.
There are stairs at the back of this room. They're dark.
Right.
There's no lights.
I have a light on my suit, right?
You should have a flashlight of some sort.
Yeah. Then I will probably. You know what? I will stand at. We don't know about the dogs just ran away, didn't they?
One of them ran away. One of them broke.
I
The
see.
rest
So wait,
howled and scared you all.
Then
Wait, did
will...
I kill one of them, or is that not? Is that next round? The bleeding thing.
With the bleeding thing, that'll be next round. We haven't gotten
So
there.
2-ish are dead.
I will take my take out my stun baton. I will get ready, basically, to do whack any dog that comes through this door over the head.
Okay, so you're gonna
then I
stand by the
will-
front door and guard it.
Then I will ask over comms. I will comms. Let's see, Nick to or no. First I will comms Pure and Brock. Ask them to come inside to avoid the hounds. Then I will come to Nick and ask her to get ready to weld the door shut.
Gotcha.
All right, so we're potentially welding shut doors. Is everyone gone? I think.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll me some speed, and remember if you pass or fail.
I have failed on a
Is
77.
Fail.
Pass.
50. I feel again.
And you pass.
Android's got a bonus to speed.
All right, anyone who passed, go ahead and take your turn.
Okay. I'm not going to be using the laser cutter because I don't want to wait another round in case I need to use it next round. So instead, I'm going to try to make my way closer to the door if I've gone too far back. And maybe just with the crowbar in my hand, try to whack one of the bugs that just tried to shoot me.
Sorry,
Absolutely. Go
can
for
I say
whack.
something real quick because it might affect how you take your turn?
Okay.
The laser cutter is like a power tool, but you also have a hand welder that's specifically
I
made
do.
to weld.
That's very true. Okay, so I could use
I
either.
wouldn't not use it on account of that.
That's
I'm sorry for the interruption.
No, that's really good because I can only use the laser cutter once, and I could use potentially with both hands laser cutter, crowbar. I don't know. Let's see. Let's try
What's
to hit
your
one of the
strength?
hounds. My strength, 31.
31. I would say that you're probably not strong enough to be able to hold that laser beam boy without and swing a crowbar around,
Yeah.
hitting around a foot-long armored bug.
That's fair. Okay, so I'm assuming we're a little more concerned with the dogs right now.
The bugs seem like they can't hit for shit.
That
You
is
say this
true.
now. So
They might, like, we haven't seen them hit. They might do absolutely terrible things to us.
Mhm.
Although we already know the dogs will do absolutely terrible things to us.
I'm gonna try to shoot one of the dogs, the one that looks the most wounded.
With the
With
laser cutter,
laser
go
cutter.
for it.
Yeah.
So not the one that's bleeding because that one's about to die anyway.
So that's combat.
Yes, please.
I have a 37. I got a 33.
Hey.
Ooh, that's a critical.
It is indeed.
On your super powerful tool.
So the laser cutter does 1d percentage damage, which is 2d10 added together.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 9 damage for that.
Okay. And so the one that hadn't been damaged yet, you've gone ahead and hit.
Okay.
And then you're gonna be, so you moved, you shoot things. Was there anything else you wanted to do?
I guess put away the laser cutter, and if I have to wait for the next round, it's fine, but take out my hand welder and get ready to weld the door shut, essentially.
Okay, no problem. Did anyone else pass?
I didn't.
Alrighty. So, these dogs are not feeling well. We're gonna make a body save for the one that's bleeding. That's a 71. They fail miserably. So another one of these pooches is down, and they are gone.
How many are left?
4.
We're a third of the way there for one of
I
the
know.
things
We're
that
doing
we're
it.
fighting.
I know. And so the bad guys in here actually, instead of having like hit points, you can run the hit points, or it's based on how many hits they take.
Oh,
So
okay.
once they take a hit, and so I'm basically, if they hit the hit points first, they die. If they hit their number of hits first, they die. Whichever is easier for you guys. So that's where I'm at.
So all of them have taken at least one at this point,
Yeah.
right?
So the 2 that had
Alright.
multiple hits are down, and then they've each taken 1 at minimum. Alrighty, so they're gonna go ahead and try to reach out and bite you guys again.
Chomp.
The 2 that are still outside. That was a 46. And what is your armor?
Minus 30.
And Brock?
40. So I
40.
still take it, right?
I believe so. So 46, that's 40, 10 again. God. Okay, this was a better roll for you guys. 8 points of damage this time.
Hey.
Yeah, lots of 1s and 2s in that one. And then the other 2 are going to howl again. But that is a 7 on the dice, so they do not cause a panic effect.
You've really just taken an action to like shut off my auditory senses, huh?
You definitely could have. So anyone that can hear them howl, take 2 stress, please. And then Gaunt, the crawlers on the inside, they're gonna go ahead and try to shoot little spiky boys again. That's a 35, so they do not make it. So let's see. They all miss you again. And then everyone who didn't make their save, it is now your turn.
The plan right now is to go inside, right?
Yes.
Cool. If I do that, do they get like an attack of opportunity or something, or do I just get to
I would say no
bounce?
for now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna. Is there any on top of me right now? Where are they?
So I would say that they are. One is right next to Brock. They are slowly surrounding you so that you can't run down like the streets.
I think. In one action, can I make it inside, or would I need
Yes.
both my actions? Okay.
No, you can make it inside with
I'm
one
gonna
action.
crack one of them with my stun baton and then dash inside.
Perfect.
So that's gonna be 35. I don't do it.
You don't do it. Oh no.
I miss and then I run inside.
All right, and then Brock.
Yeah, you say he's right next to me, you say.
Yes, but you were hit with a cowardice. So do you want to try and run away from them, or do you want to save yourself against a fear effect? And
You know, I like your idea. Can I just run away? Is that
so are
fine?
you running towards the bugs, and do you know about them?
I saw
you
the
look
bugs
in-
in there, but everybody's
Yeah.
going in, right? They just left
Yeah.
me out here.
Yep. So if you're gonna run away from the hounds, which are the bigger thing, go ahead and you could just run away. If you want to try and attack the bugs once you're in, you'll have to make a fear effect to attack them.
Okay, I did roll for fear
Mhm.
already, and I rolled over my fear.
Okay.
So do I
So
cause everybody else to be afraid?
Do you
Not yet.
It's
have?
only if you fail a panic attack.
Do I have to roll again since I rolled over my fear for this effect? Or do I just not get to fight at all for cowardice?
So you initially gain the 1 stress, which you already have. For the next 1d10 hours, you must make a fear save to engage in combat or else flee. So you're fleeing away from the dogs inside, and then you go to potentially fight these bugs, and you fail that ability to contain your fear. And so you have 2 options. You can run back outside towards the hounds, or you can run down a staircase in the back that leads into unknown darkness.
Yeah, I mean, we were
Do it.
supposed to go this way, and if I run up the stairs, maybe the dogs can't fit. So survival mode.
Down the stairs. Got it. So you're in the stairs effectively out of this fight unless you rally your fear and are able to return to your comrades.
Nah.
You just run past it like, bye.
Mhm.
All right, then we'll come back to you in your staircase shenanigans.
Staircase
Um,
adventures.
Yep, so everyone's inside now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't think I've
Close
taken
the
a...
door.
You have not taken your turn. I was just confirming that everyone was inside. So, Grace, what
Oh,
would you
I'm
like to
sorry.
do?
Well, that's actually a good question.
Close the door.
I'm gonna take an action to turn off my ears.
Okay, so turning off your ears.
If I
Shit,
can
can I do that?
Because I don't want to get any more dog stress. It's just the worst. Then I'd like to can I in some way just try and use the little because I saw earlier that not Chris, that Nick was keeping away the bugs, or at least chase them off accidentally with the crowbar.
With
Can
the
I just menacingly wave around my stun baton to keep them away from
Close
us?
the door.
Yeah, I can't weld the door shut. I don't have a welding.
Yeah, but you can like get us ready for it to be welded shut. You can still close it.
Yeah, I'm making sure that the bugs are not
Oh,
bothering
right,
Nick.
right.
Well,
We could just close the door and then squish him with the door. Scoop him out with the door.
So, much like cockroaches, these bugs are light sensitive. So, you can
Then I'm
absolutely
just like
try to
turning
threat-
on my little literal headlights and then just
Yeah, and they are going to scurry away from you and Nick.
Hell yeah.
And away
Yes.
from the door. Potentially down the stairs, but we'll come back to that. Because there's nowhere else to go. Is that your turn?
Brock
Yeah,
just
that
gets
is-
drowned in bug.
Alrighty, so everyone go ahead and make me a speed check one more time here.
Zoom. Oh, I did it this time. 13.
Perfect.
I say this time as if that was as if I
Ooh,
failed all of them
5.
so
Oh,
far.
I failed bad. I got a 99.
Had to happen eventually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Red fail right there.
the one who's welding the door shut.
I got a 24, so I have a pass.
Okay, anyone who passed, go ahead and take your turn. What would you like to do?
Everyone inside the
I'm gonna
building.
slap a stim pack on myself
Okay.
so that I can get through this next
Does stim packs
whatever.
heal as well?
Yeah,
I think
Yeah.
they can-
slightly. So I'll roll that in a second. And then I would like to use my eyes to see what's on the second level before running towards it.
Remind me,
Yeah.
were the stairs up or down?
Yeah, but I will try and run up the stairs.
There is a set of stairs descending down, roughly
Okay,
90
downstairs.
meters into darkness. How fast can you move? What is your speed?
Ooh, 40 feet maybe?
40. So an action is to move your half your speed, and you used all of your speed last time. So you're about halfway down these stairs. So would you like to continue down?
Sure.
Okay. So as you continue down the stairs, the humming deepens. Let's see. The deeper you go, the more penetrating and intense the humming becomes, and the stronger the light filtering from the base becomes. The stairs are going to spill out onto a landing overlooking a colossal chamber filled with jump engines and impulse engines ganged together. That is what you see.
We haven't
Okay.
seen that yet, no. So,
Okay.
oh, no.
Nope.
You're
So-
on your own with that.
Ships, full ships, or just the jump drive?
Just the jump drive.
Okay.
Someone's trying to take the planet.
Wow.
All right. So, who else passed their speed check?
I did for once.
Awesome.
Go, Grace.
So,
Grace
Dr.
has had to go
Burns,
last every
Grace.
single time. Go first.
Yup. There are still the dogs outside, right?
There are dogs outside. There are bugs inside that you have scattered, and Brock has run flailing down the stairs in his cowardice.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just take out my trank gun and if any dog moves up to the opening that's
door?
there.
If any dogs
Okay.
start shit, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you're gonna ready your actions if there's dogs that come into view and try to keep you from closing and welding the door.
Yeah, and I'm
Okay.
hoping that this sort of bottlenecking will give me some sort of advantage there.
Absolutely. We'll see. Dr. Burr, what would you like to do?
So I want to cover, what's their name? Nick's eventual attempts to seal the door. So basically, I'm gonna like an old Western shooter, basically have my hands ready at my trank gun and my stun baton. So basically, if anything interferes with closing the doors, I can immediately try to stab them back off of it.
Okay.
Because I assume if I just close the door now before it's sealed, the dogs will immediately take an action, which will be bursting the door back open. I've now realized. So I think I'll just let Nick do that all in one action. Or
So
two
do you
actions,
want to
rather.
guard against the dogs or the bugs?
The dog.
The dog. So you both have your backs to the bugs.
Yeah, go on. What'll happen?
Yep. Okay. So the dog.
Isn't somebody still flashing the light with them, or was that just you, Grace?
I scared them off once, and I'm not continuing to do that. I hope they'll stay away.
Okay. But they're back in darkness because you're facing the dogs.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
But there's still
I
the
guess I'm
light
just
coming in
hoping
from the
that they
doorway,
went
isn't
after
there?
Brock in the meantime.
Is there light
Alright.
coming in from the doorway, or is it dark?
A little bit of light coming in from the doorway. So whatever you're not blocking, there is a little bit
It's
of
the
light.
light. It's the light.
What do you mean?
Alrighty. So now that you are inside, the dogs are going to go ahead and howl again, adding stress to everybody but Brock, because Brock is now too far away.
Yeah.
And the one
Wait,
that,
didn't Grace turn their ears off?
and Grace can't hear them either.
Which
Perfect.
means they can't hear us.
Yeah, Grace can't hear anyone.
When I have to, gesture.
Trapped in the dark with nightmare bugs.
Yum.
Boy. So 2 stress for the doctor and Nick, and then one dog is absolutely going to move up and try to take a chunk out of whoever's closest. So all of the people with the readied actions, please roll to hit said dog.
Just to clarify, because we readied and we have 2 weapons, does that mean I get 2 opportunities to attack? Can I choose to use them both at once, or can I split them up, or is it just I get to do it once?
Let's say that if you want to try and hit 2 different hounds, you are more than welcome to. Right now, we're going to focus on the one right in front of the door.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
I'd like to say that I gave up an action to give myself a more advantageous position to attack from. With the bottleneck.
So taking aim will let
So-
you have advantage. Yep.
Yeah, it's
I just kinda
less taking
go-
aim and more just them being a smaller chance of hitting something wrong. I guess that's a terrible way of putting it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead and take
Um,
an advantage.
Actually, I'm just gonna roll 2d100. My best is a 27, which I think miraculously actually is under
That should be a
combat.
success. Yep.
So it makes a body save, or it's paralyzed, or it's stunned. Right?
That's an 86, so it's sure is stunned. So you took out the one in front of you, which will give advantage to the stunning baton.
It's stunned for 8 rounds.
Excitement.
Whew.
So at the moment in front of me, there's just this one that's just been stunned, right?
It has just
It's
collapsed.
lapped at the door and collapsed. Just tripped and fell.
Can I kick it out of? Is it in the way of the door? Do I need to kick it out of the way?
We'll say it's not in the way of the door.
Cool.
It collapsed just outside of the door.
I will wait for another hound.
Okay. So the hounds have taken their turn. The crawlers behind you are going to go ahead and see if they can throw some more spikes towards the light they detest so much. And it's a 63, so they do not. So you hear more bing, bing, bing as these little spikes go whizzing right past you.
I like to think some of them hit me because I'm solid metal. I don't notice.
But
Ping.
whizzing right past you. So on that note, whoever failed their speed check is now up and doing things.
Hey.
Close the door.
Close the door.
Close the door. Close
Go
the door.
roll
weld
for
them
welding.
shut.
If you
What?
got mechanical repair, that would be welding.
Can we say they have
That's okay,
advantage
and
because we? Can I
speed.
say I gave them advantage because I was explicitly trying to cover anything that was getting in the way of the doors closing?
100%. Let's go for it.
Hell yeah.
Mechanical repair, that's a +10. So 57. Okay, so I got a 50, so that is a pass, but with advantage.
Get you crit.
25. No, I didn't crit, but heck.
You still succeeded.
I still
That is a good place
succeeded.
to be.
Hey,
Yes,
hey,
it is.
Chris.
Yeah.
Well done.
I opened the
I
door
love
again.
you. That's awesome. No!
Kick the door
Don't
back
you dare! No, you dare! That was amazing.
Okay. So now that you are welded inside this building with an indeterminate amount of bugs, but no hounds, and you rolled a 25, so I would say they would have to succeed wildly to get that door back open after it was welded shut. What would you like to do? I think we're still pursuing things, so make me one more speed check.
Hold on.
Yep, everyone.
Yeah, that's a failure.
71.
Failure.
71. That's
We
a
have 3 failures. And Brock, you are in a different room doing different things, so we'll get back to you. Don't
I'm
worry.
succeeding on
The
my
bugs-
own.
Bugs subsume me. I am one with
I
the
do
bug.
go. I'm nowhere near you guys.
So do you want to run back up the stairs?
No.
Fair. You know
Fair.
what? I wouldn't either.
I don't blame
Is
you.
there anything you want to potentially ready yourself for, or are you just
I should have jabbed myself with a stim.
downstairs?
I mean, I'm starting to figure out which jump drive to take.
Oh, they're so that system, when it says that they're ganged together, they are all connected up
Like
into something else. We don't know what that is yet, but
mechanically or like used.
Like, biologically.
we haven't. No, not. We're
Is this
not
a HR
talking-
Geiger engine or is
Okay.
this just like an engine?
Would
We'll
I
find
be able
out.
to get back up the stairs with one movement, Gordon?
half the stairs with one movement.
So I really wouldn't be able to help at all.
Okay.
It just
So-
bugs, it's fine.
You have an extra 5 minutes to look at these jump drives together, and we'll give you advantage when you want to make a check on them next.
Got it.
Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
All right. So, did everyone else fail or anyone else pass? Fail, fail, fail. The doggos are outside. They're going
They
to
break that door on
scream one more time, but are unable to do anything about that door, and now you can't hear them because they're too far away. I have decided. You still have 8 bugs that you don't know where they are, and you're in a dark room. What would you like to do?
Okay, does anyone have a so I say we go to the stairs and we just leave a flashlight on the ground.
They don't like light.
Yeah.
Because if anyone has a flashlight that they can just put on the floor, we could like put it at the top of the stairs facing like, so it's like a little tripwire almost that they couldn't cross.
I don't have a flashlight, but I can turn it on in my suit. That's about it.
One of
we
us
could
stays
just-
behind forever.
Stand there.
Just stand there.
I feel like I
I mean,
can't
I feel
really-
like even if they're 1 foot, I could still just step on them and kill them.
So go ahead and roll me intellect. Anyone who's trying to find a way around the bugs.
I
Okay.
have biology. Can I check just the bugs vibe? Can I vibe check the
The
bugs?
vibe.
Yes,
What's the vibe on
vibe
these
check
boys?
some bugs.
I failed my intellect. I have no idea.
I got a 9. I check these vibes.
Got it. So absolutely here, given enough time and ability, you are able to check the vibes of the bugs and
Just realized something.
yes.
I have no idea when to turn my ears back on.
I
You
sort of
should
gesture.
not.
I gesture like
So
And it's a pitch black room, so you can't see us doing it.
A
absolutely,
lot of people
curse.
have that problem.
I'm not entirely sure what's happening in chat, but there's a lot of caps.
So much happening right now.
Kill the
So
I
bugs
think there's
around.
just some people in chat who really don't like bugs.
oh, they sure do not. They sure do not. All right. So you find. Boy, howdy. So you find a way to manage to get down the stairs towards Brock. Not sure how far he has gone.
Oh, hey guys, is everything all right?
Oh yeah, everything's fine. How's everything down here? Only I assume there's something very important down here because you ran and abandoned us.
It was very scary,
Yeah, I know.
in my defense.
Mm-hmm.
And my leg is hurt. It's really hurt, you guys.
But you ran real fast despite the leg.
My training tells me I shouldn't say anything more, but I did have a look down here, and there's a lot of jump drives. And I don't know whether we should just take them all back to our ship, or maybe we could just, I don't know, jump?
Can I
Wait.
use
How did they get
linguistics to see if I can read his lips?
If you want to go that far, absolutely.
I don't think anyone knows that you turned your ears off either.
No, I don't think so
Oh.
either.
Yeah.
Player question: is a hyperdrive viable to just pick up and take with us?
They're relatively large and they're relatively heavy.
'Cause
So
I'm assuming this is like, are we trying to pick up a reactor right now? Being suspended in midair in a large chamber we cannot see the bottom of.
those are dice. What did you roll?
I rolled a 44.
Okay,
Hey.
is that a success or is that a failure?
Yeah, no, I can apparently read his lips. So
You can read lips. Perfect, and you know everything that's
I
going
don't
on.
have lips.
Oh,
That
dear
is true.
Lord.
I have no idea what you're saying, Phil.
Oh boy. Okay.
I'll probably turn on my ears again momentarily because I can see that people are no longer like cowering in fear as much as they usually do around me.
Mhm.
Weary, why are there so many hyperdrives here?
Okay. Does anyone have mechanics?
I am a specialist in heavy machinery.
You sure are. So I would let you roll with engineering.
Not an engineer
Hyperspace.
yet, but I'm working on it.
So
Getting that
engineering,
degree.
hyperspace, physics, or heavy engineering.
So I
or
do have
hacking.
engineering, but Brock, you do have advantage because you were here for longer.
Yeah, I just want to help.
So, and then hacking. Those are all the things that we'll make this a group check to figure out what this is and how to take it
Okay.
apart.
I'm gonna roll a thing.
I'm gonna roll engineering. Intellect.
I
Oh.
roll
That ain't
scavenge
it.
to help.
78 for a 70.
78 for 70. So Dr. Burr is really distracted by not having lips.
Fair.
I rolled a
No.
32 for a 39 for intellect.
And what did you
And
need to roll
it's-
under?
50.
50. Very good. Who else succeeded?
Can
Nope.
I make
I'm
some sort of
freaking out.
intellect scavenging roll to see if I can help here?
Absolutely. Scavenging was one that I read and then went past, and I don't know why. This would have been.
Well, it's what I have in terms of this. So,
That is okay.
let's see. Oh, that is a 74. That is definitely not a success.
Okay, so the only person that succeeded was Brock, correct?
And I didn't use my advantage, so if we should we roll again? Should we do it again?
Make it a critical success.
No, you're okay. You're just the one with
good?
the information.
We're good.
So-
We're good. I figured it out, you guys.
Alrighty. So, you're not sure how you came by this information, and you really don't necessarily understand it. But the way that the doohickeys are corroborated together in this particular way, it means that some connection to the biology outside with the shenanigans shoved into this colossal chamber are creating a thingamabob that is keeping all the jump drives from working. So super
Someone.
not technical,
The
but you
blocker.
generally understand that this is keeping your jump drive from working.
It's blocking
Someone
us.
has created a black hole in the hyperspace lanes using these hyperdrives, is what you're telling me. I say that to Brock, not to the benevolent
It's
GM.
like a magnetism thing.
Yeah.
And like we're like one big huge magnet flying through space, and then they made another huge magnet, and we got caught on the magnet.
Because I was assuming it's something like, there's a lane that we go down and they bored a hole in it. So we just dropped out. Like, we just fell out.
So theoretically, we could just destroy it.
How do we safely destroy something like this?
Query, should we ascertain as to why this is here? These are jump drives which do not match up with the analogical time zones, architecture, or general chronology of this location. Someone puts them here recently, or at least recently enough for it to be noticeable and noteworthy.
I wouldn't want to meet that someone. That's what you're saying.
Well,
I just kind of want to get out of here.
True,
To
the
be
hierarchy of
perfectly
needs does
honest-
dictate that curiosity is lower than survival.
Yeah.
that sounds like an archaeologist's job, and all of the archaeologists we've met are dead.
Oh no.
So, the last bit of information that Brock learns and has is that hitting these will work.
Hell yeah.
I could definitely hit these, you guys. I'm a specialist. I know how to blow things up, and this is like my jam right here.
Query,
believe
should we
you.
ascertain an escape method first? I feel like this would generate a large explosion.
Yes. How are we gonna get past the dogs?
We could summon the spaceship. We do have a robot sitting in the pilot's seat right now.
Agreed. Can we contact that
Chronox.
android? Can we do that through this? Are we trying to make a cell phone call in an elevator is what I'm saying.
Can we holler my boy Crognot the Destroyer?
Yeah. Are we capable?
Hail our own ship from
Hello.
this chamber. Is there communication from this chamber, or can we do that with our own mechanics?
We gotta try
So
this.
while you're on the same planet, in the same space, you can absolutely communicate with one another. Now the hum is definitely loud and unnerving, and will staying here for too long would be unwise.
Chronox, we're going to need a quick exit. If you'd be able to make your way towards the... We went to the spire, right? I forgot where we went.
The
Yeah.
necropolis, the middle in the necropolis.
The middle of the big city thing. The necropolis, that was the word you said. This isn't in character. I forgot what we were doing. Yeah, if you could come and get ready to pick us up, although maybe don't land, there are hostile life forms. Just wait for us.
Were you equipped with piloting capabilities?
Is Krognet equipped with filing capabilities?
They
I'm
were.
not
Did
sure
we,
you
With
did
destruction.
we put him in the seat? Because
Yeah.
if I remember correctly,
Yeah,
think
like
he
a little
was put
buggy.
in the corner. He's gonna be crawling there.
We tried to keep him
No, I
far
put him
away
in the
from
seat
main-
before we
Oh, you
left. I was
did?
like, I wasn't just going to leave him on the floor. That's
Okay.
humiliating.
Well, yeah, I just wasn't sure what we were doing.
I
we
just-
also
I-
talked
I
about
laid him in
like,
a
You
bed.
just can't reach the pedal.
okay. We don't need pedals. It's fine.
There's
Can
no
we,
gaps in space.
Can we rename our android friend to Otto so we could say that we're putting
Oh,
our ship on
Crognot's such a
autopilot?
good name.
Oh,
I vote yes.
I'm like somebody in
Alright.
the writing studio's like, we need to name a robot. Let's call him Chronot. And they all said yes, and that's fascinating.
Maybe
I-
it stands for something.
For some reason, I like developed this name into Krognar in my head.
Yeah, no, and I've just kept it. I'm just like, you know what? That's his name now.
I thought of cronut like the croissant donut, and I was like, that sounds really
Ooh.
good.
That does sound good.
Their name
Mhm.
is now Klula.
Okay.
So yeah,
Base.
Okay.
Alright,
Can
so
Chronot rescue us?
Okay.
I think we
So
may not
they
be able to call our ship over.
they rolled a 6, which is definitely better than whatever I'm going to make up their speed to be. for their piloting skill. They are able to come over and hover on the top of this building. Now,
Yay.
not entirely sure how you're going to get from the ground in the building to the ship, but they're
You blow the door
closer.
back open.
Yeah, you sure can.
Can I set a detonation timer?
Oh, yeah, just chuck some grenades.
So what kind of explosives do you have? And is it big enough to cause...
We could leave some frag grenades down here and then shoot at the building with our ship. Or we
Okay.
could just throw some frag grenades at the jump drives from the top of the stairs and hope for the best.
I really hope that this building is the only one of its kind here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the hum came from here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the only one in this city.
So we can blow them up or we can science them apart. Completely up to you.
I have engineering. Shall I find a way to science them apart?
I would appreciate at least trying.
I have hacking.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a
Exactly.
66, which is enough.
Oh.
Because I need a
Wow.
70 for engineerings.
And
Can-
it's
can
a
I-
double, so that's a critical
Oh,
success.
That's
I didn't
crit.
even notice the top.
Okay. Would
yeah,
anyone
crit.
else like to make a mechanical check to try and take these apart?
I'd like to connect myself to a nearby computer because that's a very good idea.
Heavy
Perfect.
machinery?
Hey, why
Heavy
not?
machinery? Can I do it? Can
Yep.
I help? Okay.
I also have heavy
Mechanical?
machinery.
Perfect. Roll me some dice.
All right, let's roll some dice.
And then you can try hacking if you'd like to make it
Wait, I don't have heavy machinery.
you took hacking,
81.
yes?
That's an 81.
81, and what did you need?
Let's see. What I needed was 67.
Okay, so we've got a failure.
What's sophontology?
Oh, that's the study of thinking, basically.
Are we doing?
Well, that won't be relevant here. Never mind.
Are we doing intellect plus trained?
Yes, please.
I succeed.
So I realized I don't have heavy machinery. I have mechanical repair.
Even
Would
better.
that help? Okay.
Yep.
Just wanna
Or
make
mechanical disrepair.
sure. Ooh. Oh, that's no, that's an 87. No, I have no idea what I'm doing. This isn't a
Okay.
ship. I don't know what
And
I'm
then,
doing.
Brock, did you succeed or fail?
I succeeded on my intellect.
Okay, the successes outweigh the failures, barely, folks. So instead of making us do this 40 times, we're just gonna do it the once. Even though I'm sure it would build the character of you guys.
Mhm.
So you were able to take enough of these generators off that the hum dies down, and those jump drives come offline. You feel that you have that this would be enough, that your jump drive should function again. What would you like to do?
Can we take some of these for us just in case?
They are very big. Not. I assume they're not very transportable.
So you could certainly try. Would you like to make a strength check to decide if you can carry one of these?
Yeah, my suit.
Yeah, true. You did
Helps
carry
me
a
out
boy.
with
Oh yeah,
that.
you have a thing. You have a suit.
Do the thing.
I
Do the
did.
suit.
I totally did.
Ben with your broken knee.
I rolled a 20.
Oh yeah, you broke your leg.
I'm like sideways.
Oh gosh.
Can I try and take some of the? I guess this is more of an epilogue thing than anything.
I'm just
but
gonna take a stim pack just in case something happens.
Can I try to take some computer parts because they no longer manufacture mine, and I'd like to have any spare options I have.
Go ahead and roll me some
Wow.
scavenging.
All right, that
See if you can find the
is-
appropriate parts.
While you're doing that, I'm just in the corner injecting a stim pack into my neck.
Perfect. Roll your 2d10 to get your
I
bonus.
got plus
Ooh.
17.
Ooh, excitement.
Oh,
So
this
if anyone
is
tries to
interesting.
fuck with me, I will chop their head off.
So I'm an
That
I'm an
escalated
android. I'm
quickly.
trying to interface with alien machinery, and I've rolled a critical failure.
Ooh.
Oh.
Boy, howdy. Alrighty.
That sounds like a stinger.
Yeah.
This thing.
Let me give you some options. Would you like something to happen from your environment, something to happen to you, or something that happens later?
Oh, I will definitely be into like sort of BD end of credit stinger, like implied villain of whatever next campaign won't happen.
Left
Got it.
behind a hand.
Okay. Perfect. Then just hold on to that. You are dazed and confused for a minute and unable to function or contribute to the next roll. If there is a group roll to escape. So you're dead weight at the moment. No pun intended. So Brock has a jump drive.
Sounds like-
Grace has critically failed and passed out for a minute. Dr. Burr has done some drugs. And Nick, are you the only one that is... What are you doing?
Oh gosh, I'm just trying to breathe. I got like 10 stress. I was hired to fly this ship, not this.
Oh yeah, by the way, I have
Not
12
this.
stress. Does that like kill me or something?
Not yet.
Eventually.
Not
No.
yet. It will later.
Not
in life.
yet.
What a
Okay.
Wait a minute.
question.
I have 30 stress. Is that a bad thing?
Don't
Ah,
worry,
you're
you'll get
fine.
fear saves before that happens. Those
Yeah.
usually go well, right?
So,
we're good at those.
I'll be there to help you if you need to
Yeah,
make any sort of.
before
No,
we
you're
make-
explicitly not there to help me. You passed out.
Before we make this roll, Brock is gonna pop one more pill and
Oh, no.
slap one more stim pack on and be like,
Oh no.
"This is it. We're getting out of here."
How many pills have you taken?
Too
This
many,
can't
and
be
I'm
good
sure
for
his
you.
4 hours.
I imagine you do
is
this as expertise, like you inject the stim pack like into your gum or some shit because you're like that wired into what you're supposed to
It
do.
helps. It helps
Brock's
me deal
bloodstream
with
is
the
like
world.
40% Red Bull at this point.
Can we recanonize the stim packs as pure Red Bull?
I mean, this
Space
is how you
Red
know
Bull.
a spooky thing has gone off the rails. Everyone's smiling and having too much fun.
Oh, we're
Quick, kill
starting
one
to
of
match
us.
the pain. I'm
No,
still
this is
terrified of
good.
those dogs.
No, this is good. Okay. So we're right at our 6 hours. How are we doing?
I am good, though it's getting very
Okay.
late here.
Okay. So I'm thinking maybe another 20, 25, 30 minutes here,
Yeah, it's
maybe
perfect.
tops. Okay.
That works for me.
Awesome. Just wanted to check in since I only asked you for 6 hours, which is a lot. So, alrighty. So, folks, how are we gonna get out of here? Brock
we
has his
came in.
hands full
We
and
gotta run.
can't fight. And we'll see how fast he is when he's full of jump drive, and whatever else he has in his system. Grace is stunned and unable to run at full speed. Dr. Burr and Nick are ready to get out of here. What are we doing?
Gosh,
Cronuts,
okay.
are the dogs still outside?
Whatever the radio noise is. I'm really bad at those.
That was good.
Let's see if
That
they
was
are
good.
still outside. Roll ourselves a d10.
There's more.
There's like 20.
No.
But wait, there's more.
So
Yeah,
I
no.
will say, to your good luck, when the humming stops, the dogs, or the hounds, the gaunt hounds, start running towards the only other place they feel safe, which is at the top of that plateau with the clouds and purple lightning tentacles.
Good thing we didn't land there.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we're coming up. Could you get ready to land on the outdoors? Wait for us to come outside, though. Don't land until we're there.
Sure, we can do that.
Shall we vacate the premises?
Now. Yes, please.
Okay.
I like regally put my hands on my back and just sort of stroll out.
That leaves Nick. Are you going to support Grace?
I will. Yes.
Okay.
Arm around my shoulders. Let's go.
Oh yeah, right.
Perfect.
Sorry, Grace. I kind of forgot.
Wow.
Which is par for the course with this doctor.
Yeah.
my
She's
God.
only your assistant.
Oh no. So you're all able to make it back upstairs. How are we going to dispatch the door?
Laser cutter.
Well,
Hell
we
yeah.
have a
Definitely.
All
Wait, can I
right.
kick the door again and fail? No. Let's
You
not
can-
summon the
You would
dogs again.
I mean, you have your extra 17 from your stim pack, so you
Please,
can
I want to
certainly
claw the door
try.
open
You
with
know
my
what?
fist so badly.
Can I blast it apart
Try it.
with my phaser?
Wait. Can we do like a dual combo of you blast the door with your laser cutter and then I kick like the melted hole so it just
Alright, let's
shatters
do
into
it.
pieces and we just
Let's-
All right.
absolutely
do this.
obliterate this door.
If you both
Because the
succeed
door
these
was our
tests,
nemesis,
we'll
not
make
the
it
dogs.
happen.
All right.
I rolled a
So-
61, which is what was I rolling? Combat strength?
A strength.
Strength.
Not enough. 59. too high.
Aw.
But wait, do I roll with
Missed
advantage because
door.
of the laser?
How did the laser succeed?
I don't know. Is it a combat?
Combat for laser, yes, please.
Combat for laser.
Defeats the door in a duel.
Somehow, that's a 45 out of a 37. I missed. I missed.
I hate this door. So
Oh no.
much. We're not in
Let
combat though,
me-
so we could just try again.
I
Yeah.
think the laser may give you a specific benefit in welding situations. Is it okay if I have a real quick look?
Yeah,
Go for
absolutely.
it.
It's
The
but it's
hand
par for the
welder-
course. You have a spooky campaign, and the biggest enemy is a door.
It says an ultra heat emitter cuts through airlocks or heavy
I
doors.
hate
You
this.
guys, this thing
Minus
is really
10%
heavy.
armor.
Would you just open the door, please?
Use that as a battering ram.
Oh no.
It does say it cuts through airlocks and heavy doors, so you could probably argue for advantage there.
Okay, it's really heavy. I'm gonna put it down. I thought this was fine, but I guess you guys
Okay.
are having trouble.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I'm gonna blast it with my phaser.
It's the door
Okay.
again.
Go for it.
Yeah.
And no problem in the middle of combat while we were panicking, opening it and then closing it. But now that it's
Yes.
calm,
I got a 13.
You
For my
don't get
combat.
that adrenaline rush, right?
You-
Could
Which
you
is
imagine if we
currently-
all failed and were just stuck inside?
Which is currently 62 because of how doped up I am on Medipacks.
So you were able to crash this door open in any way you'd like.
Yeah, I was like, we're getting out of here, guys!
Fucking kill this door. I hate it so
I
much.
promise! And then
You
I'll
just notice the full moon transform into a Red Bull. Just bash the door open.
I'll pick up the jump drive and
You know
lift
what?
outside.
As Grace is trying to stay conscious in your state of catastrophic failure, that's what you see. You see a full moon that wasn't there before turn into a Red Bull and bash this door down. You do not see Brock do it.
I think Grace just mumbles like, "Oh, that is probably some kind of metaphor."
Did you turn your ears back on?
yeah,
I think so.
I believe
Okay,
you did.
perfect.
Can you imagine how
Um,
surreal not only having hallucinations being, but also being temporarily just completely deaf?
Mm-hmm.
So you do not encounter the bugs in your way through this building. They are thoroughly scared of you now. You make it outside. How are you going to get on the ship? Is it going to land?
Yeah, as soon as we step outside, we told him like,
Yeah, come on
down
in.
here.
Come in hot, come out hot.
Yeah.
That is a 93. That harpoon catches on one of the buildings when he lands. He's able to land, but now you're stuck.
Wait, what do you mean it catches on one of the buildings?
So in the space that you have is not quite big enough for your ship.
Right.
But if they did a fantastic maneuver, I was going to let them do it anyway.
Could we scramble up and just cut the wire or whatever?
If you wanted to try and tug the harpoon out of your ship, yes.
My baby, no.
Yeah, I will do that. I will
Should somebody
attempt
warm up the engines in case we need to make an emergency takeoff?
To do
I will
that.
do that. I will head on in.
Oh yeah.
17. I imagine that's a strength check.
Yeah, you're able to take the harpoon out of this ship. You're not entirely sure how, but probably all the drugs.
I'm really doped up, you guys.
I can see it in your eyes.
The moment the session ends, Brock is going to sleep for 25 hours.
That's fine.
And so after that happens, are you all back on the ship?
hmm
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back in the belly of the enormous beast hanging over us.
then you are all able to get on the ship. Go ahead and try to pilot up your jump drive if that's what you want to do, or
Okay,
get off the planet, whatever makes the most sense for you.
Piloting.
I'm going to remove that android from the cockpit.
Perfect.
I'm going to say you're relieved.
Haha, I failed. We're
Do
not
you
going
throw him
anywhere.
off the ship?
No, I just don't like that they came from a mysterious vessel that was compromised. So I'm going to remove
Fair enough.
them
I guess you belong to us now.
our cockpit, and I'm going to put him in storage for a minute until we can work on him.
I totally
Got it.
failed my piloting check.
How badly did you fail?
Well, I had to get under a 57 and I got a 76.
76.
I don't know what I'm
Um,
doing anymore.
Is anyone banging on the jump drive to see if it powers up?
Bang.
I'd like to use computers to help set a course. Or,
Alrighty, then we'll go ahead and give the piloting advantage. So
All
you can
right.
roll again and try
We
it one
crash
more
the ship.
time. If you fail again, I'm not entirely sure what we're gonna do, but
All right.
Don't do it.
Hey, 24.
Don't
there
do
we
it.
go.
Thank God.
That was
Thank
So-
Grace.
Crash into the nearby planet.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
So as this harrowing adventure comes to a bit of a close, you're able to regain your course towards wherever you were heading for your next job. And as of now, you are no longer attached to the dead planet. Is there anything that you would like to do?
I would like to check Grace and make sure they're all right.
Okay.
Would that be cybernetics, computer ease, engineering ease?
Whatever you think makes the
would
most
be
sense, because you
artificial
have
intelligence, I think,
you don't have any time constraints as far as you know
or
now.
possibly robotics.
I'm gonna just do like a medical checkup, but for Android. Which shall we say is engineering? Because I guess I'm checking hardware more than software, I suppose.
Sure.
I rolled a 26, which is definitely a success. I'm basically like, did they break, or is this like a software problem?
So you're able to
I think the problem with that is did they break, or is this a software problem? Since the start of this session and years before that, the answer has been yes.
But I mean, this has like your motherboard obviously snapped in half, or is this like more esoteric?
I think if you take your time, by that point the hallucinations have already mostly worn off, because they only lasted for 20-hour stops, I think.
I'm trying to see if this is enough to stop this from being like the post-credits monkey's paw. I don't think it will.
Got it. Now I see what you're trying to do.
Can we?
I'm like, can I fix it? Whatever it is.
If you're okay with this, if you're both okay with this, can we make this a post? Can I try to hide it from you?
Oh hell yeah! No, I'm very happy for also to just like metagame it as like it still
Yes.
goes wrong, because that is much more
Okay,
cooler
I
than never
don't know
mind.
how
It's
to do
fine.
that, but
Do it.
Definitely.
can I like make a hacking check to do try to interfere with your?
Absolutely, go for it.
All right. And actually, I'll just roll this in roll20. That is a critical success.
Oh my goodness. So Dr. Burr, what you experience is that Grace got just a little bit too much electricity from whatever was happening down there. Touched two wires that they shouldn't have touched, and it just shorted them out for a quick second, but they were able to, for the most part, fix it themselves. You see a bit of a glimpse of a Red Bull in the software, but it doesn't mean anything to you, and you can't find it again. You can't replicate it, so there's minus being a small anomaly that you might want to check Grace out for at some point in the future. You don't see anything particularly wrong.
Grace 117. How much self-repair do you tend to operate?
Oh, well, I would say just about all of it. My warranty has long since run out, so I'm responsible for my own safety.
I believe your hardware and software requires a secondary look.
It will. I am still looking into secondary options. However, I am afraid to say that my official software and hardware are no longer being supported.
Well, I made my software myself, so I am well adjusted to software that is not, shall we say, on the brand shelf. If you require any further diagnostic reporting, I am more than happy to at least attempt it.
I would be most grateful.
That was my thing.
All right. Anything else anyone would like to do now that we're back in space and potentially in a warp drive or a warp space?
I would like to just try to calm down. The moment we're away, Nick just puts on her headphones and just listens to music and keeps driving. And as the journey continues on, maybe some of the crewmates notice whenever there's a small hiccup in the engine or anything flashing on the screen, she kind of jumps a little bit, and she no longer drives like, relaxed. Not at all. Not at all. That's
Make
it.
me one last piloting check.
Okay.
Fall in another planet.
Just gonna. Oh gosh.
Don't make it.
Okay.
We'll come back to that in a second. Brock, was there anything that you wanted to do?
I went back to the bunks and I put my feet back up on the bunk, and I started to think back to the days when I could go camping and I would tromp through the woods and I would feel like I was more powerful than any beast in the forest, and I realized that the forest is a lot bigger than I ever thought it was, and I'm just one little teeny drop in the ocean of life.
Oh. Roll for
Shit.
feelings. No.
Roll for
Like, maybe-
sophontology.
We have a feeling stat? Like.
No. Okay.
Roll to perceive thyself.
Yeah.
He's gonna think about going back to school.
So as all of you settle back into being on the ship that you know and have traveled on for years, or for a while at least, a ship that you lovingly take care of and make sure it runs, a ship that you see as a gauge to your success in your research, in a way to bring yourself money and prestige, and potentially run away from all your feelings. When Grace set the navigational course, it was set back to head straight back to that dead planet and moon. And as you come out of your jump, your engine hiccups just a little bit, and you find yourself circling that dead planet. And that's where we'll end all night.
Oh, damn. The loop.
Caught in the loop.
It's a loop!
Hey, hallucinations and
After-
critical failure. Is that
Yeah.
okay?
That's
After
great.
all
Yeah.
that,
I'm okay with it.
That is much more dramatic than like oop, we crashed.
Yeah.
was the last piloting check critical failure or just a failure?
It wasn't a critical failure.
It was just a failure. It was a failure plus unknown hallucinations plus the critical
Yeah.
failure in the jump drive room.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's creepy.
Yeah.
That
Ooh.
just.
I think like probably right before that, Grace will come into the onto the bridge and say, Nick, good news. I have found a way to maintain myself indefinitely.
Oh.
Zip.
Oh, you.
Alrighty. So, oh boy, we'll decompress for a minute here.
Wow.
We got so
And
played by you, Warden. Liz, you just
Mhm.
we were
So
like, yeah, we
amazing.
did it. We totally
We
did
got
it.
out.
Monkey's
We
paw
got out.
uncurls a middle finger.
So that was crazy.
Yeah.
Was it still spooky even though we were having fun and making jokes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I loved
Okay,
the
good.
energy of like this, of like that we never will find out like why there was just a hyperdrive sucky relay.
Yeah.
Like
Love that.
I quite like that it was just there and we never really knew why. That was cool.
So I have to put the props to Rob, who sent me a message privately of like, hey, they jumped back to the system and that's a critical failure.
Very good.
Oh shit, here we
Very
go
good.
again.
Yeah, Rob is the evil
Damn it, Rob.
brain between the two of us. He's the brains, that's for sure.
Out of curiosity, are there any other like spectacularly
Things that we didn't touch.
sad endings that you were considering?
I mean, theoretically, this is like a good ending.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is
one
good, and
shot.
we just leave again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what? We just like
And come
don't
back
even
again.
perhaps we
We
don't even
killed
remember that it
Grace.
happened. Yeah. I feel
Yeah.
like we lose our memory and we don't even know what happened. That's
We
Yeah.
win. Grace will never become obsolete, and that is her
We
goal.
live in blissful ignorance of failure.
So the very front of how to use this module in the booklet that they give you is like, so how does this end? How do you get off the rock? And the answers are join the cannibalist colony and hope for the best. Convince the crazy person in the cannibalist colony to stick you on a coffin run, which he's building a ship that doesn't require a jump drive, that puts y'all in stasis and sends you 100 years away. Blow up the dead gateway, which matched the one on the ship, the Alexis, that's underneath the crazy clouds, which is fueling the necropolis and all the dead people, which was who created the jump drive chain gang thing. No, that's the wrong word. The chain of jump drives that are all together. And that was booby trapped with explosives. So if you found the right door to get into the dead gateway, there was a 50% chance you would blow yourselves up in the process. Yeah.
If we blew up the ship aboard the if we like did blow up the portal aboard the Alexis, what would have happened?
Nothing. It doesn't do anything.
If we
It
stepped,
just-
like, could we have walked in it in a cycle and gone somewhere?
Potentially, but that wasn't in any of the modules, so that would have been me making up a particularly gruesome version of hell. And
Oh no.
yeah,
I was. There was part of me that was like, we're either supposed to go in this or leave, and I feel like one of them is leave.
So yeah, no, this is exceptionally well written. You could throw this if you wanted to do weeks and weeks of spooky campaign. You absolutely could. That colony is all fleshed out with all sorts of people and projects and politics and intrigue.
It feels very choose your own adventure.
Yeah, and there was so much of that planet that you could get lost in, basically, that all had different things that would do for you. So
I just love dead planets. I play Warhammer. It's a game full of them, and they're always great.
yeah. So, alrighty, let's see if
Wait, the person who played exactly just the Mechanicus Priest plays Warhammer. No, that's.
I was waiting for
I
someone
like
to
the
figure
rendition
out my
one.
ruse.
So, do we want to go around the table here? If you have a favorite moment, you're welcome to throw it out there. But also remind us where we can find you, support you, and do all the things that we want to do. And then I think we'll go ahead and raid Mythos Mystery Society if they're up.
That's a fun name.
They sure are. Thank you, Chris. So let's go ahead and we'll do this popcorn style. Well, since he had cheered, let's CT go first.
Hey guys, I'm Chris Taft. You can find me on Twitter or Twitch at Chris Taft Sings, and you can follow me on Facebook, Christopher Taft Official. I'm trying to sing out here in New York and make it happen as an actor, and I really appreciate being able to play with all these wonderful people on Dice Priori, and I love this channel, and I'm so glad I get to play here. Thanks, guys.
And then who are you gonna throw it to, CT?
Do it, Pear.
Right. Yeah, I go by bear, they, them. You can see that wherever this is. You can also see that Regulum Bear. That's my Twitter handle. That is the main thing I use for, well, voice acting, which is what I do online. My commissions are open, so if you're interested, go ahead, give me a ping. And yeah, I'm also just really glad they could have been a part of this. I really like fellow players and the GM on this, so yeah, this has been lovely, and yeah, it's been nice almost dying horribly in space with you all.
All right, and who are you gonna pass it to, Pear?
Let's say Finn.
Hello. Hello, I was Finn. My pronouns are she, they. I'm gonna just post my shit in the chat. I have a Twitch channel, I stream games, that's all fun. And you can catch me on Chromatic Chimera on Saturdays at 7 p.m. British summertime, playing a Monster of the Week campaign set in the Mojave Desert of Nevada. Please come watch that, it's jolly good fun. We've got all sorts of fun folks in that. Otherwise, yeah, catch my Twitter. I work as a sensitivity consultant for trans representation. So if you're writing a product, a venue, or a space, please consider hiring me to chat to you about what you're doing and how you can do better or how you could be doing worse, because realistically, a lot of people can be.
And then Pear and Chris, if you want to drop your Twitter or other places that we can support you in chat, you're welcome to. And then I think that leaves us with Chris.
Hello, yes. My name is Chris. You can find me on Twitter at CEKinsla. I am a writer, a creator on DM's Guild, and a game designer. My latest game, a horror TTRPG made for 2 players called Do Not Leave the Path, is going to be made available later this month. So check out my Twitter to see when that will be, because even I'm not entirely sure. When the mood strikes me, I'll just release it into the wild. And I just want to say thank you so much, Liz, for having me back on here. It is always so much fun. If you are watching this right now and you're unsure, you're anxious about like applying, please just apply anyway, because it is so much fun and you get to meet really awesome people. Yeah,
sorry, I forgot to say that in my things. Yeah, honestly, this was really cool. Thank you so much. I rarely get to like actually play. This is, I think, my first time playing in like years, and it was fucking great.
Awesome. So, and then Chris, also, if you have an itch or a Twitter that you want us to go check out, you can drop that in chat for the folks. We are going to raid Mythos Mystery Society. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us. All the raids were amazing. The bits, the subs, you're all beautiful, beautiful human beings. And I appreciate you coming by and supporting us. We will also give you a shout out, I'm sure, on Twitter for the raids and the support. So thank you so much. All of our socials are below, so go check out our Discord. I have not released what I'm doing in November, December, and January yet for community theater, but I will be continuing this. Most of the things that we do are light, fluffy, fun. This was just spooky, grim, and fun. So it's not always content warnings and scary things. So we're gonna head out here. But go join our casting. It's casting at diceprairie.com, and we're gonna go raid. So join us and share the love.
Raid.
Right.